Part II, Chapter XXXIII of Ancestors, a Novel by Gertrude Atherton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Chapter XXXIII. The old-fashioned interior of the Polk house, with, on the lower floor, its double parlours connected by sliding doors, its narrow central hall, and its many shapeless rooms of varying size, had been entirely remodelled by the essentially modern Mrs. Hofer. Her husband had wished to build an imposing mass of shingles and stones, but Mrs. Hofer was far too impatient to wait a year, perhaps two if there were strikes, to take up her abode on Nob Hill, and the Polk house was in the market. Perhaps something in the stolid uncompromising exterior of the old barrack appealed to her irresistibly, mausoleum that it was of an aristocratic past. But upon the interior she wasted no sentiment, and some $500,000 of her husband's dollars. There were now 3 great rooms on the lower floor and 4 small ones, besides a circular hall with a spiral marble stair. The drawing-room, which ran from east to west, was one of the most notable rooms in the country, had been the subject of violent controversy, newspaper and verbal, and was a perpetual delight to the dramatic soul of its mistress. The most original artist the State had produced had painted a deep frieze, which was a series of the strange moonlight scenes that had made his fame, the deep sulphurous blue of the California night sky, the long black shadows, the wind-driven trees, the low desolate adobe houses abandoned in the towns settled by Spain. Now and again a cluster of lights indicated a window-pane and a belated tenant, but the garden walls were in ruins, the tiled roofs sagging, the ancient whitewash was peeling, all blended and lifted into a harmony of colour and pathos by the genius of the artist. The expanse of dull blue-green walls of rough plaster below the frieze was unbroken. On the marble floor there were blue velvet rugs. The furniture was of ebony and dull blue brocade. There was not even a picture on an easel, but there were several Rodins and Meuniers. At the lower or west end of the room the wall had been removed and replaced by a single immense pane of plate glass. From this window, always curtainless, there was a startling view of the steep drop of the hill, beetling with houses and steeples, Telegraph Hill beyond and a little to the north. Then the bay, and the towns on its opposite rim. At night the sea, with its blue above and black below, picked out with 1,000 lights, massed into a diadem beyond the bay, looked like a sublimation of the painter's work. Within, the cunningly arranged lights saved the room at all times from being too sombre, and were set to reveal every detail of paintings far too precious to have been recklessly lavished upon a wooden house in the most recklessly built of all great cities. The dining-room, which had the proportions of a banqueting hall, with an alcove for family use, was hung with tapestries and furnished with chairs lifted bodily from the castle in Spain, and it was a room in which no one would remember to look for ancestors. The library also commanded a view of the bay, and had been decorated by native artists, with imitations of the Giorgione frescoes, charmingly pink and smudgy. The hangings and furniture were of royal crimson brocade, and the walls were covered with books. Mr. Toole, who was a scholar of the old-fashioned sort, of which California still holds so many, had selected the books, and the contents were as noteworthy as the bindings. In a special alcove was a large number of priceless 14th and 16th century editions. From this sumptuous room curved an iron balcony, where the old gentleman might be seen sunning himself any fine day, his steel spectacles half-way down his nose, and a volume propped on the shelf of an easy-chair furnished with all the modern improvements. On the white satin panels of the large round hall were a few of the most valuable old masters as yet brought to the country, but Mrs. Hofer, who was a patriot or nothing, did not hesitate to mix them with the best efforts of her fellow citizens, nor to proclaim her preference for the native product. It was all very well to have old masters and modern Europeans, if it was the thing, but she never felt quite at home with them, and liked her California inside as well as out. The 4 little reception rooms, or boudoirs, were so many cabinets for treasures, and on the night of the ball, like the rest of the rooms on this floor, were entirely without further adornment. Only the white marble of the spiral stair was festooned with crimson roses, and the narrow hall that led from the rotunda to the new ballroom was dressed in imitation of a long arbor of grapevines, and hung with clusters of hothouse grapes and Chinese lanterns. The ballroom had been built out from the back of the house upon the steep drop of the hill, and as even its graduated foundation did not lift it to the level of the first floor, it was reached by a short flight of steps. For 3 months Mrs. Hofer's judicious hints had excited the curiosity of the town, and all that were not bedridden had presented themselves at as early an hour as self–respect would permit. Mrs. Hofer, to use her own phrase, had "turned herself loose" on this room, and even her husband, who had gasped at the sum total, indulgent as he was, admitted to–night that she knew what she was about. The immense room was built to simulate a patio in Spain. The domed roof, in the blaze of light below, looked to be the dim blue vault of the night sky. The gallery that encircled the room was divided into balconies, and from them depended Gobelin tapestries, Eastern rugs, silken shawls, yellow embroidered with red, blue embroidered with white, after the manner of Spain on fiesta days. The background of the gallery was a mass of tropical plants alternating with latticed windows and long glass doors. Sitting with an arm or elbow on the railing was every California woman of Mrs. Hofer's acquaintance that had the inherited right to wear a mantilla, a rose over her ear, and wield a large black fan; that is to say, those that were too old or too indifferent to dance. How Ada Hofer induced them to form a part of her decorations nobody ever knew, themselves least of all. But there, to the amazement and delight of the hundreds below, they were; and it was many years since the majority of them had looked so handsome. Beneath the balcony was an arcade where many seats were disposed among palms and pampas grass. The inevitable fountain was at the end of the room. It was of white stone, and coloured lights played upon its foaming column. The musicians were in the gallery above it. When Gwynne and Isabel descended the steps and stood looking down upon the scene for a moment, the younger people were dancing. Every woman seemed to have been fired with the ambition to contribute her own part to the brilliancy of the night. There were tiaras by the score, in these days, and the gowns had journeyed half–way round the world. There had been imported gowns in the immortal '80s, when Mrs. Yorba reigned, but never a tiara, and Isabel for the first time fully realized the significant changes worked by the vast modern fortunes and their ambitious owners. Blood might have been enough for their predecessors, but the outward and visible sign for them. And all sets were represented to–night, if it is doubtful if any woman had done as much to entice them to a common focus as the surmounting Mrs. Hofer. She was not the leader of San Francisco society, for that offer was practically an elective one, and many an infinite amount of trouble with corresponding perquisites. It must be held by a woman of supreme tact, experience, executive ability, and practically nothing else to do. The present incumbent, to the infinite credit of San Francisco, was a member of one of the oldest and most distinguished families in California, or in America for that matter, and although still young, and with less to spend in a year than the Hofers wasted in a week, she had been chosen, after the death of the old leader, and some acrimonious discussion, to rule. And rule she did with a rod of iron. But she took her good where she found it, and was grateful for what Mrs. Hofer, with her beautiful house and irresistible energy, had already accomplished. For Mrs. Hofer was by no means too democratic. If she had drawn all factions to her house, she had taken care that only the best of her own kind came too. And this best was very good indeed, for it was educated and accomplished, more often than not had mingled in society abroad, an honour to which many of the ancient aristocracy had never aspired. No one recognized this fact, and the irresistible law of progress, better than the leader, in spite of her Spanish blood. And to–night she sat in the very centre of the north gallery, her charming dark face draped in a mantilla some 2 centuries old. Beside her sat Anne Montgomery, who had not a drop of Spanish in her, but whom Mrs. Hofer had done up with a brand–new mantilla of white lace and an immense black fan. Miss Montgomery had a lingering sense of humour, but it suited her to look young and pretty once more, if only for a night. Mrs. Trennahan, who was really fond of Mrs. Hofer, particularly as she had been adroitly persuaded that this party was to be a mere setting for her lovely young daughter, also decorated the gallery in one of the old Yorba mantillas. It had belonged to the beautiful aunt for whom this house had been built by the husband she scorned, and wore it for the first time in her life. Trennahan had shaken with a fit of inward laughter, but had compelled his eyes to express only admiration and approval. Other dowagers sat below, some bediamonded and others not. The old Southern set lived on diminishing incomes. New industries were decreasing the values of the old. They had lost none of their pride, but philosophy had mellowed them, and they were honestly grateful for such splendid diversion. And Mrs. Hofer's suppers cost a small fortune, even in San Francisco. Their offspring cared as little for traditions as for supper, and had married or were marrying into the newer sets, rapidly obliterating what lines were left. As for the new, they were legion, and not to be distinguished by the casual eye from those that trace their descent to the crumbling mansions of South Park and Rincon Hill. And they had the earnest co-operation of the best of the world's milliners. The pick of Bohemia was also present, those that were distinguishing themselves in art and letters, or even on the stage, for Mrs. Hofer had learned some of her lessons in London. All that were now looked upon as county families, spending as they did but 1 or 2 months of the year in the city, had come to town for this ball, but the country towns were represented only by Gwynne and Isabel and the Tom Coltons. The group of men so desperately interested in the municipal affairs of the city disliked and distrusted Colton. But Mrs. Leslie had been born on Rincon Hill, and all doors, old and new, were open to her daughter. Isabel caught a glimpse of Annabelle among the dancers, in a gown of primrose satin almost the color of her hair, and a little diamond tiara made from some old stones of her mother's. "Well," exclaimed Isabel, "what do you think of us? Is it not a wonderful scene?" Gwynne nodded. "All that is wanting is a background of caballeros in the gallery, silk and ruffles, and hair tied with ribbons." But I suppose the old gentleman objected. There must be some limit to Mrs. Hofer's powers of persuasion. But yes, it is a wonderful scene, and you are a wonderful people to take so much trouble. The waltz finished, and Mrs. Hofer bore down upon them. She wore white brocade, the flowers outlined with jewels, shimmering under a cloud of tulle, and her neck and her fashionably dressed head were hardly to be seen for the rubies and diamonds that bound them. She was fairly palpitating with youth and triumph and delight in the dance, and although without beauty or a patrician outline, there was no more radiant vision in the room. She reproached Isabel for being late, informed her that she had ordered all the best men to keep dances for her, summoned several, and then bore off Gwynne to introduce him to the prettiest of the girls. In a few moments Isabel was engaged for every dance before supper. She had given the cotillon to Gwynne. She had realized immediately that upon such a scene, with such a background, she could hope to make no such overwhelming impression as had fallen to the lot of Helena Belmont. Surrounded by buff-colored walls and a small exclusive society, for the most part disdainful of dress. Nevertheless, she was soon pleasurably aware that she was the subject of much comment, not only in the gallery, but among the hundreds of smart young girls and women on the floor, the men that danced, and those that supported the walls. The old beaux, left over from the days when Nina Randolph and Guadalupe Hathaway had reigned, who had put the stamp of an almost incoherent approval upon the dazzling Helena, that famous night of her debut, were dead and dust. But another group, including the quartet that had as promptly declared themselves the suitors and slaves of the exacting beauty, were present to night, critically regarding the débutantes. Their comparisons were less impassioned than those of their old mentors, for they were tired. They had disposed of much of their superfluous enthusiasm in the increased difficulties of making an income, since the brief reign of a heartless witch, whom they still remembered with an occasional pang of sentiment, but more gratitude that they had not her as well as fortune to subdue. None had prospered exceedingly, but all had done very well. They were still in their 40s, but as grey as their fathers had been at 60. Indeed, looked older than Trennahan, who had disdained to add his own and his wife's fortunes, and lived merely to enjoy life, and they would far rather have been in bed. But 3 of them were indulgent family men. Eugene Fort had clung to the single state, but the others were contributing 1 or more daughters to the evening's entertainment. They had all drifted naturally together to discuss the new beauties before retreating to the haven at the top of the house, where there was a billiard table and much good whiskey and tobacco. They were disputing over the respective claims of Inez Trennahan, who was a replica of the California favoritas of a century ago, and Catalina Over, with the Indian blood on her high cheek–bones, and her mouth like an Indian's bow, when Isabel descended the stairs. They promptly gave her the palm, although they did not turn pale, nor lose their breath. "The grand style," said Trennahan. "I wonder will the home–bred youth appreciate it. In your day she would have had a better chance, but most of these worthy young men, when they have been to college at all, have patronized Stanford or Berkeley, in other words, never been out of the state, and, no doubt, prefer the more vivid, frivolous, and essentially modern product." "If it lay with us," said Alan Rush, sadly. "But it is as you say. She will frighten most of the young fellows. By Jove, she looks as if she had danced at Washington's first ball. But that's it. Nothing free and easy there. It's no longer the fashion to be too aristocratic." But Isabel, if she did not create a furore among the young men, who would have thought such a performance beneath their dignity, was, at least, generally admitted to be pretty well as stunning a girl as you might see in a long day's journey, a regular ripper, the handsomest of the bunch, and as far as mere looks went, the pick of the lot. The girls viewed her with no great favour, but the majority of the women, especially those in the galleries, sustained the verdict of the men, and the leader, in the course of the evening, descended and introduced herself, claimed relationship, and graciously intimated that if Isabel cared to join the cotillon clubs and the skating–rink, the skating–rink, an exclusive yet hospitable wing, would be lifted. A young brother of Mr. Hofer, who had also multiplied his paternal million, devoted himself to her seriously, and Gwynne, who soon had enough of dancing, gracefully renounced his claims to the German. They had 1 waltz together, and then he did not see her again until the hour of departure, when he stood in the hall and watched her descend the winding white stair between the roses. He thought her a charming picture in her long white coat, with a lace scarf over her head, and her arms full of costly toys. When she reached his side, she ordered him to put her favours into the pockets of his overcoat, and keep his hand on his pistol, as she would not risk losing one of them, much less her jewels. Her eyes were very bright, and her cheeks deeply flushed, but were the cause of a fully satisfied ambition, he could only guess. Chapter 34. Part 2, Chapter 34 of Ancestors, a Novel, by Gertrude ATHERTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Chapter 34. The hour was 4, and after they had said their last good night to the guests whose homes lay between the Hofer mansion and their own, they met but 1 foot-passenger, as belated as themselves. This was a big man that loomed suddenly out of the fog. Isabel screamed and ran into the middle of the street, and Gwynne, who had obediently taken out his pistol, half raised it, but the man laughed. "I'm on the look–out for them meself," he said in a rich brogue. "Good luck to yez." As they let themselves into the house, Gwynne threw his hat and coat on the settle in the vestibule, and then ran his hand through his hair and rubbed the back of his head, a habit of his when he had a suggestion to make. "I remember we were going to sit up the rest of that night, or morning, after Arcot," he said. "Are you very tired?" "Tired? I shall not sleep a wink for hours. The fire is sure to be laid in the tower room." They went into the small circular room, furnished in several shades of green, that Isabel had retained for her own use, and while she shook down her skirts, Gwynne applied a match to the coals. A raw morning air had penetrated the house, too old-fashioned to have a furnace, but wooden walls are quickly heated. When Gwynne had removed the blower several times and satisfied himself that the hard coals would burn, he resumed the perpendicular. He looked doubtfully at Isabel, who was still wrapped in her cloak and had elevated her feet, covered with the long carriage boots, to the fender. "Shan't you take off those things?" he asked. "You don't look as if you meant to stay." "You can take off the boots, but I'll keep on my coat for a few moments." He laughed as he knelt again. "I certainly am getting broken in. I have known Englishwomen to pull off their husbands' hunting boots after a hard day's work." "The idea!" "Very good idea. Do you mean that you would not?" "Well, I might, as a return favour. You need not take all night to pull off mine." "You might, at least, let virtue be its own reward. It's not often it has the chance." "Well, get up and don't be an idiot. I suppose you have been flirting in the conservatory all the evening, and haven't had time to readjust your mood." "Mrs. Hofer has no conservatory. Great oversight. But I did sit out a dance or two in that room with the immense window." "With whom?" "I have forgotten her name. Will you have a cigarette?" "No, but you may smoke if you like." He had settled himself in a deep chair on the opposite side of the hearth. There was a silence of nearly 10 minutes, until Isabel, suddenly removing her coat, brought Gwynne out of his reverie. "I cannot say that to night was in any sense a repetition of my experience at Arcot," he said abruptly. "That night I have tried to forget it I had enough adulation to turn any man's head. I fancy it was pretty well turned, and that made the wrench during the small hours the more severe. Still, it has been an interesting evening, and one or two things happened." "What?" Isabel was full of her own experiences, but too much of a woman to betray the fact when a man wanted to talk about himself. "I danced for a while, but I had had exercise enough during the day, and didn't care particularly about it. Besides, all the girls I danced with, and that one I sat upstairs with for a few minutes, not only talked my head off, but quizzed me, and I did not understand it. To my amazement, I learned not long after that they know who I am. Can you imagine how it got out?" "They know everything. It is an old saying that the San Francisco girls scent a stranger the moment he leaves the tram at the Oakland Mall, and know all about him before he has registered. The obscurest knight could not hide himself in this town. Rosewater alone saved you so long. How did they quiz you?" "Each began at once to talk about my distinguished relative, Elton Gwynne. I may be more dense than most, or perhaps I was merely bored, but I assumed that they thought I was his brother, and knew his whereabouts. When supper was half over, and I was congratulating myself that I had got out of the cotillon, even with you, for it meant dancing with a lot of others, my host took me firmly by the arm and marched me upstairs. He informed me that he was bored stiff, could see that I was, and had corralled a few more choice spirits. We went, not to the smoking or billiard room, but to his own bedroom, and here I found 4 or 5 of your strenuous millionaires, the reform editor, and the lawyer that looks like a bulldog waiting for the word to spring at the throat of the boss and his whole vile crew. Here we sat and smoked until the air inside was as thick as the fog that blotted out the lights of the city and towns opposite. Of course the talk was of the rotten state of San Francisco. I never heard the whole story before, and it made my hair stand on end. I knew that vice flaunted itself more openly here than elsewhere, but I did not guess that the 1,001 establishments of every sort, from the lowest negro dive under the sidewalk and the snares for the very young of both sexes, straight up to the most gaudy French restaurants, as well as Chinatown, Barbary Coast, and all the rest, paid tribute to the gang of political ruffians that have got control of the city. No wonder the last have developed a preternatural sharpness that makes it next to impossible to bring the charges home, for they will all be rich enough in time to move to Europe and buy up such saleable scions of impoverished houses as happen to be on the market. The thing is as well known as I know that you are my third cousin, but, although the second-rate grafters are brazen enough, it is not worth while to attack them until the boss is done for, and so far he has proved much too clever to be caught. A college man, although of low origin, and an accomplished lawyer of a sort, he pockets huge sums from these disreputable establishments, for himself and his minion, the mayor, and calls them attorney's fees. Naturally the panderers to vice won't admit they are blackmailed. They are between the devil and the deep sea. If the fight came on in earnest, and they gave evidence against the boss, and the boss won, he would clean them all out and put others in. The reformers, if they won, would clean them out too. So naturally they hold their tongues, and hope this reform movement will peter out, as so many others have done. So do the board of supervisors whom the boss also owns, and through him he blackmails the great corporations. But, and when they had got to this point in the talk, there was an abrupt pause, and then Hofer turned to me and said, "Even if you don't come in and join us, which I always hope you will do, I know a man that can keep his mouth shut when I see him. So fire away." And then they discussed the fact that one of their number had recently gone to Washington to ask the president to send out an able man of the government secret service. They have every reason to believe that this request will be complied with. With sufficient evidence, they would then make a quiet crusade in the hope of rousing public spirit to the extent of forcing in a grand jury that could not be bought by the boss. Needless to say, he has controlled every grand jury that has met during his reign, and one might as well hope to convict a wind for unroofing a house, even were he not a master of every legal trick himself. And he has taken less pains to cover up his tracks. In this detective lies their chief hope at present, but what a slender hope it is, when you consider the devil-may-care character of these San Franciscans, who would dance on the edge of hell, with equal nonchalance, if only there were a screen between. There is not an outstanding excuse for forming a vigilance committee, as there was during the Dennis Kearny anti-Chinese riots of 1879, and there is no such aroused public spirit and indignation as sustained the vigilantes of the 50s. These rascals take good care to be non-sensational in their methods, and what the San Franciscan doesn't see won't worry him. The city is rich, prosperous, famous, tourists are pouring in, the best in drama and opera comes yearly, to be presented in fire-traps whose owners pay toll to the boss. They already have the handsomest hotels in the world, the finest cooking, climate, even earthquakes, severe ones, have moved elsewhere. What can you do with a people like that? They are fairly insolent in their sense of security. Let the political gang make their share. There is enough for all, but don't bother us. Let us be happy. Vive la bagatelle. There you have the motto of San Francisco. By the time they had threshed the subject out, explaining details and plans to me, as if I were already one of them, I was feeling pretty uncomfortable. Naturally, I blurted out that I could no longer accept their hospitality and confidence on false pretenses, and told them who I was. Each got up in turn, solemnly held out his hand and said, "Shake." Then Hofer informed me that they had all been practically certain for some time that I was myself, being good enough to add, "We knew there couldn't be more than one of you, and we are also able to put two and two together, occasionally." Before we thought of it, however, you struck us all as being a man accustomed to homage. Later we discovered that you were chock full of 7 different kinds of ability, and it was then that the twos began to move towards each other on the board. And we decided that we must have you here, right here in San Francisco. What can a man like you find in a God-forsaken place like Rosewater, anyhow? Viegopolis! You can't afford to hail from there. It would stick to you for the rest of your life, and we have just got to have you. We may have some of the ablest lawyers in the country in San Francisco, and a few honest ones, but we can accommodate one more, and a man that will throw over a great title and an already won name for the sake of standing on his own legs. That's the sort of stuff the old pioneers were made of. So here you must come and stand shoulder to shoulder with us." I replied that I must finish my law studies with Judge Leslie first, and have some little practice under his direction; that I intended to go in for politics, but that for some years all the power over men I could acquire would be through the law, and I had remarkable chances for contact in and about Rosewater, where, moreover, if they learned who I was, it would not matter much. It might be quite otherwise in the city. To this they agreed, that is to say, that I should remain in Rosewater for 6 months or a year longer; but they asked me to promise that if any great emergency arose, in which they believed I could be of use, I would come at their call. And I promised. He rose and moved restlessly about the room. "Upon my word!" he exclaimed. And Isabel, who had not taken her eyes off him, although he had addressed the greater part of his talk to the fire, noted that he was paler than usual, and that his eyes were very bright. "Upon my word, I really do feel more elated than on that night at Arcot. That small devoted band of men, most of them with millions they might take to the most civilized capitals of the world and spend in splendid enjoyment. I never have met such patriotism. It is magnificent. And to find it out here, in this stranded city, that fascinates the very heart out of you, by the way, I don't know that I wonder so much. I believe I shall succumb myself in time. It is like being on another planet. At any rate, I hated myself to-night for any sickness of spirit I may have permitted to linger. For a while my very personality seemed to melt into what may prove an even greater cause than all that appears on the surface. The present California may be merely the nucleus of a great future Western civilization, so unlike the Eastern, that no doubt it will dissever itself in time and breed some wider divergences, until the old generic term American will no longer apply to both. Moreover, it already feels that it owns the Pacific, and faces the Orient alone. And to rebuild this city, you have seen the Burnham plans, transform it into the most beautiful city of the modern world, to give it a great, instead of a merely brilliant and erratic, civilization, a perfect administration, what dreamers! What imagination! It is an inspiration to come into contact with an idealism that money, and power, and daily contact with the mean and base in human nature— "I could love you!" cried Isabel. "If you say any more, I believe I shall kiss you again." "If you do," said Gwynne, deliberately, "I shall neither pinch you nor push you away. But you may regret it, nevertheless." He threw himself once more into his chair, and clasped his hands behind his head. "It is an astonishing fact," he said. "I was reading the story of the Kearney riots, only the other day. The commentator was very severe on the Irish and German element that imperiled the city for purely personal reasons, that was responsible for the most remarkable and reprehensible of all the state constitutions. That was not quite 30 years ago. Whether any of these men, who are mainly of Irish or German descent, are the sons or grandsons of any of those old sandlot agitators, I have no means of knowing. Probably not. Their fortunes were no doubt already in the making, and the founders had graduated from the class that went to sandlot meetings and shouted, "The Chinese must go." But it is certainly one of the oddest evolutions in history that it should be the descendants of that foreign element alone that take any real interest in this city. They are ardent to reform it, beautify it, that are willing to devote their time and a good part of their fortunes to that end. So far, although I have met in the clubs many old gentlemen of charming manners and prehistoric descent, that is, from '49, or even the more pretentious East and South, and at all other sorts of places their sons, who are either building up new fortunes or spending old ones, there is not one, so far as my observation serves me, that has lifted a finger to fling off this octopus. Hoffer says they have even ceased to grumble. Their incomes are assured. Some are merely well off, others immensely wealthy, with a sufficiency invested elsewhere. All can command about the same amount of luxury, however their establishments may vary in splendor, and nothing can exceed the luxury of their clubs. The older men, at least, and they are not so old, have subsided into a slothful content that makes them a cross between a higher sort of carnivorous animal and the tacit supporters of the criminals in power. These friends of mine, whose fathers may or may not have listened to Kearney in the sand-lots, are worth the whole lot of your ancient aristocracy, hybrid anyhow. And if I do hang out my shingle here in San Francisco, they are the only ones I care anything about knowing. They are the only real Americans I have met, for that matter, according to your own standards." He broke off abruptly, and leaned forward, smiling at his companion. "I meant to ask you as soon as we got home to tell me all about your first great party in your beloved city, but I have been led away by my natural egotism. You were, by general acclaim, I fancy, the beauty of the evening. Did you enjoy it all as much as you expected?" "I fancy I should have enjoyed it more if I had been upstairs with you. I found it more of an effort than I had imagined to make conversation with those young men. Of course I enjoyed being openly admired and besought for dances. Who wouldn't? But I never deluded myself for a moment that I was anything approaching those old-time belles. As the conditions have passed away, however, my vanity doesn't suffer. At all events, I am going to carry out my programme and rush about to everything that is given this week, to forget Rosewater, every aspiration, all that ever happened to me. Every girl should have one girl's good time, and although mine is belated, it would be silly to let it pass. Besides, I am curious to see if I really delude myself." "So am I. I have an idea you won't. You are quite different from all those girls, who are at the same time the brightest and the most frivolous, the most feminine and the most modern, the most daring and the most indifferent, I have ever met. Those that have been as carefully brought up as our 90th cousin Inez Trennahan are simply moulds for the future to run into. There were several young persons that looked as if they might go pretty far in the conservatory. Perhaps that is the reason Mrs. Hofer has none. She appears to have Irish virtue in excess, and I expect the larky would get short shrift from her. But you are quite unlike them all." "I'm a Californian," said Isabel defiantly. "Yes, but of a very exclusive sort, to say nothing of the peculiar circumstances that were bound to breed seriousness of mind. And you have quite a distinguished collection of real ancestors, and intellect instead of mere cleverness. It is only once in a while that your, let me whisper it, Western frankness and ingenuousness leap out, the impulsiveness, the electric passion. When a certain amount of readjustment has gone on inside of you, and your more natural elements work their way up and take possession, I really believe I shall fall in love with you, and marry you out of hand, if you remain as beautiful as you are to-night." "All right," said Isabel, pretending to stifle a yawn. "That would be interesting. All the clocks are booming something. Let us go out and see if the sun is rising." She wrapped herself in her cloak once more, and they climbed to the crest of the hill and watched the sun rise behind the Berkeley mountains and bathe San Francisco in trembling fire. It routed what was left of the fog, although for a time the walls and waters of the Golden Gate looked darker than before, and Tamalpais was a mountain of onyx. In a few moments the smoke that wrapped the San Francisco day in a brown perpetual haze began to ascend first from the little chimneys and then from the great stacks. But until then every steeple, every tower, the great piles of stone and brick in the valley, the old gardens full of eucalyptus trees and weeping willows, the strange assortment of architectures on Nob Hill, even the rows of houses on the tapering half-circle of hills beyond the valley, miles away, stood out as bright and sharp and shadowless as if caught and imprisoned in a crystal ball. It was the drifting smoke that seemed to bind all together and make the city fit for humanity. Gwynne pointed to a spot far to the southeast in the valley between Market Street, the wide diagonal highway that cut the city in two and ran from the ferries almost to the foot of Twin Peaks, and the high mound known as Rincon Hill. "There," he said, are the hovels and shops that cover the block belonging to my mother and myself, and that is to make us rich. Half is practically sold, and the proceeds, and the money raised on the other half, will erect a building that is to cost some $200,000. The insurance rates will be enormous, but even so the income should be really a great one. If all goes well, the foundations, of reinforced concrete, although they still laugh at earthquakes, but Mr. Colton is a monster of caution, will be laid in about 6 weeks, and then I shall watch the steel framework rise with a very considerable interest." "That means the beginnings of a millionaire. Do you really care so much to be rich?" "I know the value of money," said Gwynne, dryly. "I have no intention of buying men after the fashion of your friend Tom Colton, but it is a mighty good background for personality. Now you had better go in and get some beauty sleep." CHAPTer 34 Part II, Chapter 35 of Ancestors, a Novel by Gertrude Atherton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Chapter 35 Miss Montgomery called as Isabel and Gwynne were sitting down to luncheon at 2:00. She was not in the best of tempers, for she had renewed her youth briefly the night before. Her old admirers had shown her much gallant attention, and if she had gone home with a song in her heart and a flame in her eyes, she had been but the more conscious of the wooden spoon upon awakening. She had risen with no very keen regret for her vanished claims upon men long since married and consoled, for she had never been what is called a marrying girl, but with her mind inclined to gloomy meditation upon lost opportunities far more dear. She had never ceased to believe that, the fates conspiring, she might have become one of the great musicians of the world. For although she was willing to admit the defect of will that had reduced her to the ranks, she had not grasped the historic fact that the born artist accomplishes his fulfillment in spite of all obstacles, imagined or real. Her obstacles had been purely sentimental, for her family were commonplace selfish people not worth considering, and her endowment being just short of distinguished, a misplaced sense of duty and the stultifying influences of her home were responsible for her profession as caterer at the age of 36. Her people had belonged to the type that held an aristocratic disgust. The "woman who did things" showed herself to the public. Moreover, as Isabel had told Gwynne, they worshipped the flower-like artistic young creature, and would let neither the world nor man have aught of her. She was 28 when her family died, and knowing that as a music teacher she could not hope to compete with finished instructors, she had looked over her other talents and found that the only one which promised immediate returns was a certain knack for sauces and sweets. All her friends rushed to her assistance, and while broiling over a hot stove, stirring jam, wished that dear Anne were not so proud and would accept a check without any fuss. But Miss Montgomery quickly graduated from this amateur stage. She set herself deliberately to work to become a chef, and from offerings to the Women's Exchange, she was soon supplying choice dishes for luncheons, and finally entire dinners. She had a warm friend in the then leader of San Francisco society, and her own cleverness and indomitable perseverance did the rest. She sometimes reflected that if she had found the iron in her nature sooner, she might have been fiddling in Vienna, but perhaps her highest gift had really been culinary. Perhaps she needed the enthusiastic encouragement which she found on all sides when she embraced that appealing art. At all events, she succeeded, was educating a promising orphan relative, and laying by for her old age. Another friend, no doubt, was the massive family silver, which had escaped the wreck. Many of the new people, Mrs. Hofer among others, did not care for the responsibility of a luxury so tempting to thieves, and for which they had no innate predilection. They were more than willing to pay a reasonable sum for ancestral decorations upon state occasions, and to dine from artistic plated ware meanwhiles. Not but there was a sufficiency of solid bullion to be seen on many a San Francisco table, and there were several golden services in the city. But rich people have all sorts of economical kinks, and Miss Montgomery found this one profitable. Another thing, no doubt, that had contributed to her success was the businesslike attitude she had assumed as soon as she felt herself a professional. She accompanied her refections to the kitchen door, although the front was always open to her, and philosophically pocketed the customary tip. And she had struggled valiantly against becoming an embittered old maid. In the main had succeeded. To the world, at least, she rarely turned a scowl, and she had never lost a friend. But there were times when she hated her parents. Since Isabel's return she had had more than one rebellious hour, for Isabel had taken her life in both hands, snapped her fingers at restraints and small conventions, and, so far at least, had made good. The younger girl's development to one that had known her always was extraordinary. On the other hand, she exulted in the prospect of a member of the old set coming prominently to the front once more. She had spent a week with Isabel at Old Inn and received a certain measure of confidence. She hoped that Isabel would really make a fortune, and urged her to follow Gwynne's example and put up a modern building on her San Francisco property. Money was easy to raise, for change and improvement possessed San Franciscans like an epidemic, and few but were not anxious to convert south of Market Street into a great business district. Although she was grateful to the new people, particularly Ada Hofer, who, to use the lady's own expression, made things hum, in her heart she disliked the breed, and deeply resented the fact that the old set, even those by no means impoverished, to-day formed little more than a background. They were to be seen everywhere. They were still a power in a way, but they were by no means prosilient. Therefore, as she sat in the old dark dining-room on Russian Hill, and listened to Isabel's praise of the interest that Hofer and his set took in the political and artistic regeneration of the city, she was moved to break out tartly, "Are you giving them credit for altruism? They have their millions invested here. Naturally they crave a reasonable prospect of retaining them, also of increasing them by filling Fairmont and other projected caravansaries of the rich with winter tourists from the East, possibly Europe. They not only fear the corporation cormorants, whom they can never reach so long as the board of supervisors is controlled by the boss himself and all his devouring horde, but the greatest menace of all, that San Francisco will in time, and before very long, be owned body and soul by the labor unions. Then, even if they managed to save their wealth, the city would be intolerable for the socially ambitious and even the merely refined." "You are unfair," said Gwynne, "for these men all have enough to pull out and invest elsewhere. They could go to New York and buy a big position, as so many of their predecessors have done, or to London. Of course no man ever lived that was wholly disinterested, unless he was a fanatic, but it is vastly to the credit of these men that they love their own city, stand by it, determined to make it livable not only for themselves but for future generations, instead of moving away and becoming millionaires of leisure. Oh yes, I don't deny that they have enthusiasm, the remnant, no doubt, of what in their European ancestors was temperament. Americans don't have temperament, or if we have we are far too self-conscious to show it. In the East it has been quite eradicated. Out here, where gambling is still in the blood, and that blood is mixed, where the air is full of electricity, and the very ground under your feet none too certain, we are a little more primitive. We have an excitability that makes strangers find us more like the Latin races of Europe than our relatives beyond the Rockies. And although the set you admire does not drink, nor live the all-night life, it has its own demands for spice and variety, and its own ways of gratifying them. Love of change, love of any sort of a fight, is in the blood of your true Californian, particularly here in San Francisco, where all the great gambling fevers, from the days of '49 to the wild speculations in Virginia City stocks in '76, have raged up and down. Your friends are merely playing a big game. Successive defeats and the formidable front of the enemy make it the more stimulating. They have that fanatical love of San Francisco that any one out here has who doesn't hate it, and they find it more exciting to stay here and gamble for big stakes than to watch their wives spend money in New York and console them for snubs. Another point, they are far more enterprising than the rich men's sons that preceded this generation, or set, rather. They keep on making money, you may have observed, and fashions change. New York society is no longer the Mecca of the worldly San Franciscan, and it has become the fashion to invest huge amounts here, in many cases entire fortunes. These men really could not pull out without great loss of income, and they all know how safe it is to leave one's interests in other people's hands. In this town, at least, no one has ever done that without regretting it. If the fashion has changed, I dare say it is these men that have changed it. I always bow to feminine logic, but nothing you have said so far has changed my attitude. Besides, I admire their taste. This is the only part of America that has made any appeal to me, and there is no question that if they force through the Burnham plans, this city, with its wonderful natural advantages, will be as beautiful as ancient Athens. Surely you must admit ideality in men that can conceive such an ideal and cling to it, no matter how forlorn the hope. That's just what I object to. The least imaginative of us realizes that nature gave San Francisco a beautiful face, and that man has done all he could to scar it. But even did these men obtain control, which they can't short of lynch law, it would take half a century to remove the old city piecemeal. Do you imagine property owners are going to change their natures and sacrifice profitable office buildings and shops for the sake of widening streets and making boulevards and parks? Do you realize what it would mean in the way of individual sacrifice to build winding roads about these hills instead of the improved and perpendicular gullies we have today? Not even your own would do it. They merely dream and talk, although no doubt they would make all the changes that promise large personal profits. I suspect that the secret of their zeal is the desire to deflect the tourist tide from south to north." Gwynne laughed. He was a stubborn idealist, and having found something at last to admire, he purposed to hug it. "You belong to the pessimistic camp. I discovered that when you honored Old Inn, and I have lived here long enough to learn that it is full enough. But you are all different from other Americans, and for that reason I find the most discontented of you interesting." But Miss Montgomery suspected that he was quizzing her, and would not be drawn further. Instead, she proposed a walk, and Gwynne in his turn suggested that they go over and look at his property, which he had visited once only. Miss Montgomery knew the history of every house, old and new, and told them many anecdotes as they walked down the steep hills or along the cross streets to Kearney at the base. The new houses had fine gardens, the old ones were gloomy with eucalypti or ragged with palms, but everywhere were flowers, even at this season, giving an immediate relief to the eye from the long, dull perspective. On 6 days out of the 7 the streets were torn with wind when they were not drenched with rain, and in the dry season the dust was intolerable, although San Franciscans vowed it was a part of the picture and missed it when abroad. But gay as certain sections of San Francisco was at night, its residence districts always had a deserted air, and on Sunday nothing could exceed the brown desolation of the shopping streets. From a variety of causes San Franciscans were averse from too much pedestrianism, and one could walk for blocks and pass nothing but an occasional carriage, or the trolley cars shrieking up and down the hills, or emptying themselves into Kearney and Montgomery streets with the racket of a besieging army. But this Christmas Day it was clear and warm, and the wind drifted about as if its wings were tired. All the world was on the cable and trolley cars, but bound for park and sea, and in the opposite direction from the 3 on their way to the valley south of Market Street. Kearney Street would have looked like a necropolis had it not been for several patient horses standing with their feet on the pavement, their ears cocked towards a saloon, or establishment for rifle practice. And even Market Street, on weekdays barely passable with its trucks, 4 lines of cars, and a mass of humanity, was almost deserted. They walked past the Palace Hotel, down Second Street, and by many dingy, peeling, low-browed, and entirely hideous shops and flats, with glimpses into unsavoury cross-streets, until they came to the block owned by the Otises since the early '50s. Even in its present condition the rents were considerable, and as it was but a stone's throw from several other new office buildings, there was no question that in the course of a few years the land value would be doubled, and Gwynne regretted being forced to sell a portion of his share in order to be able to erect a building large enough to pay. What was left of Hiram Otis's portion, inherited by Isabel, stood on the opposite corner, and now yielded only ground rent, the old buildings having crumbled on the stock market. But the land could be sold conditionally, and once more Miss Montgomery suggested building. Gwynne turned to Isabel with interest. "Do!" he exclaimed. "Come in with us, and we'll put up a larger building. Sell your land, and I'll borrow money on one of the ranches and sell out my consols. Then I can hold on to all this, and we'll none of us have so long to wait for large returns." "I am afraid of fires," said Isabel dubiously. "The most vivid memories of my childhood are standing at my window on the hill in my nightgown and watching whole blocks down here in flames. The wonder is that yours have never gone. Now I get my ground rent, no matter what happens." But before she had finished speaking, she had made a sudden movement towards Gwynne. "I will do it," she said. "It will be better all round." "Good! And I intend to put on outside shutters of asbestos, so, with walls of concrete and steel, and as little wood inside as possible, we should weather anything short of subterranean fires." Then Miss Montgomery took them through South Park, the oval enclosure surrounded by high, brown, sad-looking houses, looking down upon a bit of dusty green, and pointed out the long deserted mansions of the Randolphs, the Hathaways, the Hunt McLeans, and of others who had dispensed the simple, lavish hospitality of the '50s and '60s. She was intensely proud of the fact that her mother had been born in South Park, and pointed with a sigh, not all unconscious affectation, to the stiff 3-storied house that had come, with so many others, round the Horn in the '50s. Beside it, looking like an old man with his arms hanging and his jaw fallen, its windows vacant and broken, its paint long renewed, and cobwebs on the doorstep, stood the Randolph house, the theatre of the most poignant of all San Francisco's initial tragedies. Isabel had told Gwynne the story of Nina Randolph, and as Anne repeated it he recalled the name of Dudley Thorpe, and remembered that he had left the reputation of a good parliamentarian and M.F.H. They went up to Rincon Hill, once the haughty elder sister of South Park, now looking like a lonely island in a dirty sea covered with wreckage. There still remained several handsome old ivy-covered mansions, and many beautiful as well as picturesquely dilapidated gardens. Rincon Hill had contributed 2 peeresses to England, Lee Tarleton and Tiny Montgomery, and Gwynne not only knew them both, but was the more interested, as Cecil Maundrell's sudden elevation to the earldom of Barnstaple during his active youth had served as an object lesson to himself. Mrs. Montgomery's old home was in good repair, but she was in Europe as usual, and Randolph Montgomery, now in the diplomatic service, too independent for the machine (he had been driven out of politics some years since), preferred the more central comforts of a hotel when he visited San Francisco. 2 old family servants were sunning themselves in the garden. The window curtains were presumably packed in camphor, and the dim panes suggested a cobwebbed and desolate interior. Gwynne glanced across the ugly, shabby, but teeming valley to the symbols of stupendous energies concentrated on its edge, and the variegated magnificence of the hills, piling like roughly terraced cliffs above it. Then west to the mountains by the sea, green, unclaimed by man as yet, although the dead were thick on the hills just below. It was a city struggling out of chaos, but perhaps more interesting than it would be a century hence, when it had fulfilled its destiny and become a great metropolis of white marble and stone. A century? Nowhere had era succeeded era with such startling rapidity. Nowhere in one short half–century had the genus American passed through so many phases. The evidences were all before him. Once again he had the impression of standing in the presence of hoary age, ugly, premature age. Was that the secret of the vague suggestion of an unthinkable antiquity that so often rose like a ghost in his mind? The girls announced that they should ride back, and they walked over and took a Third Street car. It was almost empty when they entered, but was invaded at the next corner by a belated pleasure party bound for the park. A noisy, disreputable crowd of flashy men, and girls with bold, tired eyes, a thick coat of the white paint which has made the fortune of the San Francisco chemist, and gaudy, cheap attire. Known in the vernacular as "chippies," they bore a crude Western resemblance to the Parisian grisette, and what they lacked in style they made up in sound. They were the class that monopolized boats and trains on Sundays, screaming steadily through the tunnels, and returned late, no longer happy because no longer able to make a noise. One of the young women pointed a finger at Gwynne, screaming, "I choose you!" and plumped herself on his lap, to the suppressed delight of Isabel and Miss Montgomery. But Gwynne looked blankly at her ill–buttoned back and the immense buckle of her belt, while the rest of the party, those that sat and those that swung to and fro at the straps, mocked her for choosing so unresponsive a night. The car stopped to accommodate another relay, and Gwynne by a deft movement transferred the lady to his own seat, and engineered the girls out of the car, before two hoodlums, who were working their way up from the lower floor, could reach them. They found a garage and a good automobile, and spent an hour or two out on the Ocean Boulevard. When they returned to town, Miss Montgomery alighted at one of the hotels where she was to dine, and the chauffeur announcing that he could not make another hill, Gwynne and Isabel started for home on foot. The city rose in a succession of hills from the level, and they climbed slowly, talking little. Suddenly Gwynne laid his hand on Isabel's arm and stopped, directing her gaze upward. They were at the foot of one of the narrow, almost perpendicular blocks that rose between Pine and California streets. On either side were brown, old–fashioned houses, several of them set back from the street, and surrounded by trees and high close fences. It was almost dark, but a moon was due, so the street lamps were not lit. Crawling down from the street above, on one side only, and clinging to the upper houses, was the advance guard of the fog. It had come in stealthily, and halted for a moment, taking strange shapes. It looked like the ghost of an ancient fog, and the very houses, in which not a light had appeared, might have been deserted for a century. In a moment it began to crawl down the side of the street, seeming to fill the whole city with silence. It was a scene indescribably gloomy, haunting, forbidding, and to Gwynne, who had studied the city in many lonely rambles, to whisper of the unrelieved gloom of lives behind that stage where the most famous of American follies danced for ever in her cap and bells. The spirit of sympathy was in the fog and the brief darkness for the thousands of broken, dogged men and women that rarely caught sight of the cap and bells. For them the ashes, the embittered memories, the blasted hopes, the quiet, sullen hatred for the city that had devoured their hearts and left them automatons. This was a phase of the city's life of which the enthusiastic, shallow tourist had never a hint. It took a man of genius like Gwynne to feel the genius of the city in all its sinister variety. He had hardly pieced his impressions together as yet, but he told Isabel a little of what his subconscious ego had formulated. And she had never liked him so well as when she took his arm, and they ascended into the sudden downrush of the fog. Chapter 35. Part 2, Chapter 36 of Ancestors, a novel by Gertrude ATHERTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Chapter 36. Gwynne returned to Lumalitas on the following day, and Isabel moved down to Mrs. Hofer's. This had seemed a rather superfluous proceeding to Miss Otis, but Mrs. Hofer would take no denial, and lodged her guest in a suite the luxury of which at first delighted and then stifled her. She liked splendor and luxury in the abstract, but some lingering shade of Puritanism in her resented the enthrallment of the higher faculties. Her rooms were upholstered with satin from floor to ceiling, the toilet table was bedecked with gold, and the furniture had been made for some favorite of Napoleon during the First Empire. Isabel was haunted by a vague sense of impropriety, which she ridiculed but could not stifle. And for the first time in her life she became weary of flowers. When she arrived, there was an abundance of the more costly in her boudoir, those that were raised in hothouses that the rich might not be balked in their laudable desire to spend, and before the week was over, her rooms, as she wrote to Gwynne, chuckling on his veranda, looked like a florist's shop and smelt like a funeral. Everybody she met, and several that she did not, sent her the floral tribute. The bell rang every hour. When the imperturbable footman finally appeared with a box that looked like a child's coffin, Isabel told him pettishly to throw it into the backyard. All Americans send flowers to a pretty girl as a matter of course, but the San Franciscan indulges in an avalanche where his more economical Eastern brother is content with good measure, pressed down but not running over. But the offerings were by no means confined to the young men that Isabel met at the functions of the week. Old friends of the family were interested to welcome to their midst the beautiful daughter, albeit somewhat eccentric, of Jim Otis and Mary Belmont. Enthusiastic maidens and others, anxious to proclaim their delight in this sudden invasion of their preserves, sent roses with stems 4 feet long, and chrysanthemums that looked like painted cauliflowers. After a tea at the Presidio, given in the open square, and in honor of the descendant of its most historic commandante, Don José Arguello, that reclaimed precinct being singularly prolific in flowers, the offerings arrived on the following day in an ambulance. It was an energetic week. When Mrs. Hofer was not herself entertaining, she and her guest lunched and dined out daily, attended several teas every afternoon, a cotillon, a skating masque, and 5 balls. 2 of the luncheons were at Burlingame and Menlo Park, whence they motored as valiantly as if the roads were European. How so much was crowded into one short week, Isabel never understood, but finally came to the conclusion that the rush at its worst was better than remaining for 2 consecutive waking hours in the Hofer mansion. Mrs. Hofer was always amiable and charming, but she was overwhelming. Her energies demanded the safety valve of constant speech, and she was one of those American hostesses that hold that to neglect a guest is an unpardonable breach of hospitality. She even gave up her bridge for the week. Moreover, Isabel was not long discovering that she contributed her part towards the sustenance of that wondrous buoyancy, those eternal high spirits, that glorious joie de vivre. The woman was an unconscious vampire. Men did not feel it, and saw only her irresistible youth, but she squeezed women as she did her morning sponge, and had no real intimates. Although few, herself least of all, understood the secret. If she had liked Isabel less, it would have been more endurable, but she had never liked any one more, to say nothing of the fact that she was determined to give her the time of her life. She descended upon her helpless guest with a rush of silken skirts that sounded like wings, and a torrent of bright chatter during every unoccupied hour or moment. Isabel's only experience of hospitality heretofore had been in England, where a guest might die and be resurrected between the formal hours of reunion, and the hostess be none the wiser. It had never occurred to her that visiting might become hard labor, and as she had met few people whom she had liked as spontaneously as Ada Hofer, she had come to her without a misgiving. But she was soon hiding behind the curtains of the big rooms downstairs, and upon one memorable occasion took refuge under the library table, while the sweet, rapid voice of the hostess clarioned throughout the house. She was drawn guiltily forth by a deep chuckle from the armchair in the window. Mr. Toole regarded her with a twinkle in his bright old eyes, and no resentment. "I won't tell on ye," he said. "I feel like it myself at times. Ada's a good child, as good as a born egoist can be. But, well, we are not all made on the same plan. And this life don't suit you. You're a dreamer. I know one when I see one, for I've that side to myself. And now that life is easy, it's most the only side I've got left. Sit down in that corner behind the bookcase, and I'll read to you from one of the old poets, Byron belike. If Ada finds us, I'll send her kiting. She didn't bring me up." When Isabel, in the solitude of her bed, found time to think, she concluded that if she could eliminate all men from her week except Mr. Hofer and those of his particular set, she might still enjoy herself. The San Francisco society youth has always been a failure. Except in rare instances, he has not been outside his native state, has read nothing, and is casual of manner. Although more young men of the favored class attend the home universities than formerly, the students that derive the full benefit of these institutions are rarely those that intend to make a business of dancing, and calling on Sunday afternoons. It is yet too soon to weld cultivation with leisure, and, for the matter of that, most of the society youth have their living to make, combining business and fashion with a moderate success. Like Wellington's puppies, they have proved themselves of sound metal, and put to the crucial test, but as an intellectual diversion they might as well be mechanical toys. The leader has not yet arisen that can permanently combine the older and younger sets. They mingle at great functions, but the dancing set monopolizes the season's stage. Of this set, Mrs. Hofer was an enthusiastic member, and even at dinner rarely entertained any other. Occasionally, and once during Isabel's visit, she invited some friends of her husband, who never went to parties, and often entertained when his wife was elsewhere. But these men did as much talking as listening, and that was no part of Mrs. Hofer's system. Isabel had flashing vistas of small groups of men and women, distinguished socially as well as mentally, that entertained each other, or met at a new club through which Mrs. Hofer whisked her one night. A club where the best of Bohemia met the more intellectual members of society, and she knew that in these groups she might find also the higher class business and professional men, and a few of leisure that enjoyed life without either dancing or drinking. But Mrs. Hofer, although far too well satisfied with life and herself to be a snob, loved brilliancy, splendor, constant excitement, dancing, chatter, and only her chosen set could provide the banquet. She could dance every night from 10 until 2, and awaken in mid-morning as fresh as a rose. She had the wardrobe of the storied princess, and her guests and friends must contribute their share to the brilliancy of all gatherings. She detested shabbiness. It was the only thing that depressed her spirits. Proud as she was of her husband, his aims, and his position in the community, his friends and their themes frankly bored her. She liked talk, not conversation. She really loved him, however, and was far too clever to let him feel neglected. He was inordinately proud of her, and grateful that she permitted him to give his time to his own interests, instead of dragging him about to groan against the wall. She had her little crosses and disappointments, for she had many servants and dressmakers, but on the whole, Isabel had never seen any one so persistently happy, nor with more reason. Even her 3 children were as sturdy as young calves, and although they yelled like demons for an hour every morning, reawaking to the sense of a vague something life still denied them, and infuriated at the thought, Mrs. Hofer merely turned over on her pillow with an indulgent smile. It never occurred to her that the rest of the household might be less indulgent, and the nursery above Isabel's room was not the least of the causes that contributed to a frantic longing for the 31st of December. End of chapter 36. Part 2, Chapter 37 of Ancestors, a Novel by Gertrude Atherton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Chapter 37. But it was not until 4 o'clock on the day of release that she found herself actually alone in her chilly and chaste boudoir on the higher hill. Mrs. Hofer escorted her home, and remained for many last words. Then Isabel fell into a chair before the mounting fire and shut her eyes. Lady Victoria was out. Gwynne was not expected until the evening train. She wished that she had not promised to dine with the Stones at 7. The house was as silent as a tomb, but while she was still rejoicing in the sudden cessation of sound and motion, the door opened and Gwynne entered. She gave him a surly nod, and he explained that he had come down in the morning in order to be at hand to welcome her, had even meditated going to her rescue. Isabel deigned no reply, and he took possession of a deep chair, settled himself on his backbone, and regarded her attentively. "I am sorry you have not enjoyed your week as much as I have done," he observed. "The weather has been magnificent, and I have spent all the days out of doors, riding, walking, duck shooting, taking liberties with your boat, and even your launch. I never enjoyed myself more. After such close study and all the rest of it, I suppose. I must say, you don't look very fit. You are pale instead of white, and, well, cross. Judging from those models of literary elegance and Christian charity, the San Francisco Weekly Society sheets, with which I whiled away that infernal train journey, you have been fated, like visiting royalty, photographed by the foremost in his art, which would appear to be the equivalent of painted for the Academy. And your family history seems to have been written up from old files, with even more picturesqueness than accuracy." "I wish you would keep still. You didn't talk half so much in England. I shall hate you if you become wholly American." "I'm a born egotist. Ask my mother. Or my long-suffering friends and constituents. You did all the talking at Capheaton, or gave me a wide berth. But here my mother neither talks nor listens." He paused suddenly and lowered his voice. "Is anything the matter with my mother, do you think? I never saw any one so changed. Do you suppose she hates California and is staying here only on my account? I have offered more than once to pay her bills, and she is used to them anyway. For heaven's sake, persuade her to go back and enjoy herself in her own fashion. I really don't need her, haven't time. And in spite of your liberal thorns and maddening incomprehensibilities, you can always put homesickness to flight. Sometimes I think she is ill, and then again she looks as fit as ever." "She has developed nerves. All women get them some time or other, and there is a certain order of women with whom beauty and fascination are a vocation. When those pass, they hate life." "What rot! No doubt she's a bit off her feed and restless. Probably the climate doesn't suit her. Heaven knows it is nervous enough. But I don't pretend to understand women. What's up with you? Didn't you enjoy being a belle, after all?" "I was not a belle. I was a distinct failure." "What?" Gwynne sat up and forward. "If you want to psychologize, fire away. It always interests me." "I have no intention of psychologizing. I haven't had time to think. But I do know that a life lived all on the surface, and at a lightning speed, doesn't suit me a bit." She gave him a rapid sketch of her week. "I was with them, but not of them, no doubt of that. Old Mr. Toole told me one day that I was a dreamer, and I am afraid that is the solution. I like to imagine myself doing things, but I don't like actually doing them. I found that out over and over again in Europe. I can't tell you how I have longed for a girl's good time here in San Francisco, denied all these years and my birthright. I was bored everywhere. I cannot make talk. I can only talk spontaneously when I am interested. I couldn't even enjoy the dancing, for the prospect of entertaining those brats between times. And they were all afraid of me. I never could be a belle like either the old ones or the new ones. The fault lies wholly in myself, not in circumstances or materials. I don't really want it." No girl can be a social success unless she cares tremendously for it. Merely pretty girls are often popular simply because popularity is the breath of life to them. I wouldn't try it again for anything on earth. I long to be at home watching the marsh and not a soul to talk to. That was all I was made for, a dreamer. I am terribly disappointed." "But society is a mere phase. So is Stone's Bohemia. The town is full of clever people. You can select and form your own set when you are ready." "I am afraid I don't care about it. I dislike the actual effort. So long as Mr. Hofer and those men are talking I am interested, but even so I have enjoyed far more thinking about and planning to know them. I am nothing but a dreamer." "And you have just discovered that?" asked Gwynne, curiously. "I may not have made an exhaustive study of woman, but up to a certain point I know you, and I have not waited for Father O'Toole to enlighten me. I could have told you that you would hate all this sort of thing. You had a mere taste of it in English country houses, where entertaining has reached such a point of perfection that a man never feels so much at home as when in some one else's house. If you had waited for a London season, you would have been as quickly disillusioned." "You have the most impossible ideals." "I can't realize them when I am alone," said Isabel, defiantly. "I shall be as happy as ever on the ranch the day after to morrow." "That sort of happiness will do very well for a while, living in your imagination and all that. But what is it going to lead to?" "Lead to? It is enough in itself." "You can't live on moonshine for ever. I told you before that I understood your particular form of idealism, but although I believe that man will certainly be happier when he lives more within that structure of infinite variety, himself, less and less dependent upon the aggregations life has devised for amusing and tormenting him, still we must reach that condition by very slow degrees. If we take it with a leap, the result will be an ugly and disastrous selfishness. If you can prove to the world that you have found happiness in the cultivation of the higher faculties, you will serve a purpose in life, for you will encourage a certain class of women born with such serious lacks in the health or the affections, or even in the power to endure the mere monotonies of married life, that they are better off alone, but who often feel themselves a failure and drop into morbidity and decay. That means contact for your highness, however. If you sit down by your marsh for the rest of your life and dream, you miss the whole point. And when time forced you to realize the uncompromising selfishness of such a life, where would your happiness be then?" "Now you are talking by the book. Why are we so sure that it is part of our duty to make others happy? That may be but one more superstition to rout. If we manage to be happy ourselves, and through the exercise of the higher faculties alone, we may be serving an end decreed from the beginning. By some subtle process, as incomprehensible as even the commonplaces of life, add to the sum of happiness, and so serve life far better than by scattering ourselves all over the surface. But I told you something of this before, and have not forgotten the result." "Neither have I. But one can get accustomed to an idea. What I want to know is, do you leave youth entirely out of your calculations?" "Oh, youth! Well, it is possible I might not if I had not lived through its tragedy already, for which I am thankful." "You have the romance and tragedy, and you are a very experienced young woman, but you have not had happiness," said Gwynne, shrewdly. "That, too, is a birthright, and sooner or later you will demand it. Social conquests have palled in 7 days. In time chickens also will cease to satisfy, and books, and dreams, and sunsets, and liberty. The peculiar conditions and events of your first quarter century demanded an interval before beginning again, and filled with all you have deliberately chosen, all, that is, but chickens, which are a work not of God but of supererogation. But intervals come to an end like other things. When this finishes, you will suddenly demand happiness, the real thing." "You mean that I will fall in love again, I suppose." "I mean that you will love." "Now you are hair-splitting. Are you qualifying to contribute fictionalized essays to the American magazines?" I am stating facts and don't care a hang about sarcasm. Just now you have spasms when some aspect of nature exalts you. I have watched you with considerable amusement, but it is natural enough, merely a sort of forerunner of what will happen when nature establishes her currents with your own interior landscapes. Then there will be earthquakes and hurricanes. Your cultivated realism and inherent romanticism will become hopelessly mixed, and you will be really happy. More likely, such moments are the forerunners of a state which shall be an eternal exaltation. Personal immorality is only to be desired if it ensures the lifting of our faculties to the highest power of expression. Anything else would mean a boundless ennui. As for my present inertia, is it not the duty of some few to pass their lives in appreciation of the past? Heaven knows there are enough looking out for the present. And I am sick of the superstition that love is all. I told you before that the happiness of women, at least, depended upon relegating it to its proper place. Once I regretted that Prestige did not die while I still believed in him, so that I could have lived my life with his memory, as Concha Arguello did with Rezanov's. But even that would have been a species of slavery, and I should have chafed at the bond. Never had this divine sense of freedom. I pass over the majority of your arguments. I must sleep on them. But when have I maintained that love was all? If that were my doctrine, should I be reading my head off, investing in Class A buildings, taking politics to farmers, and revolving plans for the conquest of California? I should be making love to you. That is what I should like to do, however, and what I propose to do when I am ready. Are you in love with me? I hardly know, but I suspect that I shall be. If I deliberately choose you now as my life partner, you cannot complain that I am the mere slave of passion. I don't fancy I look it at the moment. I have had those fevers and am willing to admit their brevity. No doubt if I had not been so occupied of late I should have had another. As it is, I am blessedly permitted to foresee it, and to keep my brain clear enough meanwhile to think for both of us. Very cousinly, but I can think for myself." She had risen, but he stood with his back against the door for a moment. "Another thing," he said. "You need a buffer. You have remarkable powers, and you might realize some of your dreams if the prospect of initiatives did not alarm your secretly feminine soul. The two of us together could conquer the world. Now go ahead and dream until dreams pall and I have more time." Chapter 37. Part 2, Chapter 38 of Ancestors, a Novel by Gertrude Atherton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Chapter 38. Ibsen will live, not as a dramaturgist, but as the greatest professor of dramaturgy the world has ever known. Only one way left to be original: never write about Italy. When we say that a man is a high type, what we really mean is that he is the great exception to the type. That progressive type of bore, the man with a grievance. San Francisco is the cradle and the grave of more genius than ever was packed into any city, ancient or modern. It is like our money, easy come, easy go. And more hell. An epigram is only to be forgiven when a memorable thought is packed into a phrase that sticks. As Isabel and Gwynne escaped from the little Italian restaurant into the blare and glare of the street, their heads were ringing with much brilliant if somewhat affected talk. They had sat with their hosts at the newspaper table. It was the fashion at the moment to express life in paradoxes, and with a nice adjustment of commas and colons. There had been no talk of politics in this Bohemia, nor of society, nor yet of other subjects that commanded its attention when the long day gave place to the shorter night. The women present were respectable, many of them wives, and not a few went into society when they chose. There was much talk of the fads with which the world was ridden, never a reference to the literature or art of the past, and there was something almost pathetic in the prostration of these brilliant young men, who had never crossed the boundaries of their state, to European groups, some of whose members were already passé, but still loomed gigantic from the far edge of the Pacific. Few American writers are popular in California, however they may be read, and the reason, no doubt, lies in the mixed blood to which all Europe has contributed, and which is full of affinities little experienced by the rest of the country. Even the famous cooking is un-American. The French, Italian, and Spanish restaurants are exactly what they claim to be. Their very atmosphere might have been imported. The many that prefer restaurant life even to the excellent cooking to be found in the average home give their highest preference to the legacy of the Spaniard. They eat hot sauces and chili peppers with every dish, and tamales are sold on the streets. This is enough to make the San Franciscan an exotic, and it contributes in a great measure to his fatal content. These young men had no real knowledge of the world, but they had their own world, and were by no means provincial in the accepted sense. But the majority was satisfied to coruscate to an ever-applauding audience, for a few years, with money easily got and delightfully spent, to regard life as a game, not as a business. Afterwards the rut, the friendly pocket, nowhere so open as in San Francisco, a job now and then, more than one way of forgetting that in times gone by a fellow was one of those "coming men" the wanton heedless city turns out, with the same profusion that gorges her markets and flaunts her sun for 8 months of the year. To Gwynne they seemed like some primitive race flourishing before its time. He no longer argued with them, for he had the disadvantage of being a scholar, and it interfered with his tolerance of fads on the rampage. But they saddened him, made him feel almost elderly, and abominably healthy. To-night, although some of the complexions of these young men were green and others red, they had been brilliant without undue hilarity. They intended to get very drunk later on, if only as a compliment to the new year, but they were far too accomplished for precipitancy. Stone alone refilled his glass so often that Gwynne announced abruptly that they were missing the fun in the street, and Paula promptly took possession of his arm. Stone followed, rumbling disapproval, with Isabel. This arrangement was not to Gwynne's taste, but he had developed subtlety in such matters and bided his time. Kearney Street from Telegraph Hill to Market Street, a mile or more, was a blaze of light, and crowded with people. It was a very orderly throng, for it was composed of the respectable element of the city, and if they had laid dignity aside for the moment, they were not distractingly noisy. All were throwing confetti, and many had tin horns. Isabel saw the Hoffers, arm in arm, tooting vigorously. Half of society was there, and many staid and strenuous business men were promenading with their wives and daughters, more than one with his neck encircled by paper ribbons of many hues. The street cars had stopped, but there were a number of automobiles filled with masks, singling out their friends on the pavement and hurling confetti. But it was not until Stone and his party reached the great central highway, Market Street, that the scene was characteristic. Here the windows of the Palace Hotel, and all the other buildings, great and small, were illuminated and filled with people, and the entire city would seem to have emptied itself not only into Market Street, but into those streets on the north side that completed the all-night district. The people in the windows wore their gayest attire, and there was often music as well as light behind them. They threw down confetti by the bushel on the masses below. And the masses! There was no polite restraint here. Largely recruited from the immense south of Market Street district, they were out for a good time, and its inevitable expression was noise. They were in the best of tempers, but the din was terrific. They hooted and yelled, and every one of the several thousand had a tin horn and blew it with all his might. Every undefended ear was victimized. Isabel pressed one of her own against Stone's shoulder and covered the other with her hand. But she stared at the crowd with all the interest of the secluded for the mass. There were painted ladies of all grades, and hundreds of shop girls covered with white paint or lavender powder, their figures exaggerated with the corset of the moment, and violent plumage on head and waist, although they had prudently left their best skirts at home. Many of them were astonishingly pretty, and no doubt more respectable than they looked. Mrs. Paula was in her element. She wore her red hat and blouse, waved her hands to the windows, exulted in the showers of confetti that descended in response, and shouted into Gwynne's ear that she was singled out for special attentions. In truth, she received more than her escort relished. The natural affinity with the class above which she had risen so high had never been more patent, and kindred spirits looked from many approving eyes. Suddenly both cheeks were painted black by a too fraternal hand, and then a man tried to kiss her. This was more than even Paula could stand, and she flung herself into her husband's arms, daubing his shirt with black and red. He dropped Isabel and struck out furiously. There was an immediate scuffle, during which Gwynne basely drew Isabel's arm through his and pressed forward into the thick of the crowd. "We have had enough of them, and no doubt they have had of us," he said comfortably. "Now we will enjoy ourselves." "Well, if they blacken my face, don't notice them. One would think Lister would know how to play the game by this time." "He's always ready to fight after the 5th glass of champagne. I have had lively experiences with him." Conversation was impossible in the din. Isabel's face was smudged more than once, but no other liberty was attempted. Gwynne also looked like a chimney-sweep, and was addressed as "darling" several times, but the crowd was inoffensive until a chain-gang of hoodlums dashed irresistibly through it, pushing many off the sidewalk, and rousing a lurid accompaniment. One man, solid and stolid, stood his ground on the edge of the chain, and administered a hearty kick upon each ankle as it passed. There were angry howls in response, but none could retaliate without breaking the chain, nor indeed could they control its momentum. "That is one of those things one would like to have thought of oneself," said Gwynne, admiringly, rubbing his ribs, for he had hastily swung Isabel outward, and received much of the impact. "We might as well get out of this." They slowly made their way into one of the cross-streets that seemed to leap like a blazing meteor down from the darkness of the heights. But the crowd was still as dense, and the street but a third the width of Market Street. Not even an automobile attempted to force its way. Saloon doors were swinging. Policemen stood in front of them, but there was no further disorder. Gwynne and Isabel pressed back against the wall of a shop and watched and waited. They were to celebrate the birth of the new year with the Hoffers at a restaurant on the block above, but there was no prospect of reaching it at present. The sky was cloudless. If the evening chill had come in from the Pacific, it was routed by the mass of humanity and the downpour of heat from the electric lights. All the great signs were blazing, many in colors, and there was music in all the saloons and restaurants. It rose and fell with the noise of the tin horn and the hoot of the happy. The people in the windows here threw down not only confetti, but flowers, and stacks at each elbow added to the mass of color. Even the men had tied bright silk handkerchiefs about their necks, and they were bestrewed with bits of gold and silver paper, and festooned with colored ribbon. Gwynne and Isabel were quickly singled out and pelted with balls that opened with the impact and tangled them together with the endless paper streamers. It was 11 o'clock before the crowd began its retreat to their restaurants, and Gwynne and Isabel were able to make their way up to the celebrated resort where the Hoffers awaited them. They were shown to a dressing-room where they could wash their faces, and then to the gallery above the body of the restaurant, which was divided into boxes and occupied by all sorts and kinds of people, including many of their friends. In Hoffer's box was a large bottle on ice and a table set for supper. Mrs. Hofer, looking less approving than earlier in the evening, sat half hidden by a curtain, but her husband, in common with most of the other people in the gallery, was throwing confetti upon his friends below. He seized Gwynne and dragged him to the front of the box, and the new arrival was greeted by shouts from every man, it seemed to him, that he had met in San Francisco. The large hall, with its tables of all sizes, was as densely packed as the streets had been. "Ever seen anything like this before?" demanded Hofer. He paused with a gasp and dislodged a ball of confetti from his throat. "Look with all your eyes, old man. There are the best and the worst, all who can pay the price, the reformers cheek by jowl with the mayor and the boss. By Jove! The matron and the other kind of matron, the fair young girl who hopes to buy a rich husband, and the sort that has to give more and take less, the family man and his family, not a bit afraid of contamination, enjoying himself to the limit, financiers, millionaires, corporation bosses and curbstone brokers, newspaper men, artists, politicians big and little, society youths and girls severely chaperoned. See that crowd with the queens of the Tenderloin? Ever hear what one of our local wits said about them? Pity the worst of men should be named for the best of fish. Hofer, who felt it his duty as a good citizen to empty his bottle with the rest of the world on New Year's Eve, rattled on. Mrs. Hofer gave an occasional warning cough. Like most San Francisco women of her class, there was a good deal of prudery under her gaiety, and no instinct whatever for bohemia. She had come to the restaurant because her husband had urged it, but she took no part, and threw only an occasional glance at the floor. But as Isabel was manifestly interested, she presented her arm and hat to the gaze of the crowd, that her guest might partake in the doubtful fun if she wished. Isabel and Gwynne, still tangled in the paper streamers and vigorously pelted from below, leaned eagerly over the railing and flung handsful of gold and silver bits upon the already glittering throng. It certainly was an astonishing sight. There was little seeking after inconspicuousness, even in the boxes. All were there to celebrate the birth of the new year, and to "play the game," however chastened they might feel on the morrow. All were drinking champagne, and growing more hilarious every moment. One girl, modestly dressed, and known to Mrs. Hofer as an entirely respectable young person, although not of her own class, was sitting on the knee of the man she was to marry, and drinking from his glass. The ladies of the lower 10,000 were nicely graded. Some were dressed with a severe and simple elegance, and painted as delicately as a miniature. These were very quiet, the carven smile on their crimson lips not disturbing the careful arrangement of their features, and their eyes never lost their jewel-like immobility. They were attended by what is vaguely known as men about town, men with money to spend and no position to lose. It was no longer the fashion among conspicuous men to flaunt their mistresses, but these indefinite persons kept the old traditions alive. Still other women blazed with paint and jewels and excessive richness of attire. In attendance were the big sleek brutes whom all other men held in contempt. But all were happy to-night, and asking no man for his respect. At a table in the very middle of the room was a young, buxom, and very naughty-looking damsel, who evidently was a belle. The circle of black coats about her round table was unbroken save by herself. What dress she wore was black, and on her golden head was an immense black hat covered with feathers. Her abundant diamonds were almost overwhelmed. Every time one of her escort raised his glass to his lips he toasted her, and she rose to respond, presumably to give the company the benefit of the tiny waist that tapered off the white acre above. She was irreverently hooted, but imperturbably rose and fell like a jack-in-the-box. Hofer finally sat down to supper with his guests, but they had barely finished when every clock in town began to boom the midnight hour, and there was a wild ringing of bells all over the city. Downstairs one of the young men ran to the orchestra, whirled the leader from his seat, flung off his own coat, and led the crashing music with a tin horn. Hofer and Gwynne went to the front of the box, glasses in hand. All below had sprung to their feet and were waving and clicking their champagne glasses, singing, cat-calling, tooting, cheering. Even Isabel and Mrs. Hofer leaned forward. In the turmoil they did not notice that the young woman in the centre of the room was standing on her table, her befeathered head flung back, draining her glass. But they turned just in time to see one of her admirers rifle her bodice and wag his trove at the company. "This is too much!" cried Mrs. Hofer, furiously, and running to the back of the box. "Nicholas, I insist!" But Nicholas was enjoying himself immensely and paid no attention. Isabel had been about to follow Mrs. Hofer when she lost her breath and nearly fell over the edge of the box. Lady Victoria, accompanied by a man who was unmistakably a pugilist, had entered by a side door. Isabel's brain seemed to eliminate every thought it had ever possessed, and hurriedly to remodel down to one agonizing point. The pair were endeavouring to force their way forward to a table that evidently had been reserved for them. Gwynne was leaning over the railing, drinking to Mr. and Mrs. Trennahan. In a moment his interested eyes would rove over the crowd again. Isabel suddenly fell on him, bearing him backward. "Take me out quick!" she gasped. "I am horribly ill." Gwynne, grasping his hat, was fairly borne out of the box. As Isabel was ghastly and trembling, he assumed that she was really ill, and made no protest, but half carried her down the stair. They attracted no attention, and reached the sidewalk in a moment. "If we can only find a carriage," he said solicitously. "You can never walk up those hills. What an atmosphere that was! I don't wonder you came a cropper. I hope the Hoffers won't mind." "Nobody minds anything." She took his arm and they walked up the street. The bells were still ringing, horns tooting, but the street was comparatively empty. At the corner a Salvation Army corps was singing hymns to a flabby and penitent congregation. Just beyond was a row of hacks awaiting the weary reveller, and in a moment Gwynne and Isabel were driving rapidly along a dark and deserted street. "Do you feel better?" he asked. She did not answer for a moment, afraid of breaking down. Gwynne was sure to offer prompt consolation, and even if he assumed the brotherly attitude, she had no wish to be taken in his arms. In spite of herself, his calm reiteration that he intended to marry her had forced its seed into her brain, for ideas projected from bold determined minds are insistent things. But never had love and all connected with it been so hateful to her as at this moment. He peered into her face. "You are not going to cry!" he exclaimed. "You?" "No, I am not. But I never was so nearly overcome. Such noise, such sights, such heat! It was too bad to take you away, though. Shall you go back?" "Not I. May I smoke? We shall be an hour reaching the base of our cliff at this rate. He is apparently going out to the cemeteries under pretence of avoiding the hills." He elevated his feet to the opposite seat and lit a cigarette. "I wish my mother had come home before we left. It was a pity for her to miss this. Even if she would not dine with us, I could have returned for her." "I saw her in the crowd with a party of people. I might have told you, but my mind has been in as many pieces to night as a bag full of confetti. I am sure she has seen it all." "Good. It is what you might call a trifle variegated, but not to be missed. Great old town, this. No wonder they think California is the world out here. It is what they say of the London flats, self-contained. I like Hofer better than ever. The man whom champagne transformed into a big silly boy is the right sort. Is there really a workaday world, a city to reform, and 2 ranches up the valley?" End of chapter 38. Part 2, Chapter 39 of Ancestors, a Novel, by Gertrude Atherton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Chapter 39. They reached home sooner than might have been expected, but there were many fares below, and the hackman galloped down the hill as recklessly as if a slip would not have been the death of himself and his valiant beasts. Isabel went directly to her room and persuaded Gwynne to go to his, arguing that some one of his mother's party would be sure to bring her home. As he was to take the 7:30 train, he made no protest. Even were he still awake when Lady Victoria returned, the fog was rolling in, nor was he likely to be leaning from his window. Isabel heard her come in 2 hours later, and it was another hour before she slept. She had determined to ask her wayward but still awesome relative to leave San Francisco before her son found her out, or she had time more fully to disgrace him. But how to approach the most unapproachable woman she had ever known with so delicate a proposition was a question that made her toss about her ancestral bed and kept the blood in her brain. She recalled the slip of paper announcing a prize fight, and wondered at her stupidity. for she had heard something of the resources of blasé women ere this. Finally she fell asleep. She was awakened by a sharp earthquake, grim herald of the coming year. She was too well seasoned to have felt anything more than a passing annoyance, had she not heard Lady Victoria give a piercing scream and run from her room. Whereupon she rejoiced wickedly, flung a wrapper across her shoulders, and went into the hall. Gwynne was standing in his doorway, looking more asleep than awake, and intensely disapproving. Lady Victoria was leaning against the wall, her eyes wide with terror. Isabel took her firmly by the arm, marched her into her room, helped her into a dressing-gown, and, pushing her into a chair, took one opposite. "How dreadful!" exclaimed Lady Victoria. "I had forgotten about earthquakes." "Earthquake!" said Isabel contemptuously. "That was a mere vibration. We had 62 of those last winter. If you only stay long enough we will show you what California really can do. Every 10 years or so we have a good hard shake, enough to bring the plaster down, and every half-century or so she gets up and turns over. I have made a specialty of earthquakes, and could tell you extraordinary tales of some of the great ones of the South. Please do not. I prefer to forget. But don't leave me. Fancy Angélique sleeping through such a thing. Doubtless she was not in the house. All the world was out last night." "Was it?" "I think this as good a time as any other to tell you, Cousin Victoria, that I saw you last night, just as the clocks were striking 12. "Did you?" Her trained features did not betray her, but Isabel saw the figure under the loose gown grow rigid and brace itself against the back of the chair. And as Isabel stared at her, with the desperate courage born of the sudden plunge, it seemed to her that she felt a vibration from the nausea, the disgust, the hatred of life, the death-rattle of great passions dying hard. She wondered again if, given the same conditions, she would have differed much from the woman she had brought to bay. Her early trials and provincial upbringing had developed her Puritan inheritance, but she had had flashing and startling glimpses of her depth now and again. For a moment she felt the waters of an immemorial ennui rise high in her own soul, then drop to the grinning skulls and sparkless ashes of old pleasures. She shuddered back, and raised her eyes once more to the haughty mask opposite. "I think I understand," she said gently, "but you must go. I kept him from seeing you to night, but he would find out in time. As you know how he believes in you, you can imagine the consequences. I suppose you have not done anything so public before, or I should have heard of it. I vaguely recall that women can look on at prize-fights from private boxes. Last night it isn't likely that any one noticed. Or, if they did, they would question the evidence of their senses in the morning, the best of them. So please go." She paused. Lady Victoria stared at her without the slightest change of expression. Isabel continued imperturbably. "London is so vast. If you must have that sort of liberty, for heaven's sake, go where it is most likely to be overlooked, and where libel laws are operative. For all its license, San Francisco is one of the most censorious and unrelenting societies in the world, and has more old-fashioned people than New York. If you become the talk of the town, and those awful weekly papers find you out, Elton will be a long while living it down. It will make ridiculous all his efforts at reform. Perhaps he would no longer care. I fancy it would affect him that way." She rose, and Lady Victoria rose also, and walked to the door. As she opened it she smiled grimly. "You have courage," she said. "I am more than ever convinced that you are the wife for Jack. I will go." Chapter 39. Part 3, Chapter 1 of Ancestors, a Novel, by Gertrude Atherton. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Part 3, 1906. Chapter 1. On the same afternoon Lady Victoria developed appendicitis and went to bed for 2 months. She was only in danger for a short time, but the doctor announced his intention of giving her a rest cure, and his patient, who was profoundly indifferent, made no protest. And if invalidism is a career, an illness is an adventure. Moreover, no doubt, it was a relief to Victoria Gwynne to have her thinking done by someone else for a time. Isabel had thoughtfully rung up the handsomest doctor in San Francisco the moment the disease declared itself, and it was to be expected that he would find his patient interesting enough to spend an hour by her bedside daily. It was manifestly impossible to transfer a woman of Lady Victoria's heroic proportions down that rickety and almost perpendicular flight of steps to an ambulance, but the best of nurses were engaged. Anne Montgomery agreed to come every morning and attend to the housekeeping. Gwynne established a long-distance telephone beside the bed, and Mrs. Trennahan, whom Lady Victoria liked (she could not stand Mrs. Hofer), promised a daily visit, and an automobile trip to the south as soon as the doctor would permit. It was nearly a week before Isabel, who had sat up with Gwynne during the first 2 nights, and been on the rush ever since, was able to return to her ranch. She had offered to remain in town altogether, but Lady Victoria replied with some show of irritation that if either she or her son sacrificed their time and interests on her account, it would oppress her mind with a sense of guilt, and hinder her recovery. She would telephone to them at a certain hour every day, and if they came down once a week as usual she should enjoy seeing them, instead of being worried by a sense of obligation. In truth, she was glad to be rid of them for more reasons than one. It was late in the afternoon when Isabel arrived in Rosewater, and business detained her there for several hours. She dined with the Tom Coltons, and the conversation was a quaint mixture of babies, politics, servants, and the Hofer ball. Colton drove her home and talked the steady, monotonous stream with which he tricked the world into believing that his own ideas were still in the germ. Upon this occasion he might as well have betrayed his secrets or quoted the poets, for Isabel paid no attention whatever to his monologue. She was consumed with her desire to be alone once more. She was tired of the very sound of the human voice, and remembered with satisfaction the silence of her tutor and the taciturnity of her men. When she finally reached her home, she illuminated it from top to bottom, and wandered about in a passion of delight. Her sensation of gratitude and novelty in her solitude and freedom could not have been keener if she had been absent for 6 months. Although it was too cold to sit out of doors, she walked up and down the piazza for an hour, watching the crawling tide and the brown tumbled hills. The boat was late, and every other light was out when it appeared, a mere string of magic lanterns, with a red globe suspended aloft. Isabel struck a match and answered the captain's familiar greeting from his high perch in the pilot house, then went within, for the fog was rolling over Tamalpais, dropping down the mountains in great sea waves. But even then she would not go to bed, and lose her knowledge of recovered treasure. After a time, however, she fell asleep in her chair before the fire. She awoke suddenly, but drowsily surprised and disappointed not to find Gwynne in the chair opposite. Then she became aware of the cause of her interrupted slumbers. There was the sound of firearms and of barking dogs on the hills sacred to the Leghorn. In 3 minutes she had her skirts off, her high boots on, and was running, pistol in hand, to the colony, announcing her coming by a preliminary discharge. Then for the next hour she and her men fought one of those hordes of migratory rats that suddenly steal upon chicken ranches and leave ruin behind them. Isabel had a genuine horror of rats. She would far rather have faced an army of snakes, but with her rubber boots, the well-trained dogs, and her accuracy of aim, she had nothing to fear. Those that were not slaughtered were finally driven off, and Isabel, content even in this phase of her strictly personal life, went to bed and slept the sleep of youth and health and an easy conscience. The next day began the torrential rains that lasted for 3 weeks, almost without an hour's intermission, that wiped out the marsh and threatened floods for all the valleys of the north. The boats no longer looked as if cutting their way through the lands, but adrift on a great lake. Tamalpais and the mountains below it had disappeared, as if hibernating, and the winds raged up and down the long valley, shaking old houses like Isabel's to the foundations, and leaving not a leaf on the trees. Nothing could be wilder or more desolate than the scene from Isabel's piazza, where, encased in rubber, she took her exercise, often battling every inch of one way against a driving wall of rain. Rosewater, or any sort of house except her own, she did not see for days at a time, nothing but that grey, foaming, muttering expanse of water, its flood and fall no longer distinguishable. At first she was more than content to be isolated. Her practical life occupied little of her time. Only a daily, and always unexpected, dash up the slopes to see that her men were not shirking their duties, and a weekly trip to Rosewater with her produce. She used her own incubators in bad weather. A visit to San Francisco she did not attempt, and she was quite sure that the daily conversation over the telephone, when it had not blown down, was as sufficing for Lady Victoria as for herself. She read and studied and dreamed, became indifferent to what she chose to call her failure as a society ornament, and planned a larger future, to be realized when she had come to care less for dreams and more for realities. No doubt that state of mind would develop before long, and meanwhile she might as well enjoy herself according to her present mood. Nothing could alter her belief that all unhappiness came from contacts, and certainly she had proved her theories so far, and took a pagan joy in mere living. She loved the wild battle of the elements, the waste below her garden, with as keen a sensuousness as the spring and the flowers, and often sat late in her red room by the fire to enjoy its contrast with the desolation without. But Gwynne was not a man to be dismissed from the thoughts of any one that knew him as well as his cousin. He had taken his part in her life as a matter of course, and of late they had been very intimate. During the first days and nights of his mother's illness they had talked, or sat in companionable silence by the hour. She had been assailed by regrets more than once that she was to have no part in his life, that he had already won some of the hardest battles with no help of hers, and deliberately had matched their spirits and driven her off the field where she had subtly sought to manage him. She liked him the better for this, but while her vanity retired with philosophy, she regretted her inability to help him. That she had it in her to assist and encourage him in many ways, she needed to be told neither by himself nor his mother, but she was unwilling to pay the price. That she felt his charm, took an even deeper interest in him since he had announced his intention to marry her, she did not pretend to deny, and sometimes caught herself looking out upon a future in which he had as inevitable a part as if it had been decreed from the beginning of time. She also dreamed of the satisfaction and pleasure it would give her to make him really love her, become quite mad about her. But again she was unwilling to pay the price. She argued that this was merely due to the persistence of the solitary ideal, and refused to face the cowardice that lurked in the bottom of her soul. Heroic in every other development of her highly bred character, she had all the secret fear and antagonism of her sex for the other, a profound resentment of the male instinct for possession, and the deeper terror that what Gwynne might find would eventually make her wholly his. Life had given her a deep surface, the depths below it sent up rare vibrations, and her mind was seldom unoccupied. She could add layer upon layer of evasions and subtleties with no prospect of a rude disturbance, and when the wind ceased for a time she tramped over the hills. But she missed Gwynne increasingly, wondered that he did not brave the elements and come out to her, finally felt herself shamefully neglected, and would not answer his occasional telephone queries as to her well-being. End of chapter 1. Part 3, Chapter 2 of Ancestors, a Novel by Gertrude ATHERTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Chapter 2. 3 days of floundering through the mud between Lumalitas and Rosewater exhausted Gwynne's patience, and he engaged a furnished suite of rooms on Main Street, moved in his law library, Imura Kisaburo Hinamoto, and several easy chairs, invested in a red wall paper for his sitting room, and was immediately so comfortable and so relieved to be rid of his dripping sighing trees and flooded valley, that he was almost happy. As he looked down from his window upon the slope of the street crowded with muddy wagons and men in oilskins and high rubber boots, he recalled the ironical picture Isabel had drawn that memorable night at Capheaton of his own future appearance, and as he could not ride out to Old Inn in any other garb, an excessive vanity deterred him from going at all. To be sure, he could drive out in a closed surrey, but he would have felt equally ridiculous, and Isabel, beyond doubt, would scorn him. Better let her think him indifferent for a while. It might do her good. He could save himself from discourtesy by telephoning occasionally, and, for the matter of that, the less he thought of her at present, the better. For the first time he came intimately in contact with the men of Rosewater, leading citizens, too busy to call upon him at Lumalitas, or to sit down in their places of business for a chat during the day, and too well trained to ask strangers home for dinner, were any hospitable instincts left in them. But they soon discovered that his rooms were very comfortable and inviting, his whiskey and tobacco above par. The homeless citizens of Rosewater, while their wives wrangled at bridge or 500, fell into the habit of dropping in at Gwynne's, instead of going to the lodge or the dingy back room of some saloon or lawyer's office. They were at liberty to take off their coats and put their feet on the railing surrounding the large iron stove that sat well into the room. There were even spittoons for such as clung to the old tradition, and in a short time the large, newly built, almost luxurious room took on somewhat of the character of that forum of an older time, the corner grocery. Judge Leslie seldom honored these assemblies, as he was tired at night and rejoiced in a comfortable home. Nor did Tom Colton, whose domestic virtues were pronounced. But Mr. Wheaton came, and Mr. Haight, Mr. Boutts, and other solid business men old enough to be Gwynne's father, and they were all deeply interested in Rosewater first, state politics second, and national affairs once in 4 years, or oftener, if there was any pyrotechnical departure from routine. European politics interested them not at all, and if they had any suspicion of Gwynne's real status, they were too accustomed to minding their own business to take any liberties with his reserve. But they were fully alive to the importance of his addition to the community. He was a large landholder, selling many small farms to acceptable persons. He spent money freely, buying everything he needed for his household and farm in Rosewater, instead of sending to the city. He was studying law with a view to practicing in their midst, and now that Judge Leslie, who proclaimed him a marvel, was threatening to retire, his keen and cautious fellow citizens needed nothing more than a man of first-class legal ability to take care of their great and varied interests and defend them against the corporation bogey. They found themselves hinting that he should engage in politics as well, when his probationary years were over. When Gwynne shrugged his shoulders one night and remarked bluntly that he had no desire to work with either of the California machines, and would unquestionably come a howling cropper if he worked against either, Mr. Wheaton answered with the nimbleness of a mind already made up, that he could be sent to Sacramento on an independent ticket, manipulated by the honest men of Rosewater, to fight such of the frauds and tyrannies as the state was suffering acutely from at the moment. During reform spasms the machines were practically powerless, and with the brilliant abilities he would be able to display as soon as he entered public life, and backed by a powerful influence, he could win his way to higher things before the wave subsided. They wanted a senator in Washington who was for his state first and himself next, even more than they wanted a lawyer, and for that matter he could serve their anti-corporation interests better there than here. Meanwhile, he would have many opportunities to speak and show the stuff that was in him, draw converts to himself with his fiery eloquence and hard practicality, inculcate the desire for better things and the necessity for reducing the influence of the army of petty professional politicians to a minimum, make of himself so central and inspiriting a figure that when his time came the best element of both parties throughout the state would form an independent body under his leadership. This was an alluring picture, but if Mr. Wheaton, who had had as little to do with politics as possible, was a bit of a dreamer, there was no question that his dreams were shared by more practical men at the present moment than for many years past, and that his theories were sound, however formidable the alert, resourceful, enormously capitalized army which stood between them and execution. His idol was Abraham Lincoln, and in consequence he banked on the good in human nature as a factor, which, in sudden recrudescences of indignant energy, accomplished revolutions of far greater moment than the overthrowing of political machines. Mr. Wheaton had launched forth upon one particularly stormy night when he happened to be Gwynne's only guest. The host, not to be outdone, was sitting with his feet on the railing of the stove, but as far from the spittoon as possible. He had listened to the long monologue, which involved a sketch of Lincoln's varied career, with more attention than might have been inferred from his half-closed eyes, and his pipe had gone out. It was only recently that any of his neighbours, barring Judge Leslie and Tom Colton, who shared his secret, had definitely proposed a political career to him, in other words, divined his abilities and ambitions. But Mr. Wheaton had once been young and adventurous himself, and much, if not all, of his success in life was due to his shrewd divination of human nature. No man could drive a harder bargain than Wash Wheaton. He was named for the father of his country. But he had never been wanting in a vein of humorous sympathy, nor in a fair capacity for friendship as well as enmity. He raised his eyes from the coals and looked directly at Gwynne, who was relighting his pipe. "I don't like Tom Colton," he said abruptly, "and it's not so much because he is the son of that old skinflint, neither. He is a little too much of the product of the times, a sort of polished-up descendant of that hoodlum element that terrorized San Francisco in the '70s. He started out as a mere ornery politician, but the Democratic boss took him up, and his ambitions are growing. What with the money he has and will inherit, and the devilish gall of him, he can play a deep game, and his chances of winning look a little too fair to suit a good many of us. He's nothing better than an anarchist, and without the excuse of the common anarchist, who, at the worst, or his own best, risks his life. Tom Colton and men of his stamp wouldn't risk the skin of their little fingers. All they do is to build a red-hot fire under the political cauldron, stir it up with a big stick until it doesn't know where it is at or what it is made of, and then float into power on the steam. This has been one of the rottenest states in the Union for a good many years, and no wonder such men as Tom think they can about do as they please, but a good many are getting pretty darned tired of it, and there's a sort of reform mutter going on here and there that will gather and swell if skilfully manipulated. We've been talking you over, and have concluded to back you up for all we are worth as soon as you are ready. That is to say, we would, but for one drawback, your friendship with Colton." "If you choose to call it that. I have told him in as plain English as he will ever hear what I think of his politics, and that if I ever enter public life myself I shall devote my energies to running him and his like out of it. He is too good-natured and too sure of himself and his state to mind. Moreover, he has 4 years the start of me. It is possible that I shall go to Sacramento with, and even speak for, him, but he understands perfectly that I am only after experience, will advocate nothing I disapprove of. He actually has certain reforms in his political basket, and whatever may be his intention to compromise when he reaches Sacramento, I, at least, can advocate them in all sincerity, and further open the eyes of all these people to what they ought to want and to have. All this is perfectly understood between us. I and the honest public clamoring for its rights do not weigh a feather in the scale, in his opinion, against the might of organization." "Very good. I suspicioned something of the sort. He can't corrupt you, and you couldn't get a better insight into corruption than through him. So fire away. What's your program, anyhow?" "It's too soon to make one. Be sure that I am willing to return your confidence with my own." as the sharp china-blue eyes opposite contracted. "But I can do little now except win the confidence of the farmers in the district and of men like yourself. But if a reform party does achieve power, if only for a term, the first thing for it to do is to overhaul the ballot system. Before we reformed ours we were as deep in the mire as yourselves. When the American voter is under the supervision of an honest judiciary, a general system of local reforms will follow as a matter of course." Mr. Wheaton sighed. "You would have to begin with the judiciary. If you reformed them, and had any strength left, and then reformed the ballot in the manner of your own country, I guess you'd get about anything you wanted. But you'll need a tidal reform wave, I'm afraid. However, you can never tell what one year will bring forth in this country. On the other hand, the results of certain reforms, fought and died for, have done as much to make us pessimists as any of the immovable abuses. Take the question of civil service reform, for instance. In the old days, when you wanted to induce a man to give you the benefit of his abilities and influence during an election, you held out hopes of preferment, and he took your word if he knew your word was good, and worked with a decent sort of ambition, all things being relative. What happens now? Few find anything promising or attractive in the competitive examination. You ask a man, the professional politician he is now, sure enough, to help you get your candidate, or yourself, in, and what happens? The gentleman coolly demands "How much?" and holds out his hand. You fill it, or he turns his back and walks off. There is just that much less of good left to appeal to in this particular brand of human nature. Ours is a much more complicated civilization than yours, Mr. Gwynne. You were dealing with Britishers only in 1832. We are trying to digest the riff-raff of the world, and can't do it, in spite of such incorrigible optimists as Judge Leslie. Immigrants in the first generation have just about as much feeling for the American flag as a chicken has for rosewater. They look upon vote-selling as a legitimate way of improving their fortunes, and they are the easy prey of such agitators as Colton, because they had nothing in their own countries and want the earth in this. Of course their children go to the public schools and become Americans, but we always have the problem of fresh hordes to deal with, and new and old. It is easy to plant the weevil in their brains that the rich have corralled all the money, and the laborer, even in California, where he gets the highest wages paid on this earth, is a miserable victim, and entitled to all he doesn't make. They never remember that nearly every capitalist in the country has risen from their own ranks, and that their dreams are mainly occupied with doing the same. But you might as well talk to the trade winds, especially with such men as Tom Colton stirring the cauldron. Get rich quick, and selling votes is as good a starter as any. There you have the moral sickness of the country in a nutshell, and few professions pay better than that of the politician. The pettiest division leader, who does the boss's dirtiest work, and has fewer redeeming virtues than the midnight burglar, makes such a good thing out of it that the prettiest Salvation Army lass couldn't convince him of the error of his ways. And he enjoys himself. To hang around saloons, prize fights, help out shyster lawyers with their tricks, and play the game hard during election times. That satisfies him until he sees a chance of stepping into a bigger pair of boots of the same make. But, thank God, there are more honest men out of politics than in. That is the trouble, but there they are, and it will be a part of your business to round them up. Well, I guess I've held forth long enough. I'll send you round a few volumes from my Lincoln library to-morrow. I always go to it when I lose my faith in human nature. Good night." And he gathered up his long legs and went out. In his many talks with his friends in San Francisco, Gwynne had received practically the same suggestions. The lawyer who advised this group in its necessarily intermittent campaign against the San Francisco politicians was one of the ablest in the United States. He had offered Gwynne a place in his office, a courtesy partnership, when he was ready to move to the city. But Gwynne deliberately remained undecided for the present, although half inclined to practice in the country for some years. If he could not have the inestimable education of the old days, when lawyers jogged about the country with the circuit judges for months at a time, He could at least get into close contact with the plain people in a manner that in a city would be practically impossible. Until the rains began, and after his definite understanding with Colton, he had, during his hours of exercise, formed the habit of "dropping in" upon the small farmers of his political district, under pretence of asking their advice, gauging and sowing. Upon the men that had bought land of him he was able to bestow many small favors, and his old experience with the tenantry of Capheaton gave him an instinctive knowledge of their wants that added to the sum of his popularity. To his inferiors he had never shown the arrogance of his nature, and he welcomed these small toilers as a substitute for his old tenants, for he had missed the poor that kept the sympathies quick, and, perhaps, gave richer shadows to life. His long lank American figure and slight resemblance to Hiram Otis, who had been an institution, if not a favorite, his readiness to stand drinks to his farmer acquaintances, and others whom he happened to meet in Main Street, the approachableness he had cultivated with some effort, combined with the subtle suggestion that he would not permit a liberty, a characteristic that every true man respects, his reputation for being dead straight, and his insistence upon receiving his just dues, all that was coming to him, in spite of the easy terms he made with several to whom he sold land. All this, in addition to the dignity of being the largest rancher in the county, and a law partner of Judge Leslie, had quickly made him a marked as well as a popular figure. Even his accent was unnoted in that state of many accents. He had thought out for himself all that Mr. Wheaton had suggested, and if he still had his moments of depression and disgust, and even of revolt, much of his old confidence was returning, although he sometimes reflected, with a sort of whimsical bitterness, upon the difficulty of sustaining an impression of innate greatness, unaided by an occasional demonstration. But he had, at least, learned to see people merely as human beings, without taking their shells into account, and he also realized that in those storms of spirit, which, at the time, he had deprecated as ebullitions from a too mercurial nature, he had developed more rapidly and precisely than many a man does by the exterior catastrophe. And impersonally his admiration for the land of one set of forefathers grew, although personally he remained cold. But he cultivated all sorts and conditions of men, and hopefully trained himself for the enthusiastic moment. There were even times when, surrounded by his Rosewater friends, with their lapses into quaint American speech, and their intense localism, the old Otis blood stirred in him very strongly. He caught himself using phrases and figures that no doubt were an inheritance with his brain cells. When the walls and furnishings of his room were obscured by smoke, and there were half a dozen pairs of boots against the stove, it was not difficult to fancy himself back in the old corner grocery on a winter's night, his companions drinking apple cider instead of rye whiskey, and the orator of the moment sitting, by preference, on a barrel, and munching crackers. In San Francisco, which he visited twice a week on his return from Berkeley, when alone in the long sloping streets swept with the wind-driven rain, when the gutters roared and the houses looked as deserted as their huddled beaten gardens, stories Isabel had told him of the days of the Argonauts rose like ghosts in his brain, and he would suddenly experience an overwhelming sensation of being at home. His mother promptly dispelled these visions. On the whole his time was too fully occupied to leave him more than stray moments for the subtler mood. But as day after day, finally week after week, passed, with no prospect of fair weather, the monotony and confinement affected his nerves. He tired of the unrelieved companionship of men, and wished that Isabel would move into Rosewater for the winter months. He rang her up when this brilliant idea occurred to him, but was informed by Chuma that she was not in the house. On the following day he telephoned again, and learned that she slept; on the third, that she was engaged in the delicate operation of extracting some deleterious substance from the crop of a valuable hen. Whereupon he swore vigorously, and vowed that he would forget her until the skies cleared. But the skies they were ashen and sober, and he caught himself dreaming over his torts or during one of Mr. Boutts's ecstatic visions of Rosewater with a great hotel in the style of the old missions, and an electric railway. Mr. Boutts, by the way, never elevated his feet to the railing of the stove, but always sat on the edge of his chair, a hand on either knee. He took the train impulsively to San Francisco one afternoon, and talked of reinforced concrete with his contractor, and San Francisco politics with Hofer. He even called upon several young ladies, who interested him less than ever, and returned to Rosewater at the end of 4 days with a sense of duties neglected and a slip in his self-mastery. This put him in such a bad humor that he directed his Asiatic to refuse him to the members of his informal club, and wished he were back in San Francisco doing the town with Stone. End of chapter 2. Part 3, Chapter 3 of Ancestors, a Novel by Gertrude Atherton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Chapter 3. He was glowering into the open door of the stove, and wondering why on earth he had not remained in town over Sunday at least, when he became aware that his noiseless Jap was standing at his elbow. "What is it?" he demanded testily. "I wish you would get a pair of creaky boots." "A gentleman," replied the impervious Oriental. "I told you I would not see anybody." "But he has a card." It was not often that the cool, even tones of Imura Kisabura Hinomoto fluctuated, but Gwynne detected a faint accent of respect. Somewhat surprised himself, he glanced at the card. It bore the name of one of the judges of one of the benches provided for the constitutions of both nation and state. He had a summer home on the mountain opposite the relatives in Rosewater, so there was nothing remarkable in his being in the little town on a rainy winter Sunday. Nevertheless, Gwynne's instinct of caution, more active than usual during the past year, stirred sharply. "Show him in," he said, "and bring the whiskey, both rye and Scotch." This was the most perfect specimen of the bluff, hearty, breezy, almost ingenuous Westerner that Gwynne had encountered. The judge, who had been relieved of his hat and overcoat by the admirable Imura, advanced with both hands outstretched, and Gwynne could do no less than surrender his, although he had never fancied any one less. The judge was a big man with a round, jolly face, set with a sensual mouth, a pendulous nose, and merry, twinkling eyes. Although possibly no more than 55 years of age, the baldness of his head had amplified the common, noble, dome-like American brow, behind which Gwynne had so often groped and found nothing. This man was indubitably clever, and to a less educated eye than Gwynne's his face would appeal and fascinate. His magnetism was superlative. "My dear Mr. Gwynne," he exclaimed, "believe me when I say that this is one of the most satisfactory moments of my life. I was forced to come to this God-forsaken hole last night, and had it not been for you I should have taken the morning train back to the city. But when I heard that you were in town you were pointed out to me as we both left the train I knew that my opportunity had come. And, my dear young gentleman, I throw away no opportunities. I throw away no opportunities." By this time Gwynne had steered him into the largest of the chairs, and offered him his choice of the whiskies. The judge, after an instant's hesitation, accepted the Scotch, and Gwynne felt that he had a tactful and dangerous man to deal with. "Excellent!" exclaimed the judge, and he smacked his lips. He inhaled the aroma of the cigar voluptuously. "But my dear old friend Judge Leslie, whom I ran in to see for a few moments this morning, told me, with his customary humor, that you were as remarkable for the superior quality of your whiskey and tobacco as for the many personal qualities that have so rapidly endeared you to the citizens of Rosewater." "Thanks," said Gwynne. The judge changed his tactics instantly. "I cannot beat about in the dark and merely turn myself loose in pleasant generalities, Mr. Gwynne," he said gravely. "I am going to tell you at once that I am positive you are Elton Gwynne. Judge Leslie would give me no satisfaction this morning, but I needed none. I happened to be employed in old Colton's bank in my younger days, as secretary, and although that was a long time ago, it came back to me, when I began to hear so much about our new rancher, that his full name was John Elton Cecil Gwynne, and that he was the only son of his mother. Or, if impressions are confused after so long an interval, I may have gathered the last fact from James Otis, whom I knew very well. He and I, indeed I may honestly say, were among my few intimate friends, despite some disparity in years. So I have a double interest, and, I modestly hope, claim upon you. The former at least has been accentuated since yesterday, when your likeness to Hi struck me very painfully. You are a vast improvement, I grant, for Hi was as ugly as mud, and as cross as two sticks, but the resemblance is acute, odd as it may appear. Those things are very subtle, very subtle." Gwynne had heard the keys of his secret weakness tinkle for a full bar, but while it improved his humour it did not cloud his judgment, and he applied himself to finding out the purpose of the man's visit. "I regret very much that I have come too late to know any of my male relatives," he said, affably. "Hiram Otis, from all I hear, was an able man, if somewhat soured, and his unfortunate brother one of the most brilliant lawyers of his day. Terrible thing, this reckless drinking in San Francisco. I was told yesterday that when, a few years ago, an editor was sent out from New York to assume charge of one of your most flourishing dailies, he made the entire staff go down to Los Gatos and take the Keeley cure. Then, for a time, he had relays of sober men, at least, but until then he had felt himself a lonely Philistine, besides taking a hand in every department of the shop, even setting type at times. But it's a fascinating old town, all the same. Too fascinating, I fear." And he managed to fetch a remorseful laugh. The judge, who had laughed heartily at the anecdote, dismissed his twinkle for a moment, and looked at the young man with concern. "For God's sake," he said softly, "don't tell me that you have inherited that microbe." "Oh, no, indeed," said Gwynne, cheerfully. "I never could take to drink now. A man's character is pretty well formed at 32, I fancy, and I scarcely ever touch spirits when alone. Prefer the lighter wines. Only, as San Francisco is so convivial, one naturally imbibes a good deal, especially with friends addicted to the cocktail route, and I am afraid I shall have to give up the city for the present and stick to work." "The judge tells me that your legal powers are really amazing, that you have accumulated more law in 4 months—" "Tut, tut!" cried Gwynne, springing to his feet and reaching the table in a stride. "Have some more whiskey, Judge, and don't flatter me any more. I am afraid that vanity is my besetting weakness." "Thank God it is not the other," said the older man fervently. "And vanity keeps the heart younger than anything I know of. Lose the power of being tickled by a compliment and inflated by success, and you lose the salt of life. But I am delighted that you have taken to the law. I know your English career like a book, and although I do not pretend even to guess at the motives which induced you to fling aside not only the most promising career in England, but one of the noblest of her titles, I may say, sir, and I may speak for my fellow citizens, the whole million of them, I am deeply flattered and gratified that, whatever your motive, which could only be an honourable one, you have chosen this fair state as the theatre of your future triumphs. I hope I shall see you beside me on the bench, unless, to be sure, you have higher ambitions than the mere practice of law." "The first men in the country have been lawyers," said Gwynne, politely. "Why aspire higher?" "Why, indeed? But I think you will. The law frequently leads either to one of the benches or into the more active field of politics. And you, with your enormous energies, you will never be content with the law, pure and simple, no matter how brilliant a reputation you might achieve." "But honest lawyers are so rare!" exclaimed Gwynne, boyishly. "I do believe I should be an honest one. That, at least, is the intention I have set beside my ambition. I am ambitious, Judge, as no doubt you have divined, and the prospect of being shelved among the lords sickened me. I wanted to make a career for myself, so cut the whole business and came here where my American properties were. Besides, as it happened, I inherited practically nothing with which to keep up my English estates. There, you have my reasons, Judge, and you are welcome to them. Titles without money are mere embarrassments. Still, I really should have left, had it been otherwise. I am certain I should. I never could stand the inaction of the upper house, nor do I care for those compensatory honours that my position and family influence might have secured for me. And now I feel more the American every day. I have even grown keen on making money, which I rather disdained at home. For the matter of that, thought little about it. You may not know that I am, in partnership as it were, with my mother and cousin, putting up a large Class A building in San Francisco?" He inferred that there was little about him the judge did not know, but accepted the interested "Ah!" and rhapsodized over his new interests. The judge listened with a benignant smile and a twinkling eye, every once in a while giving the tip of his long fleshy nose an abrupt shove, as if it impeded his breathing. "Just so!" he exclaimed. "Just so! It is the Otis blood. No better pioneer blood in the state. Jim was the wild one. The others were as steady as rocks. Their father and grandfather, your ancestors, sir, helped to make this great state what it is. Their names will always be honored in the annals of California. A terrible pity Jim and Hi got away with so much. If they'd hung on as your mother and her mother did, Miss Isabel would be one of the heiresses. But she seems able to take care of herself, and with that face and form, I guess she can redeem her fortunes any way she chooses. I hear that young Harry Hofer can't talk of anything else." Gwynne wondered if this were what the judge had come for, but exonerated him, concluding that he was merely rambling on in the hope of an opening. "No doubt," he said heartily. "Miss Otis could marry any one she pleased. One of the best titles in England was hers for the asking, by the way. But like myself she is too good an American, shall I say Californian, to live anywhere but here. She is immensely successful with her chickens, and we shall all make money on this new deal. I am certain of that." "No doubt, no doubt. Things are booming in San Francisco. You'll get a huge rent from a building of that size in time. Pity it has to be divided among three of you. And there will be a big mortgage to pay off first, I suppose. And it is in a very precarious district, a very precarious district." And once more the twinkle retired, and he gazed dreamily at the fire. "Oh, even golden apples have to ripen, and I have taken every precaution against fires. Have some more whiskey, Judge." "Don't care if I do." Gwynne knew that the Scotch scalded a throat caressed these many years with oily rye, and put as little seltzer in it as he dared, but the judge sipped it heroically. Suddenly the twinkle danced back to his eye as he turned it upon Gwynne. "You can't delude me," he cried. "You can't, sir. I know you intend to go in for politics. Nothing else would ever satisfy your genius. Own up, now." "Well," said Gwynne, modestly, "I have thought of it. After my 5 years are up, of course. Makes one feel rather like a convict. Meanwhile I can make some headway with the law, or, shall I say, build up a reputation that may be useful to me when I am able to run for office." "Ah, just so. Great pity you were ever discharged from your American indigenate. Then 1 year in California would settle the matter. Which of our parties makes the strongest appeal to you?" Gwynne's eyes had contracted, and he was staring at the stove, but his abstraction was too brief to be noticed, and he answered in a confidential tone, "Well, Judge, to tell you the truth," and then he stopped and laughed. "I see. You think one is about as bad as the other. Well, I am afraid that it is. Oh, my boy, they're not nearly as bad as they are made out to be, our American politics. Judge Leslie is dotty on that subject, and so are a good many of the other old fossils in Rosewater. I don't say but that San Francisco would be the better for a good spring cleaning, but the state's not nearly so bad as it's painted, not nearly so bad as it's painted." He delivered his repeated phrases with an unctuous indulgent roll that made Gwynne long to grind his teeth. But the prospective American merely raised an interrogative eyebrow. "I don't hear much good in any direction," he murmured. "Of course I can understand that you have seen through Tom Colton, and that he has appalled you as much as the fossils. He's in a hurry, and if he isn't mighty careful the machine will throw him down. For all his affected simplicity, he's too fond of the limelight, loves to see his name in print, and when he makes a donation to a charity or an improvement scheme he uses up all the fireworks in the state." "I was under the impression that he was in high favour with the district boss." "The district boss is getting old, and Tom, one way or another, has acquired a great influence over him. But I happen to know that he doesn't stand any too well with the state Democratic boss." "If Tom were really in earnest in his reforms, really had the interest of the common people at heart, although I never saw common people so well off in all my life, but the point is that if Tom were really sincere he might form an independent party." "Well, he can. It won't do him any good. It wouldn't do even you any good to work up a reform party, and your abilities are to his as 1,000 to 1. In fact, a man like yourself would have far less chance. They wouldn't let Tom amuse himself, but they would find you really dangerous, and the upshot would be that the two parties would unite and crush you flat. You might be a George Washington, Alexander Hamilton, and Abraham Lincoln rolled into one, and you would emerge from the swift and simultaneous impact of those two cast iron walls flatter than the sole of your boot. Even if you made a good running on a reform wave, so much the worse. Reform waves merely serve the purpose of making some poor devil conspicuous and recklessly optimistic, then subside and leave him high and dry, at the mercy of the ever-recuperating machine. It's enough to make a man wish he'd never been born. I've seen it more than once. There's only one of two results. They're either so disgusted with politics that they stay out of them for the rest of their lives, or they pick themselves up and make a bolt for the machine they think most likely to give them a career. Look at some of our most illustrious incumbents. Great bluff on the outside, which the machine don't mind one little bit, and the best sort of a party man inside, walking a chalked line with no rebellious wings on his feet. Wings don't grow on clay, but they are right, Mr. Gwynne, and not because they are wrong, either. In this great country organization is absolutely essential, and in all vast complicated organizations some chicanery will creep in. But take them all in all, American politics are not half as bad as they are painted. Not half as bad as they are painted." "Well, that is a relief. You certainly should know. But what of the great corporations that rule this state, as well as the country? The state Democratic or Republican boss is president or treasurer of one of them, is he not? I haven't taken the trouble to be very specific as yet. My time is so far off. Of course, I do not need to be told that organizations, trusts, or whatever you like to call them, are inevitable, because they are in the line of progress, and unabused they would be as much to the advancement of the individual as of the country. But they have been abused, from all I can make out, quite shockingly. I am taking the course on the Law of Corporations at the university, partly because I want to understand so vital a question as thoroughly as possible, and partly, well, at least I fancied I should, for a time, for what money there might be in it. But really—" "Oh, I don't say that some trusts are not reprehensible, and the sooner they are exposed the better, but they are the sensational cases. The majority of the great complex aggregations of capital are monuments to American genius and progress. I am sure that if you waste any time on the yellow press you know how to discount it. Some of even the best of the trusts may have swollen to a size that renders them practically unmanageable, as well as injudiciously provocative of much jealousy and unrest. But the principle is sound, as you have admitted, and the great law of judgment will correct all that is undesirable, and in a very few years. Meanwhile, get rich yourself, Mr. Gwynne. I'm delighted to learn that corporation law has appealed to you so strongly, for the money is there. I'm glad I came. I'd like to do one of your blood a good turn, to say nothing of yourself. Perfect yourself in corporation law, and Leslie says you accumulate more rapidly than any 100 ordinarily well-equipped men one might name, and I can put you in the way of clearing 100,000 a year." "Could you?" "Yes, sir. What the great corporations want, and want badly, even with all the good legal talent they've got, is an attorney of extraordinary abilities, and this you have. I understand that the legal luminary of that reform set in San Francisco has offered to take you into his office. That's about as great a compliment as even you could have, but there's nothing in it. They're playing a losing game. They ought to win, but they won't. The San Francisco boss may be what we elegantly term a shyster lawyer, but there never was as clever a one. And there's no trick he doesn't know. He'll beat them at every turn. You'd only make one more of that estimable Don Quixote band. Don't waste your youth. Study corporation law with all your might and main, and I'll place you where you'll make a big income from the start, and it'll grow bigger every year. Then when your turn comes to vote and run for office, why the whole field will be open to you to pick and choose from. Corporations are not ungrateful, and with a mighty one behind you, I guess you wouldn't whistle for anything long." Gwynne regarded the thin sole of his house–shoe with so rueful a countenance that the judge laughed outright. "Have you really had thoughts of working up a reform party?" he cried, the dancing imps in his eyes almost escaping. "Well, I may have dreamed a bit that way. You see, I come from a family of reformers," and he gave the judge a rapid sketch of the part his English forefathers had played in the great reform acts of their country. The judge nodded sympathetically. "Just so. I understand your point of view perfectly. Perfectly. But those great movements in England are matched here by spasms only. This country is too big and too heterogeneous. Don't set yourself between two cast-iron walls, Mr. Gwynne, because when they do get a concerted move on, they fly like hell. Join either of the parties, and you will find not only that it is not half as bad as it is painted, but that it accomplishes far more good than harm, many real reforms that are systematically ignored by the press." "I thought you said that reforms were impossible in this country." "Oh, bless my soul, no! That would mean that we were going straight to the dogs. Reforms are going on every minute. The country is more tolerable and civilized every decade. What I mean is, that no reform can be accomplished until the time is ripe for it. That is the reason why our spasms amount to nothing. They are always premature. But if you really want to do this country a service, throw in your lot with the regulars. You would always be an influence for good, and when you saw the first opening for the correction of some crying abuse, you would have powerful machinery at hand to work with. What you want to do, Mr. Gwynne, is to become a powerful factor in the machine, not waste your time on windmills." "Which machine?" asked Gwynne ingenuously. "I don't fancy I could ever make up my mind. They seem precisely alike to me." "Well," said the judge slowly, although he brushed the tip of his nose aside with more violence than usual, "I don't like advising, particularly a young man of your distinguished abilities and achievements, but I really think I am better able to advise you than Leslie. And certainly every man of us should feel a sense of responsibility to the old Otis and Adams blood. I will say frankly that in your place I should join the party that owns this state, and shows no sign of letting go. In other words, the Republican. I can well understand that having been a Liberal, and to the extent of renouncing your titles, the Democratic would appeal to you. But don't waste your time, Mr. Gwynne. You are 32. You don't want to throw away the next 10 years on a losing game, and then, tired out, arrive nowhere. You would fight so hard that all your energies would be second-rate by that time. You want to begin right now and swim with the tide. Nurse your great energies for the exactions of the victorious career. You'll need them, and need them fresh." "That sounds like good advice, but the whole political game appalls me when I consider that it will be 6 years before I can even run for the House of Representatives." "True, true. Pity your parents didn't lose you. But everything turns out for the best. Meanwhile, you can make name and fortune as a corporation lawyer, and you can't have too much money in this world, sir. You can't have too much money in this world." It was on the tip of Gwynne's tongue to ask him bluntly what corporation he had in mind, but not only did his already boiling humour recoil from the indignity of a deliberately worded bribe, but he doubted if it would be proffered so early in the game. He had a very clever man to deal with. It was not likely he would make the mistake of a direct approach. Gwynne flattered himself that he looked as ingenuous as Tom Colton, but as he had seen through the complacent judge, it was possible that the judge might entertain suspicions of a man with his reputation. He was glad he had not spoken when his visitor rose abruptly to his feet. "Bless my soul!" he exclaimed. "I shall miss my train if I don't hurry. And Heaven forbid that I spend another night in this mud hole. My address is on my card. When do you come down again?" "There is a lecture at Berkeley on Wednesday." "Good! Now, you will dine with me next Wednesday night, and I hope on many other nights. We must have several long talks, and all about your future, young man. I am too old to talk about my own, but I remember what I was at your age. Tactful, eh? But no," dropping his voice gravely, "I want to help you, and I can. Whatever branch of the law you specialize upon, you must leave Rosewater and come to San Francisco. I can place you in an office, even should you decide upon general practice, that will carry you swifter and further than our reform friend can, because he is playing a losing game. A losing game, sir. But we'll talk of all that later. I must hasten." Gwynne escorted him to the head of the staircase, where he resisted an impulse to kick him down, then, after a hasty glance into the dictionary, encased himself in rubber and went up the hill to the home of Judge Leslie. He was to dine there, and it was but 4:15, but what he had to say and ask would not keep for an hour and 3/4. CHAPTER IV. Part III, Chapter 4 of Ancestors, a Novel by Gertrude Atherton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Chapter 4. On his way to the house he decided that he could not confide even to Judge Leslie that he had been singled out as likely spoil by the grafters. No doubt that in a way it was a compliment to his abilities, this early conceived determination to whisk him out of the reform field and engross his abilities, killing two birds with one stone. Probably he would be approached in a similar manner very often, until he became a definite quantity, and in time would grow accustomed to it, and callous. But at present he was hot and sickened, the more so as he felt that he had received a new impulse to believe in himself. These vast corporations, the railroad, street railways, lighting, and telephone companies, were the ones that dictated to San Francisco, and were supposed to have debauched the board of supervisors, all of them small laborers, elevated by the boss to serve his ends, counted their capital by the millions, in one case at least by the 100,000,000. They had already bought much of the best talent in the country, and they wasted no time on the second rate. Gwynne could easily guess in whose teeming and orderly brain the scheme to seduce and attach himself had been shaped, and with the American contempt for the perspicacity of any foreigner, had selected this judge, with his breezy, direct, tactful manner, as certain to edge the newcomer into the fold. To Gwynne the only saving grace in the whole interview was that he had not been tempted. Had he been, he should have felt utterly demoralized, disposed to take himself at the valuation of the businesslike unsentimental brains in power. He found his judge awakening from a nap before his library fire, and dusting the crumbs from his beard. "This is an unexpected pleasure," the old gentleman began, then stopped short. "What is the matter?" he asked anxiously. "Sit down." "What does indigenate mean?" "Why, a purely technical term for citizenship." A friend of yours called upon me to day on the strength of having known the Otises, and remarked that it was a pity that I was ever discharged from my American indigenate. That you renounced American citizenship upon coming of age. It is a pity." "But I remember doing no such thing. I did no such thing. I certainly should remember it." "You mean that you made no formal act of renunciation of your American birthright, obtained no certificate of British nationality?" "I did nothing of the sort. It is possible that my father did it for me." "Your father could do nothing." Judge Leslie was staring at him. Suddenly he laughed. "You are British. I am almost inclined to believe you hopeless. How did I get the impression that you had formally expatriated yourself?" "From Isabel, who, no doubt, womanlike, jumped at the conclusion, having known you when you were more British still. And you never brought up the subject." "Don't regard me as wholly an idiot. I read the Constitution of the United States half a dozen times while making up my mind to come here, and it is not likely that Article 14, 'All persons born in the United States, etc., are citizens of the United States, etc.,' escaped me. I consulted my solicitor, and he read me from some chapter on expatriation, as plainly as may be, that the forfeiture of native citizenship was accomplished not only by a formal act of renunciation, but followed a long severance with the relations of the government under which the person was born, or acceptance of service under a foreign government. Considering that I had left the United States when I was 5 weeks old, and had fought and bled for Great Britain, besides serving in her Parliament, where of course I took my oath of allegiance, and that I had been an Englishman to every possible intent and purpose, even wearing my titles for some weeks, it seemed to me, and to my solicitor, that I would have rather a hard time obtaining an American passport." The judge nodded. "Quite right. All the same, I can't understand why your father did not bring the question up when you attained your majority, or why you, an ardent Britisher, did not think of it yourself." "You would understand if you lived among us for a few years. In the first place, my being born in the United States was such a mere incident that it was rarely mentioned, and then in the most casual manner. I don't suppose my mother ever volunteered a piece of information in her life, and my father rarely gave a thought to any matter but sport. My grandfather probably disliked the idea. He detested America. At all events, he never alluded to the subject, and was far too British to dream that the child of British parents could be other than British, were he born in heaven itself. I don't think the matter had entered my mind for 10 years, when the subject came up the first night of Isabel's visit to Capheaton, and I stupefied every one by announcing that I had been born in America. But otherwise it made no impression upon them. It is quite possible that had there been any prospect of my becoming the heir, when I reached my majority, some member of the family would have recalled the fact of my birthplace. But Zeal was well then, his wife was bearing children rapidly. There was every reason to suppose she would have half a dozen boys. Do you mean to say that I have never been an Englishman?" "Oh, you're all right as far as the British law goes. And you were a good and bona fide British subject for 30 years. Don't feel any discouragement on that score." "Then am I an American citizen? Is there to be no long period of waiting and of comparative inaction?" "I'm not so sure. There is no provision of the Constitution so open to various construction, and none has been so variously construed. I could cite 100 instances, that is, I could read them to you to morrow. But I recall two, and they are fair samples. One child, born in the United States of French parents, returned to France, and after serving his term in the French army wished to become an American citizen, and obtained his passport without difficulty. A full-grown American citizen went to Mexico and fought for Maximilian, and lost not only his own citizenship, but that of his children, who had been born in the United States. There you are, and there you are again, as dear old Dickens would say. But I must think a minute." He transferred his gaze to the coals, and was silent for a few moments. "There is a pretty strong case on both sides," he resumed in a musing tone. "You left this country when an infant. You practically forgot it. You entered the service of Great Britain heart and soul. and achieved high distinction. You inherited a title and wore it as a matter of course. For 30 years you never set foot on American soil, nor at any time demanded the protection of the United States, as you might easily have done in your foreign wanderings. There is hardly a doubt that if England had gone to war with us at any time during the last 10 years, and needed your services, you would have given them. However, that contingency did not arise, so let it pass. But with an unsympathetic State Department, and an active enemy or two, all the other points cited would make up as clear a case of voluntary expatriation as any on record. But there is a pretty good balance on the other side. You were born in the United States. You did not renounce at any time your allegiance. You have the blood of 2 presidents in your veins, and here is the important point you have been one of the heaviest taxpayers in California for 32 years. Now, as I have intimated, these expatriation cases have all been decided on their individual merits. I would advise you to go at once to Washington and enlist the influence of the British ambassador to get you personal and private interviews with the powers that be. Then plead your own case. One of 2 things will happen. Either there will be much humming and hawing, and much virtuous and judicial weighing of your peculiar case, article by article, or the President himself will decide one way or another off-hand, he being what he is. For that reason I think it would be well to approach him by degrees, let him digest it a bit. He may be delighted that you have thrown over your titles and your brilliant and promising career to become an American citizen, invite you to take the oath of allegiance forthwith, and order the State Department to issue a passport. On the other hand, he may fly off at a tangent, and be righteously indignant that a man with the blood of the Otises and Adamses in him, who had the good fortune to be born on American soil, hesitated a moment after reaching man's estate, more particularly that he never gave the matter a thought. Nothing could be more problematical. I wouldn't bet a $20 gold piece either way. But, I repeat, you must go yourself, otherwise the affair would hang on interminably. Moreover, you must tell no one the object of your journey. Tom Colton would pull every wire within his reach, and he is no mean rival, to postpone your admission to citizenship, and so, I fancy, would others." He shot a keen glance at Gwynne. "I think I know who your visitor was to day, and what he came to Rosewater for. That speech of yours, and its effect on the crowd, never escaped the attention of the party bosses, and of course you are a marked man in this small community, to say nothing of your intimacy with the reform set in town. The judge, who started somewhere in this neighborhood as a poor boy, rose from various minor situations to be the secretary of Colton's bank, saved his dimes, and studied law. So far so good, the average self-made American. The law leads a good many of us into politics, and it wasn't long leading him. He was an invaluable party man, with that bluff, honest exterior, that superabundant magnetism, and that twinkling eye. The world always associates a fine, upright nature with the twinkling eye. I have one myself, and I believe that is the main reason why I have always been afraid to do wrong. Well, our friend got the bench when he wanted it, and he has been a mighty good friend to the corporation that put him there, and it has done well by him. He owns a fine house in San Francisco, entertains, goes into the best society, has visited Europe several times, and, although he is now rising 60, continues to fool all but a few. He might climb higher and become a United States senator, but the corporation finds him too useful here. He rather resents that, but they make the sacrifice worth his while. I can well conceive they have spotted you, and you may be sure there is little about you they don't know. Of course they may have made up their minds you are erratic, and have not the least doubt that they can manipulate that loose screw. They have bought thousands, these—" It was not often the judge swore, but when he did he took some time. "Grafters, that are debauching the country, and will soon make it impossible for an honest man to live, and although they will no doubt have the grace to approach you with less brutal directness than commonly, I knew that was what they were after the moment that old rascal began to talk to me this morning. He never fooled me. Well, We'll fool him. You go to Washington and get your passport. And if you can't hasten matters, don't let an outsider know what you are after. Plunge into society and let them think you need a change from California. Of course you will give your real name. Cat's out, anyhow. Perhaps they will think you are on your way home to England. Flirt with the girls and be a frivolous young blood. The judge asked you to dinner, I suppose. I thought so. You would meet more than the judge. If not the first time, then the second and third. Write him a note, telling him you are obliged to go south to take a look at your mother's ranch. Then obey a sudden impulse and go east, by the southern route. In Washington be seen as much with your ambassador as possible. I don't think these rascals will suspect, for they take for granted that you were duly discharged from your American indigenate." I can hear him. If they did, there would be the devil to pay, but I don't think they will. However, don't waste any time." Gwynne was staring at the fire, his inner being chaos, but he replied in a moment that he would start for Washington on the following day. Chapter 5 of Ancestors, a Novel by Gertrude Atherton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Chapter 5 There had been no stormier night during the winter. Isabel's old house creaked and rattled and groaned like a ship in a whole gale, and the wind sent great waves of rain along the veranda. A northern window had been blown in and hastily patched. Although but 9 o'clock, the sky was as black as midnight. For several days there had been merely a quiet steady fall, but during the afternoon the northern rain belt had sent down another great storm, and it had been rising ever since. Isabel, unable to go out, had washed her hair, and was still sitting on the hearth-rug, drying it, when she heard a shout outside, and the slam of a door at the back of the house, and voices in the kitchen. She was too warm and comfortable to be interested. If it were a tramp, he was welcome to the shelter of the house. If a burglar, there were 2 men to dispose of him, and her jewels were in a safe deposit box in San Francisco. She loved a storm, and had given herself up to one of those moods of pure delight in the present moment, although she had been in anything but a good humor of late, and solitude had palled. But a raging storm, the sense of the absolute dominance of nature and the littleness of man, always exalted her. She knew that the old house was secure on its foundations, and, but that she loved comfort and warmth, she would have liked to be out on the marsh in a boat. Tense with the difficulties of keeping the channel and avoiding the shoals and mud-banks obliterated by the risen waters. It amused her to imagine herself out there, while dwelling pleasurably, in a doubled consciousness, upon the warm red tints of her room. Her dreams were barely disturbed by the unknown interloper, but they were shattered a moment later by Gwynne's voice and a rapid step in the hall. She had intended to greet him with a cool hauteur after his neglect of nearly a month, but she could not rise in time, and enveloped in a mass of hair spread over a yard of the floor, it was impossible to be dignified. So she resolved to be charming. "I had to come in the back way like a tramp and leave my oilskins in the kitchen," he announced abruptly as he entered. "Don't get up. I have always wanted to see your hair down. So did Jimmy, I remember. Did he?" "Certainly not. Neither would you if you had not chosen such an extraordinary time to call. I am delighted to see you once more after all these years, but what on earth possessed you?" His eyes were glittering, although he had dropped his lids, and he did not sit down, but moved restlessly about the room. "Your mother is much better," said Isabel tentatively. "Oh, yes, and she is looking forward to her motor trip, and telephoned this morning that her room was a mass of flowers. I fancy she is a bit touched by so much kindness, for she has not been half decent to any one but the Trennahans." "Does she say anything about returning to England? She had it in mind just after the earthquake." "She has made 1 or 2 casual allusions to her return, but she never plans far ahead. Does what takes her fancy at the moment. But this life will never suit her. I imagine she will go before long. London is in her blood. now that she can live properly, and will have all she can, or ought to want, when the building is paying, there is no object in her remaining here." "How goes the building?" "How can anything go in this infernal weather? The old shanties are down, and the contractor had a sort of tent created, and has done some work on the foundations. I should have come directly to California if I had had any idea of the money to be made by selling off my superfluous land and putting up that building. It might be finished by this time. Why didn't you tell me?" "I am only remodelling my own brain on business lines by slow degrees, and no echo of this building fever reached me in Europe. You will remember that I did write, while you were wandering about America, that Mr. Colton suggested it for both of us. If I did not dwell on the subject, it was because I had a feminine horror of the mortgage, and no idea that you were so keen on making money. I am thinking principally of my mother. When a woman has always had the world, I doubt if she can live long out of it. San Francisco is all very well for the young and adventurous, and for those with a strong sense of the picturesque, but I can imagine that to a woman of her age and experience. Do you know," he burst out, "I don't know where I am. What an extraordinary thing heredity is. I doubt if most people, although they would call that a platitude, realize that heredity is anything more than a telling word. There are times when I am sitting at my stove, surrounded by all those typical American men, who seldom mention a subject but politics and farming, for I taboo chickens, or the intensely local interests, more or less affected by politics. There are times when I actually feel the nameless ambitious young fellow, not born in a log cabin perhaps, but next door to it, and endowed with that keen compact pioneer determination to stride straight to my goal, whether it is the White House or, well, the presidency of a trust company. I forget. Good God, are those years behind me in England? I have caught myself wishing that I had kept a scrapbook like other idiots. It escapes my memory altogether at times that I have but to take a steamer out of New York to reach the top of civilization again in less than a week. Perhaps it suggests itself when you remember that with the income you can command before long, life in England will be more worth while. That was as nasty a one as you ever gave me. No one knows better than yourself what brought me to America, and that those conditions cannot be altered by money. Could I not have had Julia Kaye's fortune? You need not be nasty again. You forget that not only was I in love with her, or thought I was, but could have given her the equivalent. She would have been the last to claim that she was to pay too high a price, even with me thrown in. If you don't beg my pardon, I'll leave the house." "I beg your pardon," said Isabel hastily. She was thrilled with curiosity. She had never seen him so nearly excited, with the exception of one memorable and painful moment. She fancied that she could see one of the barriers between them sway. It may be that this sudden prospect of wealth, or rather a goodish income that would enable me to keep up a decent establishment in town, and a bit of a place somewhere in the hunting country, has upset my equilibrium. But it occurred to me this morning, as I was splashing through the mud. I had to go out to the ranch. In fact, it came over me with such a rush that I felt like Don Quixote, and every landmark looked like a windmill. What is England to-day but the very apex of civilization? The Mecca, the reward of every man and woman with the breeding and the intelligence to appreciate it. The best of everything goes there. You have but to turn round to help yourself to an infinite variety, to be found piecemeal everywhere else on earth. And the very best is mine, by inheritance and personal effort. Why in thunder am I out here on this ragged edge of civilization, struggling with almost primitive conditions? Elemental badness, sure enough. What is my object? Merely to bring about a set of conditions that exists in England to-day. I have them there. Why am I wading into filth up to my knees for the sake of an alien race, when they are mine already? But you had too full a measure. That was the reason you emptied the cup and turned your back. You wanted hard work, to use your gifts. What does it all amount to? Suppose I insidiously work up a reform movement in this state, and am shot into Congress over the head of the machine. Suppose my gifts are as extraordinary as I have been led to suppose. Ordinarily a man feels damned commonplace, and by force of those gifts I hold my own against the formidable organizations I shall encounter there at every turn. Suppose this reform spirit in the United States grows and strengthens, and I come along in time to benefit by it, and am landed in Washington, even in the White House. What of it? I had 1,000 times rather be Prime Minister in England, in other words, the real head of 11,000,000 square miles of the earth's surface, dictator to a good part of the world, for that matter. Your public men are servants, or ought to be, according to your constitution. In England we render service by courtesy, and rule the roost. In this country every man in public life is not only at the mercy of his constituents, but in daily terror of having his head cut off by the man above him. Even the president has to be a politician above all things." "You used to talk in England as if you were not wholly swayed by personal ambition." "It is not so difficult over there to conceive high and mighty ideals. Fool yourself if you like. But I'll be hanged if I can see myself baring my breast for poisoned arrows, with a seraphic smile on my lips. Over here, it is all so crude. I want to be a main instrument in reform as much as ever, oh yes, but I am not sure that one motive is not to make the life and the game more tolerable, and the everlasting machine. There won't be a day, inside or out of it, that I won't run up against every damnable meanness that human nature is capable of. I must handle these men, placate them, or get out. History has not yet failed to repeat itself. If I succeed, in favoring conditions, in forming a new party, I may end as a boss myself. Exalted ideal! Inspiring thought! Better go home and live like a gentleman. I could have some sort of a career, and I have seen enough in this country to drive me towards the conclusion that there are worse things in life than curbing one's youthful ambitions a bit." He was striding up and down the room, his expressive hands as restless as his feet. The colour was in his face and his eyes were blazing. There was a curious magnetism about him that Isabel had never been sensible of before, although she had heard much of it in England. It was as if his spirit were fully awake. At other times he appeared to live with his cool, critical brain only, while his inner self, with its intense, slow passions, slept. She wisely made no comment, and after shoving the books violently about the table, he went on: "You may argue that if public men were elected directly by the people, and the president held office for one term of 10 or 15 years only, that a long stride would be made towards the millennium. But it is doubtful if even then 40 or 50 different tribes, for that is what your state and territory lines effect, could be managed without machinery, and machinery developed the lowest attributes in human nature. I saw enough of that in the few rotten boroughs we have left in England, but my imagination never worked towards the full and original development in this country. We have other faults. The serenest optimist would never deny them, but faults or no faults, we crown civilization today. The richest man in America has not the least idea what it means to live like a gentleman in our sense, and there is no flaw in my appreciation of your country. In many respects it is the most marvelous the world has known, but I sometimes wonder if the pioneer blood in my veins is red enough to stand it. No matter what the most successful reformers accomplish, there will be no high civilization here in our time, no background. Unconsciously or otherwise, I shall always have the goal of England in my mind, and if that is the case, why am I here? Isn't civilization the highest that man is capable of accomplishing, the best that earth has to offer any of us? What sense is there in going back to the beginnings and plodding or fighting towards the goal you were born to? It's more than once I've felt like Don Quixote. The whole infernal country is a windmill, and a large percentage of its inhabitants are windbags." "Of course you have a streak of Don Quixote in you. All men of genius have, I suppose. You felt that you had a mission, to pack a great deal into a convenient phrase. You could do nothing in England but sit down and sup with the elect. You would have choked very quickly, and if you went back you would not stay. You would not only be bored, but you know how badly this country needs one disinterested man of genius." "I am not disinterested. I've never felt more selfish in my life." "You have an immense capacity for disinterested statesmanship. Of course all motives, especially with the highly gifted, are complex. You have said yourself they would be fanatics otherwise. And you are far more American than you know, although you have just confessed that you do know it well enough at times. All your American ancestors may be living again in you. It was your own instinct, no influence of mine, that sent you out here, filled with mixed but high ambitions. No full-blooded Englishman would ever do what you have done. Insanity and inebriety skip a generation. Why not Americanism? Heaven knows there is nothing American about your mother, and when the political clean-up comes, as it is bound to— Oh, I am sick of this everlasting optimism. Everything is bound to come out all right, God's own country, and all the rest of it. I can understand it well enough out here, though. It is a wonder to me that any Californian has energy enough to care. Life is easy at the worst. The scoundrels batten unnoticed, although they are sending up the price of everything, and the most ungrateful and rapacious labor class on earth never get their deserts. The labor class hasn't a leg to stand on, so far as bare justice goes. Pity they can't have a taste of Eastern factories and wages and climate for a while. If it were not for its bay, and the tremendous significance of its position opposite the Orient, California would be what it ought to be, the pleasure gardens of the world. No politics, no labor unions, merely a succession of estates, big and little, where a man could live a happy animal existence for 1/3 of the year, after working the other 2/3. That is a sane division. But if I stay here, I work. And for what ultimate object? England as sure as fate." "You cannot possibly tell how you will feel 20 years hence." "20 years! That is a fair estimate, no doubt. I believe that the real secret of discontent has been the prospect of this cursed period of inaction. Nice substitute, coruscating as a blooming barrister, and it's mighty difficult to travel along for 4 years without showing your hand. It requires a tact that I may or may not have. If I have it, there may be other depths of hideous guile as yet undiscovered. I have had glimpses of them already. All these farmers that I am nursing, what if my beneficent virus works too quickly, before I can represent them? Some other fellow reaps the benefit, and when my turn comes, likely as not there will be a reaction. I've to keep and increase my hold on these men of every nationality under the sun, as well as upon the seasoned old Americans, lest they should break away from me. Nice job I've cut out." He hesitated a moment, but added, "Beastly idea to subject all to the same law. It should be 10 years for immigrants, and 1 for the man of the world anxious to take the oath of allegiance. Not that I am frantic to take it. I never knew any one so keen for obstacles, and now that you have found more than you bargained for, it's not the obstacles that daunt me. If I were only sure of accomplishing any result worth while, if I had the materials to work on, if I was sure I cared. The American is an unhatched Englishman, but he won't be hatched out in my time. I even long for the close compact drama of English life. Everything is spread over such a vast loose surface here. These 4 years through which I must stumble along with my hands tied are a fair example. And it seems to me that I never go to bed without seeing a face on the dark trying to enunciate, 'What for? Why?'" He sat down suddenly on a chair in front of her and took his head in his hands. "Do you ever ask yourself those questions?" he demanded abruptly. Isabel nodded. He noted absently that she looked like an elf with her face half hidden by her hair, and that he could see but one little black mole, but a narrow ring of blue about the dilated pupils of her eyes, the tiny dimple at the corner of her mouth. She wore a loose blue wrapper, and the wood fire leaped in high flames behind her. The storm was terrific. He suddenly realized that this was the only home-like room he knew outside of England. He felt as if nothing would ever give him peace again, but he was suddenly and overwhelmingly glad to be there, and comfortably alone with Isabel on this raging night. He stared at her until his own pupils dilated, but she replied more tranquilly than she felt. Cui bono is the motto of Earth's coat of arms. The only thing that saves us is that we don't see it all the time. There are long intervals in which we eat and sleep and dance and love and play at politics and enjoy the storm, and are best companions. We certainly are not here to spend our lives preparing for another world, otherwise there would be no sense in the complexities of civilizations. A man could do that much in a cave. It is merely the diabolism of instinct that prompts the young to believe that the race is all. Certainly love is not the only source of happiness. I have been ecstatically happy when writing, thinking, in the fever of composition, that I was dashing out the finest thing in literature. I have been happy under fire, or excited enough to think so, and I have felt enough exultation with exultation to make happiness, when I have been on a platform and carried a hostile crowd off its head and to my feet. If two people were indescribably mated, I don't know. Why not deliberately accept the doctrine that there is a purpose, even if you are not permitted to read the riddle of life? All very well, but what have politics to do with it? You may answer that a man should lay up all the credits he can, and that he can possibly get more by cleaning out the political trough than in any other way. If those are my lines, I suppose I shall work along them, but my higher faculties whisper that to live this life on the intellectual plane, fighting for your country, when necessary, is the rational existence for those that have the luck to be born to the good things of the old civilizations. Here they don't know any better, or if they do, they can't help themselves. If that plane isn't meant to live on, why is it there? Has a man the right deliberately to step off the high plane upon which a long succession of circumstances have planted him, pull up his roots and plant them in a virgin soil? Perhaps it is his duty to go where he is most needed, where his riper instincts and experience— Your arguments are always good, otherwise I should not be here arguing with you. What do you really think of love?" She jumped with the suddenness of the attack, and then drew backward a little, for he was leaning towards her, and she felt his masculine magnetism as she had never done before. It pulled and repelled her, fascinated and filled her with resentment, and she was fully alive to the romantic conditions, the wild night, the isolation, the vibrating atmosphere, but she replied, soberly: "I don't think about it. I buried all that. Chuck it on the dust heap. It served its purpose. Women should have some experience in their first youth as men have others. You are the better for it, because you worked off on the poor devil all the morbid and ultra-romantic tendencies that were spoiling your life. But let it go at that. It was no more love than my first Byronic madness for one of my mother's friends when I was 16. You were 30 when you were in love with Mrs. Kaye, and she was not even your second, nor your 10th, no doubt." "Quite right. I do not understand, and shall waste no time on the effort. All men run pretty much the same gamut. That attack was the most commonplace sort of passion, no madness in it, no idealization, no sense of mating." "And how, may I ask, do you expect to know when you really do fall in love?" "I'll know all right. I wish you would put up your hair. You look uncanny, not like a woman at all. You have too many sides. I like you when you are human and normal." "If you think my hair in its proper place will accomplish that result. My hairpins are upstairs on my dressing table." He disappeared instantly. When he returned she was standing and coiling her hair about her head. Her sleeves were loose and the attitude bared her arms. As Gwynne handed her the pins, one by one, he stared, fascinated. But when she had finished and shaken down her sleeves, returning his stare with two polar stars, he turned his back suddenly and resumed his tramp of the room. "I have changed my mind," he said abruptly. "I had intended to marry you on any terms, merely because you suited my critical taste. But I believe that if I married you in that way, I should beat you or kill you, or you would kill me. You are capable of anything. Love would square matters with us, nothing else." "Then is the engagement broken?" asked Isabel placidly. She did not sit down, but stood with a foot on the fender. He relieved his feelings by kicking a stool across the room, then came and stood in front of her. "Could you love me?" he demanded. "I am not the village prophet." Have you made up your mind you will not marry me?" "Oh, yes, that." "Because you couldn't love me, or because you are determined not to marry?" "I won't feel and suffer and have my life torn to tatters when I can keep it whole. I had rather marry you without love, if I believed myself indispensable to your success in life." "Much you know about it. I won't have you on any such terms." "You are in no imminent danger. Heavens, what a wind! You must stay here to night. If the spare room is too cold, you can sleep on this divan." "If that is a polite hint, I am ready to take it. I have been here long enough." "Oh, but I mean it. I will not hear of you riding back in this pitch darkness. You will be more likely to go into the marsh than not. You can return to Rosewater so late to morrow that Sister Anne will infer you have made a morning call." "I shall return to night. It was as dark when I came, and I am not altogether a fool. Neither is my horse." "But you are not so familiar with the road," murmured Isabel impressively. "That is the one decent thing you have said to me to night. It is these sudden lapses into the wholly feminine that save me from despair. What a night for romance, and you and I sparring like two prize fighters. That is as far as we have ever got. If you would ever let me know you. Sometimes I have an odd fancy that I can see a lamp burning in your breast, and that if ever I got at it, and searched all the nooks and crannies of your strange nature by its light, I should love you as profoundly as it is possible for a man to love a woman. I am afraid it is only a taper in a cup of oil. At all events, it is not a searchlight, even to myself. I fancy people only seem complicated to others when they do not wholly understand themselves." "Do you understand yourself?" She shrugged her shoulders. "Are you perfectly satisfied that you can never love me?" She reddened, and her sensitive mouth moved, but she brought her teeth together. "That has nothing to do with it." "Everything! Nothing! Do you mean to tell me that you are literally contented with your life as it is, living out here alone, with nothing to do but read and look after those confounded chickens? You have the most romantic temperament I have ever met, and the way you gratify it would make an elephant laugh." "I dream, and think of the future." "Future? You saw what that amounted to when you were in town." "I have shaken off the impression. It must have been that I had too much at once, and the purely frivolous, which offended my puritanical streak." "You don't like the Bohemian crowd any better." "There are plenty of others. When I am ready, I shall make the plunge and forbid myself to shrink from realities. And the only people that will interest you will be those deep in public affairs. A woman to be a political power must be married, otherwise she becomes the worst sort of feminine intriguer." "I am interested in the women that are interested in the improvement of all things." "And what is their ultimate aim, for heaven's sake? The franchise. Do you mean to tell me that you intend to become a club woman? I had sooner you wrote a book." "I have no intention of doing either. In other words, you are a plain dreamer, and a selfish one at that." "I try not to be selfish. I visit no ill humor on any one but you, and I do good where I can. I should be more selfish if I ran the risk of making some man unhappy in matrimony. Well, I'm sick of the subject. I came to say good bye for a time. I'm off to the South to morrow, and then East on business. I don't know when I shall be back. Oh, you can turn white. I can make you turn white." "What do you expect when you fire such a piece of news at me? What is behind this?" "I have told you enough." "Don't you trust me?" "Oh, you can keep a secret. I don't know that I want to tell you." "Very well." "Oh, well, it would be beastly ungrateful in me not to. I have had a hint that, not having de-Americanized myself formally when I came of age, I may still be an American citizen. Judge Leslie has advised me to go to Washington and find out, and I am going. Are you really so interested?" "Oh, yes," said Isabel softly. "I am interested. I have been afraid you might become discouraged and disgusted. 4 more years would be a long time. Are you glad?" "I don't know whether I am or not. When it comes to taking the oath of allegiance to the United States, if that is sprung on me in Washington, I shall feel more like taking the next steamer for England and making my oaths there. It is a little too sudden. All this hesitation and doubt are natural enough until you are settled down, and become too accustomed to the country to think of anything else. I accept the balm, but I have less hesitation than you imagine, whatever the doubt and disgust, and I really believe the secret of my unrest is you. Good heavens, do I love you already? That would be the last straw." He was staring at her, and something in his face blinded her. She turned cold from head to foot, but she moved her glance to the baskets on the mantel-shelf, and replied quietly: "It will take some time for you to know whether you are in love again or not. You have seen me too constantly. Barring the last month, I have become in many ways necessary to you. When you move to San Francisco, as I am convinced you will, and have many other resources, propinquity is all there is to 9/10 of what we call love, and then a little more kills it. Even if I were under the same delusion as you are, I should not yield to it." "I do love you," he said, as slowly and clearly as he was capable of enunciating, but his voice was hoarse, and she was sensible, without turning her head, that he was rigid. "It is different, quite different. I am willing to wait, however. I understand your hesitation. When I return—" "Doubt of the reality of your—well—" "Love," said Gwynne, grimly. But Isabel could not bring herself to utter the word. "One way or the other, it does not alter my determination not to marry. Let that rest for a while. What I want to know is, could you—do you love me?" "Oh, I don't know. I only know I don't want to. You have a tremendous influence. You have made every one else seem commonplace and uninteresting. I have resented very much your neglect this last month. I am willing to tell you all this, also that I have imagined myself in love with you. But I am convinced that if you let me alone, I shall get over it." "I have no intention of letting you alone." She moved backward suddenly, and he laughed. "I wouldn't touch you with a 40-foot pole," he said roughly, "unless you wanted me. That, perhaps, show how far gone I am. But precious little you know about men, or yourself. If I kissed you this minute, you would succumb." He turned suddenly, and was down the hall and had slammed the kitchen door behind him before she realized that she was actually alone, that he meant to leave the house. For a moment she clutched the edge of the mantelpiece in a passion of relief and regret. Then her femininity was swept aside by her hospitable instinct and vehement fear. She ran down the hall and into the kitchen, but even his rain garments and boots were gone. She opened the back door and peered out into the inky darkness. A light was moving in the stable. The rain was falling in a flood and the wind almost drove her backward, but she gathered up her gown and ran as fast as she could make headway to the stable. He was alone and tightening his horse's saddle girths by the light of a dark lantern. He gave her a bare glance and went on with his work. "You must not go!" she was forced to scream. "You shall not! Why, you are mad! The marsh! Such conventionality is ridiculous. I refuse to recognize it." He rose to his feet and led his horse outside, but before he could vault to the saddle she caught his arm and dragged him backward. "You shall not go! You shall not!" She could hardly hear the sound of her voice, but she heard his, and there was nothing in either storm or darkness to blunt the sense of touch. For a moment she felt as if the whole had never been halved, as if they two were youth incarnate. And his arm was like vibrating iron along her back. She thought he was going to kiss her, and dazedly moved her head towards him. But he cried into her ear instead: "I stay if you marry me to-morrow." "No, no, no!" Her will sprang through her lips, and before it was beaten down again she saw a spark of light engulfed in the dark, and stood alone in the storm, wondering if the world had turned over. Chapter 6. Part 3, Chapter 6 of Ancestors, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Chapter 6. Monday morning. This is merely to announce that I survived the marsh, and that upon my return we will resume where we left off last night. E.G. Isabel received this note early in the morning. That night she had accepted an invitation of some weeks' standing, and was established in the old Yorba mansion on Nob Hill. She anathematized her cowardice, but solitude was beyond her endurance for the moment. She had made up her mind that she would not think of Gwynne at all, much less give herself opportunities to miss and desire him, and her will, reinforced by conditions, was strong enough at times to persuade her that she hated him. And there was nothing in the Trennahan household to try her nerves, everything to soothe them. Although the old buff walls and terrible carpets of Mrs. Yorba's day had gone long since, and the house had been completely refurnished, it looked like a home, not a museum. Trennahan had taken his family to Europe many times, and they had brought back much that was rare and beautiful. But nothing stood out obtrusively, not even a color. They entertained constantly in a quiet way, and if Magdalena was far too Spanish to seek out the clever of all sets, and Trennahan too indifferent, at least Isabel met daily such of the haute noblesse as were not completely fossilized, and many men that interested her well enough. Moreover, as Mrs. Trennahan now had a grown-up daughter, she was obliged to take her to the cotillons and other routs given under the merciless supervision of the leader. Isabel accompanied her as a matter of course, and when she declined an invitation her guest was at liberty to go with the ever-faithful Mrs. Hofer. For 3 weeks Isabel did little thinking. She went to the ranch once a week for the day only, spent an occasional hour with Lady Victoria. Even then she was barely reminded of Gwynne. She was busy during every moment while in the country, and her relative was no more communicative than of yore. Only once did Victoria remark casually that, by a sort of poetic justice, Gwynne was detained in the South with a sprained ankle, and was hurling maledictions at fate from the classic shades of Santa Barbara. Isabel grudgingly admired the restraint with which he denied himself the possible solace of correspondence with herself, and it crossed her mind once or twice that the young man might have the understanding of women that proceeded from instinct, if not from study. But she deliberately dismissed him, and although his name was frequently mentioned in her presence, she soon ceased to turn cold, and forced him to flit with 100 others across the surface of her mind. For the first time in her life she flirted desperately, and with others besides young Hofer. She was quite wickedly indifferent to consequences, and was inspired to woo the fickle goddess of popularity. The peace and charm and intellectual relief of the Trennahan home did much to modify her shrinking from realities, and the effort to please, and the abandonment to the purely frivolous instincts of youth, were the only aids her beauty needed to achieve that popularity she had abstractly desired the night Gwynne brought her the stars. She no longer desired it at all, but she disguised this fact and reaped the reward. Moreover, although her analytical faculty slept in the darkest wing of her brain, the mere fact that she was stormily loved and desired by a man to whom she was powerfully attracted, that for a moment she had been awake and eager in his embrace, had warmed her blood and given her an insolent magnetism that she had never possessed before. Through Mr. Colton she received a formal request from Gwynne to dedicate the Otis building, named in honor of the creator of the family fortunes, on the day the last of the foundation stones was laid. In company with 100 other young people in automobiles, she astonished south of Market Street one beautiful spring day. The spring was making desperate assaults upon the lingering winter, and amidst much mock solemnity and many cheers, deposited into the chiseled crypt of one of the great concrete blocks upon which the building would rest, a strong box containing 3 of Concha Arguello's Baja California pearls, several family daguerreotypes, and the original deed of sale which had transferred the property from the city to the first James Otis. When the ceremony was over the contractor shook hands with her approvingly. "That's as good a place as any for a deed of sale in this here town," he remarked, "for no shake will ever budge them concrete pillars. They're down to bed rock, and no fire'll ever crack them, neither. We'll begin on the steel frame to morrow, and you must come down occasionally and cheer us up. It'll be worth it. The Otises is going to be the cock of the walk. Better make up your mind to have them terra cotta facings." "Oh, they would not raise the rents, and would hardly be appreciated by their present neighbours," said Isabel lightly. "I am going to send you a bottle of champagne to night, and you must drink to the health of the Otis." The man promised fervently that he would, and then after ordering beer from a neighbouring saloon for the workmen, Isabel and her party motored out to the beach beyond the Cliff House, where a number of old street cars had been converted into bath houses, and disported themselves in the waves until it was time to rush home and make ready for the Mardi Gras ball. This yearly function was given in the Institute of Art on Nob Hill, the wooden Gothic mansion with bow windows, erected in the 'eighties by a railroad millionaire who had barely survived his nimble victorious assault upon fortune. His widow had presented his monument to art, and now its graceful flimsy walls housed much that was valuable in canvas and marble, and more that was worthless. Once a year, on the eve of Lent, society gave a Mardi Gras ball, and such of the artists as were known to the elect decorated the rooms, and contributed certain surprises. This year, partly out of a compliment to the leader and Miss Otis, partly because the old Spanish spirit had been roaming through its ancient haunts of late, the interior of the mansion was hung with red and yellow. Isabel, in full Spanish costume, led the grand march with young Hofer, who was dressed as a toreador, and sported the jeers of his friends in the gallery with what fortitude he could summon. He was plump and pink and golden. The great room, surrounded with boxes draped with the colours of Spain, and filled with women splendidly dressed and jewelled, was very gay and inspiring, and the masks flung confetti, and had a squib for everybody with a salient characteristic. When the march finished, Isabel, who wore a half mask of black satin, and her hair in 2 long braids plaited with gold tinsel, danced a Spanish dance by herself, alternating tambourine and castanets. She had practised it during the past week with a professional, and she gave it with all the graceful sexless abandon of those California girls who, 100 years before that night, were dancing out at the Presidio and Mission. She was the success of the evening, as she had purposed to be, and went home with 2 proposals to her credit, and as gratified a vanity as ever titillated the nerves of an ambitious and heartless young flirt. It was not the first time that Isabel had deliberately elected to play a rôle and achieved so signal a triumph that she was beset with the doubt if she had not but just discovered herself. As she fell asleep in the dawn of Lent, it was with the somewhat cynical reflection that perhaps she could make quite as great a success of the rôle of the statesman's wife, were she to essay it. The roads were still in too muddy and broken a condition for a long projected automobile trip, and the Trennahans had decided to hire a special car and journey to Mexico, spending some time in Southern California. They urged Isabel to go with them, but she was sure that she had had all the respite she needed, nor would she neglect her chickens any longer. In truth, she said good-bye to the party, which included not only Lady Victoria, but several other congenial spirits, with a considerable equanimity. She was suddenly tired of them all, and glad to go back to her solitudes. Although she did not return with that exuberance of joy which, upon former occasions, had made her feel like a long-prisoned nymph restored to her native woodland, still she was more than content to be at home again, and sat on her veranda until darkness closed the long evening. Every trace of the winter's madness had vanished. The marsh was high and red above the fallen waters, the hills were green, the trees budding, wild flowers were beginning to show their heads. The scene, until the last ray of twilight had gone, leaving that dark formlessness of a California night with its horrid suggestion, was almost as peaceful as England. For several days Isabel, from reaction after weeks of incessant gaiety, and the heaviness of early spring, was too languid to find even her Leghorns interesting. She slept late, yawned through the day, and never had her hammock, swung on the porch at the beginning of spring, possessed so recurrent an attraction. At the same time, she was conscious, under the physical inertia which had brought her mind to a standstill, that she avoided Rosewater lest she should be forced to talk of Gwynne. He was still in Santa Barbara, and it was likely that he would be persuaded to go with the Trennahans to Mexico. There was time enough to seek his passport, and Isabel could well imagine that his impatience was not uncontrollable. No doubt he understood by this time that he could expect no change in her, if indeed he had not dismissed the matter from his mind. She was rudely shaken out of her apathy by a long telegram from him, dated at El Paso. "I have come this far with the Trennahans. Go to Washington to day. Expect me any time now. But should I be detained, will you go over to the ranch occasionally? Use old power of attorney should occasion rise. Glad you made the running you wanted at last. Better order terracotta facings for the Otis. Am told that 2 other buildings will go up shortly in neighborhood. Quite fit again. E.G." The delight and relief this telegram induced, the subtle sensation of hope and flattery, not only routed torpidity, but lashed her into such a state of fury that she ran up to her bedroom and indulged in an attack of nerves. When it was over she faced the truth with the unshrinking clarity of vision she could summon at will. But if she was not as astonished as she thought she ought to be, she was no less angry, not only with herself, but with life for playing her such a trick. Less than ever did she want to marry, and cease to be wholly herself, to run the risk of disillusionment and weariness, and that ultimate philosophy which was no compensation for the atrophy and death of imagination. But no less did she turn appalled from the thought of a future without Gwynne. All her old vague plans were suddenly formless, and she felt that if she even faced the prospect of regarding the shifting beauties of the Rosewater marsh for the rest of her life, she would hate nature as much as she now hated her treacherous self. And none could divine better than she that, present or dismissed, when a man has conquered a woman's invisible and indefensible part, she might as well give him the rest. He is in control. She has lost her freedom forever. So strong was the feeling of mental possession that Isabel glanced uneasily about the room, half expecting to see the soul of Gwynne, wondering inconsequently if it would descend to notice that her eyes were red. But she vowed passionately that she would not marry him. If she had to be unhappy, far better unhappy, alone, and free, with some of her illusions undispelled. She had seen no married happiness that she envied, even where there was a fine measure of love and philosophy. Even Annabel had come to her one day in town, looking rather strained and worn, and, in the seclusion of Isabel's bedroom, had confessed that the constant exactions of a husband, 3 children, and migratory servants got on her nerves, and made her long for a change of any sort. "And there are so many little odd jobs in a house full of children," she had added with a sigh, "and they recur every day. You can no more get away from them than from your 3 meals. I never really have a moment I can call my own. Of course I am perfectly happy, but I do wish Tom were not in politics and would take me to Europe for a few years." And if Annabel was not happy, wholly happy, with her supreme capacity for the domestic life, how could she hope to endure the yoke? She with her impossible ideals and theories. Not that they were impossible, but to anticipate, in this world, the plane upon which the more highly endowed natures dared to hope they were to dwell in the next, absolute freedom was necessary. Isabel's theory of life, for women of her make, had not altered a whit, but the beckoning finger had lost its vigor. That left her with no material out of which to model a future for this plane, which, of course, was another triumph to the credit of the race. She knew that Gwynne had conquered, that she had really loved him as soon as he had ceased to play upon her maternal instincts. She had casually assumed at the time that her interest in him was decreasing, but in this day of retrospect she realized keenly that it had marked the opening of a new chapter. This was, perhaps, the most signal of Gwynne's victories, for the maternal tenderness for man means maternal dominance, a cool sense of superiority. Isabel was so conscious of Gwynne's mastery that she longed to kick him as she blushed to recall she had done once before. She rubbed her arms instinctively, as if she still felt the furious pressure of his fingers, and when the memory of another sort of pressure abruptly presented itself, she hurriedly bathed her eyes and went out on her horse. End of chapter 6. Part 3, Chapter 7 of Ancestors, a Novel by Gertrude Atherton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Chapter 7. For a week she was so moody and irascible that Abraham twice gave warning. Old Mac artfully took to his bed with rheumatism, and only the inexcitable Toomer was unconcerned. She rode her horse nearly to death, snubbed Annabel, whose children were down with the measles, over the telephone, and even boxed the ears of a dilatory hen. At the end of the week a sudden appreciation of her likeness to a cross old maid frightened her, and time and the weather completed the cure. Her ill humour, which had scourged through every avenue of her being, took itself off so completely that it seemed to announce it had had enough of her and would return no more. And the spring came with a rush. The hills burst into buttercups, blue eyes, yellow and purple lupins, and heavy pungent gold-red poppy. The young green of weeping willows and pepper trees looked indescribably delicate against the hard blue sky. Rosewater was a great park, all her little squares and gardens and long rambling streets set thick with camellias, roses, orange trees heavy with fruit, immense acacia trees loaded with fragrant, yellowy, powdery blossoms. Main Street was clean again, and so were the farmers and their teams at the hitching rails. The girls were beginning to wear white at church on Sunday, and to walk about without their hats. The great valley was as green as the hills, save where the earth had been turned, and one or two almond orchards were so pink they could be seen a mile away. It was spring in all its glory, without a taint of summer's heat or a lingering chill of winter. In Isabel's garden were many old Castilian rose bushes, that for 50 years had covered themselves pink with the uninterrupted lustiness of youth, and their penetrating yet chaste and elusive fragrance, combined with the rich heavy perfume of the acacia tree beside the house, would have inspired a distiller and blender of scents. The birds sang as if possessed of a new message, and several of Isabel's prize roosters, tired of their old harems, flew over the wire fences and strutted off in search of adventure, proclaiming their route by loud and boastful clamour. When they were captured by the unsympathetic Abe and restored to their excited ladies, they flew at and smacked them soundly, then tossed back their red combs and crowed with all their might, a paean to the ever-conquering male. There were other flowers besides Castilian roses in Isabel's garden, haphazardly set out and cared for, but the more riotous and luxuriant for that. And all around her, save on the Leghorns' hills, was the gay, delicate tapestry of the wild-flowers. The marsh glittered like bronze in the sunlight. In the late afternoon it was as violet as the hills. In the evening afterglows it swam in as many colours as the Roman Campagna. At this hour the sky was often as pink as the almond orchards, melting above into a blue light but intense. While everything in its glow, the tall trees on the distant mountains, and the picturesque irregularities of the marshlands, seemed to lift up their heads and drink in the beauty until Isabel expected to see them reel. And the pagan intoxication of spring took as complete a possession of her. She sat under the long drooping yellow sprays of her acacia tree, her lap full of the pink Castilian roses, and dreamed. No one could help being in love in the spring, she concluded, given a concrete inspiration, and far be it from any creature so close to nature as herself to attempt to stem that insidious musical scented tide. It was possible that Gwynne would not return, or returning would flout her. She hardly cared. In fact, so steeped was she in the pleasures of merely loving, in a sweet if somewhat halcyon passion, that she had no wish that the mood should be dispelled, and felt that she could ask nothing more than to spend the rest of her mortal life with a beautiful memory, like an aunt whose dust lay over the mountain in the convent yard. She knew that if Gwynne returned and demanded her, she would be tempted to marry him. She never went so far as to promise either him or herself the rounded chapter, but one of the strongest instincts of her nature was to squeeze the passing moment dry, jealously drink every drop of its juice. She had no intention of tormenting herself with problematical futures. Futures took care of themselves, anyhow. She was subconsciously aware that she could conceive and portray a more extreme phase of emotion than this present evolution, but she desperately avoided the phantasm. She was utterly, ideally, absurdly happy. Not for a moment did she desire the raw material, the concrete substance to which all dreams owe their being. The wild pagan gladness of the wood-nymph, rejoicing in her freedom from the worries of common mortals, and in the vision of an undefined but absolute happiness, was enough for her. Sometimes, when walking in the early morning, far into the hills and away from human eyes, she let the light electric breezes intoxicate her, and danced as she walked, or sang. Nor, indeed, was she above whistling. She often spent the evening hours on the marsh, those long twilights that are so like England's, remaining sometimes as late into the night as the tide would permit, enjoying the contrast of the lonely, desolate, menacing landscape with the utter beauty of the day. She avoided San Francisco and Rosewater, but the extraordinary effervescence within her demanded an outlet of a sort, and she was so radiant to her small staff that they looked upon her with awe. She had actually a fortnight of bliss, and hoped that nothing might happen to disturb it for ever and ever. But no one's world has ever yet stood still. One day Tom Colton's hoarse voice over the telephone begged her to "come at once." She was on her horse in 10 minutes, in Rosewater in half an hour. There were groups of people in the street near the younger Colton's house. The front door was open. Several members of the family were passing in and out. As she entered the garden she saw one of them tie a knot of white ribbon to the bell-knob. Her first impulse was to run. She felt that rather would she hear of Gwynne's death than face Annabel in her maternal agony. But she set her teeth and went on, far more frightened than sympathetic. The people that overflowed the hall and parlor were all crying, but nodded to her, and Tom Colton, haggard and white, appeared at the head of the stair and beckoned. He pointed to the door of his wife's bedroom as she ascended, and she went forward hastily and entered without knocking. Annabel was standing on the threshold of the door that led into the nursery. Her face was white and wild, but she had not been crying. "Isabel!" she exclaimed, in loud, astonished voice. "My baby is dead! My baby is dead!" Then Isabel, greatly to her own surprise, dropped into a chair and burst into vehement tears. For the moment the child was hers. She suffered pangs of maternal bereavement that seemed to tear her breast and twist her heart. But there was a terrible silence in those 2 rooms, and in a few moments it chilled and calmed her. She looked up to see Annabel staring at her with blank, expanded eyes. "What are you crying for? You?" demanded the young mother. "I never saw you cry before, and it's not your baby." "I know it," said Isabel humbly. "I suppose it is because I am so sorry for you. I am, terribly." "I never thought you had that much feeling," said Annabel dully. "You were always the strong one. Come and see my baby." Isabel rose, trembling and unnerved, but no longer shrinking, and followed Annabel into the nursery, where the child, looking like a little waxwork, lay in its crib. "She is dead!" said Annabel in the same astonished, indignant voice. "My baby!" She caught Isabel's arm and shook it violently. "It isn't true!" she commanded. "Say it is not! How can it be? She spoke and laughed only 2 hours ago. The relapse was nothing. The doctor said so. That is not my baby." And then her brain stopped for a moment, and Isabel carried her into the other room. She remained with her until after the funeral. Annabel, when she recovered her senses, cried hopelessly for hours, but gradually controlled herself, and rose and went about her affairs with a stern calm. It was her first trouble, but not for nothing had she been given a square jaw and a sturdy little figure. She was filled with dumb protest, and laid away her bright careless youth in the child's coffin, but she accepted the inevitable. Mr. and Mrs. Leslie were in the South when the baby died, but arrived for the funeral. Until then Annabel clung to her friend, and so did young Colton, who was far more demoralized than his wife. He did not brush his hair, nor go to bed, but wandered about the house like a bewildered spirit, occasionally smiting his hands together, or embracing the other 2 children convulsively. He had no support to offer his wife, and Isabel was glad to stay with the brave, stricken little creature, but when Mrs. Leslie arrived she felt herself superfluous and returned home. She had had little time to think of Gwynne, but it had crossed her mind that she would accept this heart-rending episode, in which she had been called upon to play an intimate part, as but another warning, one, moreover, that would stand its ground did she attempt to force it aside. But Gwynne entered and filled her dispossessed mind the moment she sat down under her acacia tree, which was perhaps an hour after her return home. But this time her dreams did not flow upon a smooth, golden, scented tide. She searched the accumulated newspapers for mention of him in the dispatches, wept stormily at his neglect, tormented herself with the belief that Julia Kaye was in Washington. At all events, that he had discovered that his love for herself was but one more passing fancy, born of propinquity. She saw mention of him. Twice he had dined at the White House, and his name was frequently in the list of guests at other dinners and functions. He was not visiting at the British Embassy, and Isabel drew her only comfort from the fact. He might be enjoying himself too much to think of her, but his purpose was unaltered, or he certainly would be the guest of a man whom she knew to be his friend. Gwynne was the last man to embarrass anybody, and if the ambassador had enemies they would find his connivance at the Americanization of a useful British peer vastly to his own discredit. Isabel enjoyed no further peace of mind. The flames of uncertainty devoured her. The worst she could endure, but suspense spurred her always ardent imagination to such appalling feats that she barely ate or slept. But she was far too high-handed to suffer actively for long. She buried her pride in one of her many crypts, summoned her feminine craft, and wrote Gwynne a letter. It began in the brief and businesslike manner the iniquities of their builders demanded. They were on strike, and her facile pen flowed on with various other items of information, more or less unpleasant. Mr. Clink, the lessee of Mountain House, had absconded with all the furniture, including the doors and windows, and she hesitated to refurnish, not knowing if Gwynne would return in time for the salmon fishing. Nor had she been able to find another tenant, although she had spent 2 days in the mountains. She thought it might be a good place for a sanitarium, if he were inclined to form a company. Some sulphur springs had recently bubbled out of the ground near the house, which would add to the value of the property, but she must confess that they ruined the place for her. She distrusted the sudden advent of mineral waters. One never knew what was coming next. Then, after more cheering but equally practical information, she rambled off into gossip, told the sad story of the Coltons' bereavement, and asked him a few friendly questions about himself. Of course he had not succeeded in getting his passport, or he would be home, unless, to be sure, the Britisher was too strong in him after all, and he would not return. This alternative she contemplated with a lively regret, for she had had no one to talk to since he left, and so much business sat heavily on her shoulders. Then she announced herself his affectionate cousin, and it was not until the letter was gone, and quite a day of self-gratulation at her own adroitness, that it suddenly occurred to her that Gwynne had made up his mind that the first letter should come from her. For a few moments she was furious, then concluded that she did not care. She wanted to hear from him on any terms. She counted the days, intending finally to count the hours and minutes, but this agreeably breathless task came to an abrupt end at the close of the 6th day. Gwynne answered by telegraph. He thanked her for her interesting and more than welcome letter. He was well and bored, and hoping daily to settle his affairs and start for home. In any case, he should have returned to California. He was surprised at her doubts. She was not to bother further about his affairs out there. He had telegraphed to the contractor that he could wait as long as the strikers. He added that he longed for California. Isabel wondered if he had not dared to trust himself in a letter, finally concluded that this was the secret of the long telegram, dismissed her apprehensions, and, with a soothed but by no means tranquil imagination, yielded herself up again to dreams and the spring. End of chapter 7. Part 3, Chapter 8 of Ancestors, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Chapter 8. It was close upon the middle of April when Gwynne left the train a mile from Lumalitas and, being unheralded, walked across the fields to his house. He had intended to get off at Rosewater, hire the fastest horse in town, and ride out to Old Inn. But he had been seized with doubt and diffidence, and while he was still turning hot and cold, the train moved out of the station. It was now nearly 10 weeks since he had seen Isabel, and during that time he had received one letter from her. This letter he had read and reread until its contents were meaningless, and he was still in doubt as to what might lurk between the lines. He was reasonably sure that he had forced her to write, but whether mere pique and curiosity had been his aids, he was far from being able to determine. She had been right in assuming that he dared not trust himself to the tempting privacy of the letter. He had no idea how he stood, and would not run the risk of making a fool of himself. Not until he was face to face with her could he pretend to decide upon any course of action. But he had been tormented for 10 weeks, as he had never expected to be tormented by any woman. Although he still assured himself that he intended to marry her, the riot in his mind and blood bred distrust of himself, and evoked terrible images of Isabel at the altar with another. He should hate to the day of his death the beautiful old town of Santa Barbara, where he had been without any sort of refuge from his thoughts, and in Washington, although he had managed to occupy his mind and time profitably, there were still hours which he must spend alone, and he had dreaded them. And he was beset by other doubts than those of the mere lover. He was conscious that in these weeks of absence and longing he had idealized Isabel, until the being he dwelt with in fancy was more goddess than woman. He knew many sides of her, but much had eluded him, even after he began to study her. That she was gifted in large measure with what the Americans so aptly termed cussedness, he had good reason to know, and whether this very definite characteristic so far controlled her nature as to hold her nobler qualities in durance, or were there nobler qualities? She had brain and common sense, both attributes had compelled his respect long since, and she had character and pride, loyalty and independence. He had had glimpses of what he would unhesitatingly have accepted as heart and passion, had he not known himself to be dazzled by her beauty and willful powers of fascination. That she was wholly feminine, at least, he was convinced. She was too often absurdly so to keep up, with any one that saw her constantly, the fiction of the sexless philosopher. The very devil in her was of the unmistakable feminine kidney. All this gave him hope, and he knew that when caprice permitted she would be unrivalled as a companion. Intellectually, at least, there was no thought of his she could not share and appreciate, and her sense of humour and her feminine perversities would always delight him. If only there were depths beneath. The longings of the spirit are always formless, vaguely worded, a little shamefaced. Gwynne hardly knew what was the great extreme he wanted in his wife, but he knew that if he did not find it, he should be miserable. He was by no means the young man that had fallen blindly in love with Julia Kaye. He had had little time for introspection, for intimate knowledge of himself, in those days. The spring was invented to remind men what mere mortals they are. Gwynne would have felt restless and disinclined for law and politics this morning, had he never seen Isabel Otis. Every lark in the great valley was singing madly. Bluebirds, yellowbirds, sat on the fences and carolled at each other as if the world were always May. The very earth seemed to have sprouted into colour. He had never imagined wild flowers by the billion, nor such a harmonious variety of colour. The fields were green, the cherries, black and red and white, glistening and luscious, were ready for picking in his orchards. As he approached his house he saw that all the white oaks, bare in winter, were in leaf, large, soft, young green leaves that almost hid the pendent sad green moss. The air was warm and light, the sky so blue it seemed to laugh with a promise of eternal good things. The whole land breathed hope and youth and allurement to every delight, of which she alone possessed the store. He was soon to learn what a liar she was, but although it was many a long day before he took note of any phase of nature again, save her weather, he had an elusive presentiment that he should never cease to be grateful for that moment of quick unreasoning exultation in his youth and manhood, and in the mere joy of life. He was not surprised, as he turned the corner of the veranda, to find Imura Kisaburo Hinamoto sitting with his feet on the railing, a cigarette in his mouth, and a volume issued by the United States and Geodetic Survey on his knee. But as the servant saw the master he rose promptly to his feet, extinguished the cigarette with his fingers, and stood in an attitude of extreme respect. He even smiled, but not propitiatingly. It was almost patent that the return of his chance superior was welcome. Gwynne nodded. "Glad to see that you still improve your mind," he observed. "Tell Carlos to hitch up and go for my luggage. I left it at the station." He looked at his watch. It was 11:30. He hesitated a moment, then decided to postpone his visit to Isabel again. He did not feel in the mood to sit down and eat with her. "My horse at 2:00, he added, and the Jap disappeared. Gwynne went into the kitchen, and Mariana, who was peeling onions for an olla podrida, screamed and embraced him. "No could help," she said philosophically. "Very glad, señor, very glad." Gwynne was not in the humour to repulse anybody, and assured her that she really made him feel that he had returned to his home. Several of her tribe were in the kitchen and looked expectant. He informed them that he had a box of New York sweets in his trunk, and retreated. On the veranda he sat down facing his mountain, which like the rest of the world was a mass of delicate colour, where it was not merely green, and seemed to move gently under the pink shimmering haze. Beyond was the blue crouching mass of the old volcano. The eternal hills was a phrase that never occurred to him when he watched these mountains, always veiled under a coloured and moving haze. They looked far more likely to pull up their feet and walk off. But Gwynne, although the border beneath his veranda was full of sweet scents, and the roses on the pillars hung about him, and the air was a soft caressing tide, was no longer concerned with nature. He was nervous and full of doubt, of uneasy anticipation that he would not appear to advantage at 3:00 that afternoon. He knew that if he were really panic-stricken and attempted to carry it off in the masterful manner, she would laugh in his face. If he could work himself up to the attitude, well and good. At the same time he was vaguely conscious that this period of alternate hope and fear, of cold fits and hot, would one day be sweet in the retrospect, and regretted with some sadness. An episode in the lover's progress gone beyond recall. There was a sound of wheels on the country road, then on his own property. He wondered at the unusual dispatch of his Carlos, but realized in a moment that a buggy was approaching, not a wagon. Then there was a slight slouching step on the veranda, and he rose to greet Tom Colton. "By Jove, old chap, I'm glad to see you," he began, and thankful that he had written his condolences. But he paused abruptly. Colton ignored the outstretched hand. "So you've got your passport," he said, and his ingenuous blue eyes were full of a hard antagonism. "Yes," said Gwynne. "I should have told you in a day or two. How did you find out?" he added curiously. "I took my oath before the passport clerk in the innermost recess of the State Department. There's not much I don't find out. Only I got wind of this a little too late. So did some others, or you might have hung round Washington for the next 4 years. Do you call it square not to have told me of this before you left?" "I saw no obligation to take you into my confidence. In the first place, the result of my pilgrimage was very doubtful, and in the second, you would have done all you could to balk me. When have I given you reason to write me down as an ass?" "You are too damned clever," muttered Colton. "Too clever by half. Much better for you if you had stayed where you were. You had no enemies when you left, but now, let me tell you, you've got a bunch that it will take more than your cleverness to handle." "They can do their worst. I thought that all I needed was hard work, but I fancy that what I missed most was the stimulus of enemies." "Well, you've got it all right." Somewhat to the host's surprise, he suddenly seated himself and tipped back in his chair. Gwynne remained standing, leaning against a pillar, his hands in his pockets. Colton surveyed him frankly. His eyes were still hard, and he was very angry, but he saw no reason why he should be uncomfortable, and although he could disguise his feelings when he chose, he knew that here it was safe to allow himself the luxury of frankness. He was the more annoyed as what friendship he was capable of he had given to Gwynne. That would not have stayed hand or foot a moment, were his path in the least obstructed, but he regretted that they had come to an issue so early in the game. Indeed, he had hoped to manipulate Gwynne's destinies so subtly that they would be politically bound for life, with himself always a length ahead. It was true that once or twice he had felt a misgiving that the Englishman, with all his aristocratic disdain for devious ways, might match him and win, but the shock of this early outwitting had been none the less severe. "Did you have a hard time getting it?" he demanded. "Rather. Never heard so much palaver in my life." "Well, I wish there had been more. I think I have at least the right to ask what you intend to do next." "Return to Judge Leslie's office to morrow. For the matter of that, I have read a good deal since I left. In September I shall have been a year in the state, and of course I can vote. I am not so sure that I shall." "Yes. That is all, I suppose." "For the present. You are too good a politician to fancy that American citizenship has invested me with a halo. Except to 100-odd farmers, Rosewater, a small group in San Francisco, and a party boss or two, I am unknown. No doubt I shall be several years achieving sufficient prominence either to run for office or to accomplish anything whatever, outside of Rosewater. So far as I can see, this immediate citizenship has affected 2 results only. I am now in a position to take advantage of any political change that may develop, instead of sowing for another to reap. And—" He hesitated, and Colton shot him a keen glance. "It has made a change in you, I guess. I noticed that the minute I laid eyes on you. If anything was needed to make me madder, it was that." "Yes, I am changed. That is to say, I am poised. In spite of the determination to absorb Americanism with every pore, there was always the lurking doubt that it wouldn't do, that some day I should make a bolt for England. Now the matter is settled forever. I not only am an American, but always have been. The highest legal opinion in the country was called in, and that was what finally decided the question. I accepted it as literally as the others did, and in so doing I relegated my English life to the episodical backwaters." among my adventures in India and Africa. I fancy that if England came to a death struggle in my time, and every man counted, I should fight for her. I certainly never should fight against her. But it is a profound relief to me that I am not throwing her over, that we have no legitimate right to each other. I fancy that, too, demoralized me a bit." "How did you feel when you took that oath?" asked Colton, more and more curious, almost forgetting his grievance. "It's a kind of solemn oath. I've had a sort of chill when I've heard it taken once or twice." "There could hardly be a more solemn oath. I don't know that it gave me a chill, but I certainly read it over several times before I took it, and I took it without any reservations." "Did you feel an American the moment you took it?" "Yes, I did. That is to say, I felt a certain buoyancy. The die was cast. There could be no more hesitation and doubt. My new life had begun." "It's begun all right. Jiminy, but you'll have a tough time. They're on to you now. You haven't the ghost of a chance to make a move they won't see before your hand is off the board." Gwynne replied with even more than his usual fluency. "Yes," replied Colton with a sigh. "I guess that's where we'll all bring up. But meanwhile, are you going to throw me over?" "It will depend upon yourself. I have no objection to confide to you such plans as I have been able to formulate. Judge Leslie advised me to play about in society in Washington, but I was in no humor for anything of the sort. I had uncommon opportunities to study men and conditions, and I took full advantage of them. I doubt if I shall vote until the next presidential election. Then, if an independent party of consequence has not been formed, and I see no prospect of working up one in this state, I shall vote the Democratic ticket. As things stand at present, it is the less of two evils, and would at least accomplish a reduction of the tariff, and something towards a redistribution of wealth. I haven't the least doubt that the Democrats, if they get in, unless they have a really good man up their sleeve, will abuse their power quite as much as the Republicans have done. But that will take some time, and meanwhile a new party is sure to grow up, for the best men in the country are thoroughly roused. There's no doubt on that point, and it is a point you would do well to remember. There have been chapters before in the world's history when right has paid." "For a while," said Colton dubiously. "The point is now that you are likely to join the Democrats. To vote with them. Theirs are the soundest principles. I stick to that point." "I don't question it. I only wish elections weren't 2 years off. I'd like to get to work." He took a bag of peanuts from his pocket and began to munch thoughtfully. "But you are turning me off. What do you mean exactly?" "I shall have nothing to do with the machine. I shall speak and make propaganda, that is all. My object is not so much to get the Democrats in as the Republicans out. I shall do nothing to split the Democratic party and play a losing game, unless a really great movement should rise, gather strength, and sweep the country. It is on the cards that there will be such a movement, and I throw myself into it the moment I am persuaded the split will not work to the advantage of the Republicans." "How much enthusiasm have you pumped up?" "Enthusiasm?" Gwynne's eyes roved over his fair domain. Isabel, at least, was not far from its borders. "I cannot say that I am at boiling point, but I don't fancy that matters much. I have my work cut out, and I shall do it. Perhaps I shall work more disinterestedly without enthusiasm. Certainly I shall be more clear-sighted. If ever there was a time in the history of a country to sink individual ambition, it is now." "Gwynne!" said Colton, abruptly. "What in thunder does it all amount to, anyhow? What difference does it make, will it make, 1,000 years hence? That you and I are sitting here on the very edge of creation, solemnly discussing the rottenest subject of our little time, American politics. What's the use of the socialists frothing, and nations trying to overturn one another? I had rather die on the spot than that the United States should be conquered for 5 minutes by Japan, or any other Asiatic power, although I could endure the victory of a people that I recognized as our equals. Why are instincts planted so strongly? There may be a reason for a few years, but that's just it. A few mean little years, and it is all over. What difference does anything really make, so long as we are comfortable? Everything else, every other instinct, is artificial. My wife is a religious little body, and believes in reward and punishment hereafter, that we must spend at least a certain part of our time in this life preparing for the next. I'd like to believe the same, not only to please her, but because I could look forward to meeting my child again. But somehow I can't. The present has always been about as much as I could tackle, and I fancy that when I'm through with it I won't want any more. But although the present whirls so fast that I don't have time for the sort of thinking intellectual people like you and Isabel do, still it does sometimes dash across my mind, that question, what is it all for? And why do we sweat through life for what amounts to exactly nothing in the end? You cannot be sure it amounts to nothing. Sometimes I have the fancy that the entire round globe has just one inhabitant, of which we merely appear to be individual manifestations; that we are, in fact, a part of the earth itself, and she absorbs and casts us forth again, as she rushes along to her own destiny, as sentient as ourselves. All the planets are alive in the same way, and they are all racing to see which will make the greatest showing on what we call down here the Judgment Day, that is to say, which shall have produced the most balanced and perfected being. We shall have whirled away the most original sin and sifted out a man, great and good without self-righteousness, to my mind the worst of mortal failings, because its correlative, injustice, is the source of most of the unhappiness. That will be the millennium, and having no windmills and evils left to fight, we minute visibilities will become de-individualization. Then, no doubt, there will be a grand final battle between the great body of good thus formed and the evil cast out, but roaming space and joining forces. If we do our best here, we shall win, and be happy ever after. There is no question that if you follow your higher instincts, you are happier in the long run than if you fall a slave to your base and mean, and that, to my mind, is the proof that the highest instincts are meant to be followed to some greater end. I have heard a good many theories, first and last, and that sounds as plausible as any. All this is very casually related to American politics, except that we had better clean up when the opportunity is vouchsafed us. For nothing degrades human nature nor retards civilization so much as politics gone altogether wrong. As far as you are concerned, although it was understood that the compact was to end with my citizenship, I have no thought of ending it, unless the conditions I hope for shall crystallize meanwhile. If it seems best to keep the Democratic party unsplit, I shall do your canvassing and speaking, for it will make me known, and give me the opportunity to inculcate the principles I purpose to advocate. If you ignore them, when you are in office, so much the worse for you, and better for me, for, as I have told you more than once, the moment I am in power I shall devote my energies to pulling you and your like down and out. But I should advise you to join the third party if it arises." "No doubt I might, if it were strong enough," said Colton, frankly. "I don't propose to play any losing game, and if the Democratic party goes by the board, T.R. Colton doesn't follow, and if a third party came in to stay, it would have to have a boss." "Not your sort." "Oh, well, time enough." Colton's ill humor was now somnolent under some 2 pounds of peanuts. He rose and shook hands with Gwynne. "Glad to see you looking so well. You're some heavier than when you came to California, by the way, and it suits you first rate. Be sure you call on my wife the first time you come to town." He declined Gwynne's invitation to dinner, and drove off, looking slothful and amiable once more. But what went on behind the mask, within that long ill-built cranium, Gwynne had never pretended to guess. Nor to-day did he care. At 3 o'clock he gave his horse to Abe, and was told that the lady of the manor was out walking, and went into the house. He had a fancy to meet her again in the room that harbored the sweetest of his California memories. It was dark and cool. Only one window, looking upon the garden, was open. Beside it was a comfortable chair which he took possession of, and looked out into the wild old garden, so different from the excessively cultivated plots of Rosewater and his own meagre strips. There was no veranda on this side of the house, and the great acacia tree, with its weight of fragrant gold, was but a few feet from the window. The entire garden was enclosed by a hedge of the Castilian roses, of which he had heard so much, rare as they now were in California. The dull green leaves and tight little buds could hardly be seen for the mass of wide fluted roses of a deep old-fashioned pink. But there were large irregular borders covered with the luxuriant green and the blue stars of the periwinkle, beds of marguerites and violets, bushes of lilac and honeysuckles, roses and jasmine. The blended perfumes were overpowering, however delicious. Gwynne had sat up half the night before, talking to his mother after a long hot journey. He fell asleep. Perhaps it was his late conversation, perhaps something more subtle, but he felt himself transported to a void. In a moment he realized that the void was not space as he knew it, but rigid, invisible substance. He slipped along through rocky strata, hearing strange echoes and inhaling the disagreeable odors of healing waters. Suddenly he found himself in a vast hollowed space, empty but for many pillars. His vision grew keener. In the very center of the hall he saw 2 pillars of a colossal size, and standing between them a being almost as large. This unthinkable giant had an arm about each pillar, and strained as Samson had strained at the pillars of the temple. Then a new and powerful force drew him upward once more, and he awoke. He turned his head towards the dim interior of the room, and for a dazed moment thought that he beheld Spring herself. She wore white, and had dropped a mass of wild flowers at her feet. She looked as if rising out of them. Her hat was covered with poppies and wild azalea, and she had a sheaf of buttercups and blue eyes in her belt. "I haven't changed my ideas one bit," she said with a shrug, as Gwynne rose and came towards her. "But I can't help it." Chapter IX. Part 3, Chapter 9 of Ancestors, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Chapter 9. Isabel rose as usual at 5, but, instead of dressing at once, stood at her window idly, and looked out over the marsh. 13 hours before she had made a decision on the instant, or so it seemed to her, and in that instant changed her life so completely that she was still a little dizzy, and the future as yet had taken on no coherent form. She had even told Gwynne she was positive she could stand him for ever, and this, with her varied if incomplete knowledge of his sex, she took to be even more significant and hopeful than the uncompromising sense of loving him. No doubt there would be many interesting battles before 2 such developed personalities became more or less one, but at least he had none of the petty and selfish and altogether detestable qualities of her father, her uncle, and Lister Stone, and he was entirely human. And he was young, and she was young. It all seemed very wonderful. Wonderful to be so happy, and yet to feel that she had relinquished nothing, or at least not the 10th of what she would have lost if she had married Prestage, or any other man. If she had not met Gwynne, she knew that she never should have married at all, and, not having had the best within her ken, been happy enough. And yet she was a little sad, and it was by no means the gentle melancholy of reaction. She had reason, and felt a disposition to box her own ears. She knew that Gwynne, triumphant and happy as he was, had ridden away vaguely dissatisfied. He had turned and given her a keen questioning glance as he mounted, and had not turned again. She had laughed and waved her hand, and felt a new desire to tantalize him. She had abandoned herself to sheer happiness the day before, to the mere pagan delight in an ardent lover come in her own ardent youth. to the sense of an unbroken circle of companionship, and to so wild a triumph in having brought Gwynne to her feet, made him quite mad about her, that she had fairly danced about the room, and tormented him as far as she dared. This was Wednesday. They were to be married on Saturday, that Lady Victoria, who was leaving for England in the evening, might nod them a blessing. Then, no doubt, Gwynne would have his way in most things, and she already felt the stirrings of mere female ductility. But meanwhile she should exercise and enjoy her own power to the full. And she had good reason to believe that no woman had ever been more charming, distracting, provocative. If Gwynne had been in love when he came, he had kissed her very feet when he left, and had been as bewitched as any one so clear-brained could be. Moreover, she had promised him everything he wished, agreed without demur to the hasty marriage, and even, when he asked her whether she would prefer to live in her house or his, had sweetly left it to him to decide. They were to spend the honeymoon in the house on Russian Hill. She was incapable of looking beyond that. There had been at least 20 bewildering hints that when his time came one reign, at least, should be his, in all matters of great moment, too. And although no doubt she would break away very often, what more delightful than to recapture and subdue? What more could a man want than the most fascinating woman in the world, whom only his own passion could shock from mere existence into the fulness of life? But Gwynne, in the depths of his swimming brain, had wanted something more, and Isabel knew that if he had slept as ill as herself, the doubt had more than once assailed him if she were anything more than a charming, beautiful, and clever creature, save perverse and egotistical, who would keep him distractedly in love with her, but leave the best part of him unsatisfied. Her perversity had gone with him, and during a more or less wakeful night she had repented, and even wept at the thought that something might occur to exterminate him before 10 o'clock on the following morning, when they were to meet again, and he would depart unconsoled by the knowledge that it was the greater needs in his own nature that had called to hers. At least, she hoped this was so, and, in an excess of humility, wondered if she really had enough to give, the power to ensure their complete happiness. She had lived in a sort of fool's paradise, and no doubt imagined herself a far more rounded being than she was. Well, she could grow, and finally she had curled down into her pillow and fallen asleep. This morning she was rather tired, and although still repentant, suspicious that when he returned her femininity would fly up with her spirits, and she would be more than content to fascinate and bewilder him. Like all women in love and fumbling blindly through the outer mysteries, she was eagerly psychological, discovering once for all her sex and herself. Her eyes had been fixed dreamily upon Tamalpais, but suddenly they were drawn irresistibly upward by the pricking consciousness of something strange. It was a moment before she realized that she had never seen a sky just like that before. Her back was to the east, and although the sun was rising it was still low. At this stage of the dawn the sky was generally grey. This morning it was a ghastly electric blue. And then, while her eyes were still staring, and something in her brain moving towards expression, she heard a noise that sounded like the roar of artillery charging across the world. She fancied it rushing through the Golden Gate and up the bays and marsh, before it hurled itself, with a vicious and personal violence, against the wall beneath her window. She braced herself against the sash as the house shook in the strongest earthquake she had ever felt. It appeared to be brief, however, and she was turning away to dress herself, when it commenced again, with a fury and violence of which she had never dreamed the modern earth to be capable. She threw herself on her knees, the better to grip the window ledge, but her only sensations were surprise and an intense expectation. Electric flames, as blue and ghastly as the reeling sky, were playing all over the marsh. She saw the long bare line of Tamalpais charge down and up like a colossal see-saw. And in that terrific plunging and dancing, that abrupt leaping from one point of the compass to the opposite, or towards all at once, That hysterical shaking and struggling, as if two planets had rushed from their orbits and were fighting for life in mid-space. Isabel expected the entire globe to stand on end, and was convinced that the finish of California, at least, had come. She had read of earthquakes that lasted for hours, and even days, and no doubt this one was merely getting up steam, for it increased in violence and momentum every second. The house rattled like a big dice-box. She expected it to leap down the slope into the shivering marsh. Pieces of rock fell down the face of the cliff opposite, but so great was the roar of the earthquake, so close the sound of creaking and straining timbers, of falling chimneys, and china, and even plaster, that she could not hear the impact as they struck the ground and bounded high in air. Then there was a bulge of the earth upward, a twist that seemed to wrench the house from its foundations, and the earthquake ceased as suddenly as it had come. Isabel waited a few moments for its return, incredulous that the mighty forces beneath could compose themselves so abruptly, then rose and began to dress herself. Human blades of a fine temper meet a sudden and terrific onslaught of nature in one of two spirits: utter cowardice, or an attitude of impersonal curiosity. It is not a matter of heroism, but of nerves. The bravest may become abject, if their will has been weakened by some drain on the nervous system. Others, that would run from a mouse, or prove unequal to the long–heralded danger, rise, in the intense concentrated excitement and surprise of the moment, to a state of absolute and even cynical indifference. One of the unwritten laws that has descended from father to son in California is that an earthquake, no matter how severe, is a mere joke, and should incite prompt and facetious comment. Isabel, being both heroic and hardy, paid the California tradition the tribute of a smile and a shrug, and regretted that she had not been in San Francisco. She liked being in the midst of things. Sentiment, psychology, egoism had literally been bounced out of her. She knew that Gwynne might easily have been killed, but although she intended to find out in the least possible time, to feel merely human in the face of such a stupendous exhibition of what nature could do when she chose, was a descent of which she, at least, felt herself incapable. She hurried on her riding clothes, dropped her braid under her jacket, and ran down the stairs. Chuma, trim and spotless, was sweeping the hall, white with fallen plaster. He gave her his usual good-morning grin, and went on with his work. She paused and regarded him curiously. "What do you think of our earthquakes?" she demanded. "Oh, very big shake," he said cheerfully. "Very big shake." Vaguely nettled, she took her hat from the rack and went out by the back way. Mac had knocked on her door immediately after the earthquake, and was now with Abe in the colony on the hills. He came running down when he saw her, and it was patent that his rheumatism, for once, was forgotten. His old red face, with its prominent bones, set in thick sandy grey hair, was more animated than Isabel had ever seen it. "Glory be!" he exclaimed, as he reached her. "That was about the worst. I was just telling Abe that I felt the great earthquake of '68 in this very house, in that very room, by gum! Although I was up and dressed, for it was 8 o'clock, and I'd gone back to get my pipe. So I know what I'm talking about, Miss Isabel, when I say that this was about 4 times as bad." "Please saddle my horse." "Yes, mum. Wisht I could have got out of bed. I'd like to have seen if the earth rose and fell in a long wave like the shake of '68. Land sakes, but those chickens did squawk!" And although he saddled Kaiser rapidly, he never paused in his reminiscence of the last Northern California earthquake to pass into history. "But this one, by Jiminy! Well, I guess we take the cake in everything out here, earthquakes included." Isabel patted the still shaking horse. "Get the launch ready," she said as she mounted, and Mac nodded. It was characteristic that neither thought of the danger of sudden shoals, of the always possible tidal wave, or of some new and diabolical trick of nature. The nerves were still keyed too high for anything so shabby as prudence. Kaiser, no doubt glad to put himself into motion, bounded forward as his mistress lifted the bridle, and although Isabel did give an occasional glance ahead to make sure the earth was not churning, she never drew rein, and the horse galloped with all his might towards Rosewater. As the marsh narrowed she saw that the town was still there, and that there were no fires. As she approached the great iron bridge that connected Rosewater with the continuation of the county road, a horseman entered at its other end and galloped across, regardless of the law or a graver danger still. The next moment Isabel and Gwynne had shaken hands casually and were riding towards Old Inn. His eyes were shining and almost black. "I saw the mountains rock!" he exclaimed. "Rock? Dance? Then I thought they would plunge down into the earth and disappear. And St. Peter is flat. All the business district, including the 4 hotels, are down, and everybody in them buried in the ruins. A man dashed up as I was mounting, and I told all the men on the place to go to the rescue. The news came just in time to prevent the murder of Imura by Carlos, for not admitting that we had had the greatest earthquake in the history of the world. It was the first symptom of patriotic fire I ever saw in Imura, but he stoutly maintained that in the matter of earthquakes Japan could do as well as California." "That is all very well, but I have read a lot about Japanese earthquakes, and never of such an extraordinary one as this. Has anything terrible happened in Rosewater?" "I saw a few chimneys down, but no buildings, except the old brick schoolhouse. Mrs. Haight was sitting on the curbstone in her nightgown, wailing like a banshee, and although all the rest of the town appeared to be in the streets, and similarly attired, they were quiet enough. As I passed the cemetery, I gave it a hasty side glance, half afraid of what I might see. All the monuments are down and pointing in every direction. What gyrations! Do you suppose they've had it in San Francisco?" "Do I suppose? Much you know about our earthquakes. San Francisco always gets the worst of it, or seems to. There is so much more to shake. Your mother is probably in hysterics, although up on the hills one is safe enough. It is the Sandy Valley and the made ground down by the ferries, up to Montgomery Street, in fact, that get the worst of it. I have ordered the launch." "Good. I wish my mother had gone east from El Paso, as she had half a mind to do. But she wanted to see her doctor again. I am afraid she won't look at this as we do. I never was so interested in my life. Was sure we were going to smash, but that it was worth while in anything so stupendous. I suppose it is too early to telephone." Isabel pointed to the wires. They were sagging, and 2 of the telegraph poles were down. "Doubtless the tracks are twisted, too. We are fortunate to have the launch." Chapter 10. Of Ancestors, a Novel by Gertrude Atherton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lynne Thompson. Chapter 10. Mac, so swollen with the prideful experience which enabled him to compare 2 great earthquakes, and his accumulations of practical data bearing thereon, appeared 10 years younger, and, as Gwynne and Isabel rode up, was lording it over his fellow hirelings. He had forbidden Chuma to make a fire in the kitchen stove until the chimney, what was left of it, had been repaired, directed him to bring downstairs the oil stove Isabel had bought for the old rheumatic's comfort, and cook breakfast upon it. As even the stovepipe in the outbuilding, used for preparing the elaborate repasts of the Leghorn, was twisted, Abe had been ordered to drag the great stove into the open, build a screen about it, and do the best he could, and be thankful he was alive. Poor Abe, who had not been extant in 1868, and had even missed the considerable earthquakes of the 90s, was in a somewhat demoralized state, and wondering audibly what people supposed he cared about chickens, anyhow. Isabel and Gwynne sat down in the dining room and ate their breakfast, on fragments, calmly and methodically, talking constantly of the earthquake, it is true, but instinct with that curious casuistry that a certain safety lay in following the ordinary routine of life. Perhaps, who knows? So great is the egoism of the human spirit that the unswerving march of man in his groove might restore the balance of nature. After breakfast Isabel went up to her room and dressed hastily and mechanically in a short walking suit, as mechanically expecting the same earthquake to return to the spot associated with it. Gwynne wore his khaki riding clothes, but it was doubtful if any one would be critical in San Francisco that morning. Nothing, as it happened, could have suited his purpose better, and it was long before he took them off. When the launch was under way, Isabel told Gwynne of the blue flames that had danced over the marsh during the convulsion. "If electricity is not a cause of earthquakes, it certainly is let loose by them," she added. "I expected every moment that we would blow up and fly off into space." "I saw something of the same sort on the hills, and expected to see St. Helena spout flames." In a few moments they were sensible that the constant artificial vibration of the boat was the most grateful sensation they had ever known, and of the wish that they could leave it only for a train, to be transferred at the end of a long journey to another train, and still another. But these sentiments were not exchanged, and their conversation was purely extrinsic. Here and there along the shore an old shanty lay on its side, or had tumbled forward to its knees, but for the most part dilapidated chimneys and fallen poles were the only visible symbols of the tumult beneath the smiling, beautiful earth. Never had earth looked so green, so velvety, its flowers so gay and voluptuous. Even the sky, now its normal deep blue, had this same velvety quality, the very atmosphere seemed to breathe the same rich satisfaction. But no birds were singing, and there was nothing normal in the groups of people gathered wherever there were habitations. They wore bathrobes, blankets, overcoats, anything, apparently, they had found at hand, and had not re-entered their treacherous habitations. No trains were running, but the drawbridge that separated the marsh from San Pablo Bay opened as usual. Gwynne steered the launch, and his conversation and Isabel's drifted to speculations as to what had happened in the city. "Thank heaven I had the foundations of that old house replaced," she said, "or I am afraid your mother would have shot right down to the Hoffers' doorstep. I am fairly at ease about the Otis, for in spite of the old drifting sand lots that district is built on, its foundations go down to bedrock, and thanks to the strikers there is nothing to fall off the steel frame. But I am rather worried about the islands. San Francisco Bay is supposed to have been a valley some 200 years ago, and if it dropped once it might again. Those islands are only hilltops." The islands, however, looked as serene as the rest of nature, although most of the chimneys were fallen or twisted, and there were the same groups of people in the open awaiting another throw. These, however, had had time to recover their balance and clothe themselves. The launch, which had a new engine, had been driven at top speed, and it was not yet 7 o'clock, barely the beginning of day to these luxurious people, but a day that would doubtless be remembered as the longest of their lives. On the military islands, routine apparently had received no dislocation, and on the steep romantic slopes of Belvedere the villas might have sunken their talons to the very vitals of the rock. The most precariously perched had paid no toll but the chimney. As the launch bounded past the long eastern side of Angel Island, Gwynne contracted his eyelids. "Have you noticed that black cloud over the city?" he asked. "At first it did not strike me particularly, but it looks as if there might be a big fire." Isabel, who faced him, turned her head. "There are always fires in San Francisco after an earthquake," she said indifferently, "and about 7 a day at any time. There are none on the hills, so your mother is not having a second fright. Poor thing, I am afraid she is terribly upset. I wish she had gone." She sat about to observe the city more critically. Already its skyline was changed, for every chimney, smokestack, and steeple commonly visible was shattered or down. The smoke cloud, which looked like a great ostrich plume bent at the tip, was as stationary as the hills, and had a confident, permanent air that they would lack for some time. And fixed as it was, it seemed to grow larger. "Steer to the east of Alcatraz," said Isabel suddenly, "and towards Yerba Buena. I should like to see where the fires are." When the launch was well off the point of Telegraph Hill, they saw several large fires on the western side of East Street, the wide roadway that divided the city from the waterfront and ferry building. Far down, in the south of Market Street district, there appeared to be other large fires. "Warehouses, probably," said Isabel. "What a sight!" She indicated the collapsed sheds about the moles, and the twisted and toppling appearance of the tower on the ferry building, which stood on the edge of the made ground. It was an immense structure of great weight, and only an uncommon honesty and vigilance in building had saved it from destruction. Had the piles been hollow or too short to reach bedrock, it would either have sunken or tumbled. And then they noticed that the bay was silent and deserted. It was a moment before they realized that of the several lines of ferry boats none appeared to be running. "That means that the tracks are out of working order," said Isabel grimly. "We may have had the best of it, bad as it was. Ah!" One of the Oakland ferry boats pushed out of its San Francisco mole. It was black with people. Isabel stared in wonder. "It looks as if people are running away from the city. Or perhaps a good many that live across the bay came over on the same mission as ourselves, and have been turned back. That would mean that all East Street was on fire and they could not get into the city. Well, let us hurry. Even although the fires are so far off, they may terrify your mother. I remember she told me once in England that she had never seen a fire. I have a queer sensation in my knees." Gwynne laughed. "I should think you might be used to fires by this time. And you have the celebrated fire department. I fancy you are just feeling the reaction." "I was not a bit frightened during the earthquake," said Isabel indignantly. "But there is nothing phenomenal in fire to brace one up. And those had a sinister, determined look. And that boatload of people! I only hope your mother has not run away, under the impression that San Francisco alone was shaken. We wouldn't find her for a week." "My mother's nerves are not what they were, but I am positive she will not run. She is certain to wait for us at the house." A few moments later they ran the launch up to the landing at the foot of Russian Hill. There were a few tumbled shanties on the slope, but none of the well-built houses had been dislodged, and the great buildings on this waterfront were in good condition. Mr. Clatt was not visible, but left his cottage at Isabel's call, and gave them something more than his usual surly greeting. "Glad to see you are all right," he said. "Been expectin' you. Just stepped in to get me pipe." "Much damage done?" asked Gwynne. "Considerable, but I guess the shake'll take a back seat. City's on fire." "There are always fires after earthquakes," said Isabel angrily. "City's on fire. 30 broke out simultaneous. Water mains bust. Chief of fire department killed in his bed, or as good as killed. There's plenty left to fight the fire, but nothing to fight it with. Guess the old town'll go up in smoke this time." "My knees feel rather weak, too," said Gwynne. He turned to the wharfinger, who was pulling leisurely at his pipe. "My mother and Miss Otis at least, may need this launch to leave the city with," he said. "Can I rely on you? You shall have $100 if you let no one steal it. And if the fire should reach this side, you are welcome to a refuge on my ranch." "I'll see daylight through any one that looks at it," said Mr. Clatt. "This ain't no time to stand on ceremony. The army's called out already to help the police keep order. The looting was disgraceful for about an hour. Every rat tumbled out of his hole, and of course they went for the saloons. I'm well enough known along here to be let alone when I show my teeth. Your house is all right, miss." This side of the hill was almost deserted. Nearly every one seemed to be watching the fires from the crest. But occasionally Gwynne and Isabel passed a solitary person clinging to his possessions, or a small group, and invariably were greeted with the same remark: "City's on fire. Water mains were broken by the earthquake." As they passed through the crowd on the hilltop they received similar information, although many added confidently that something would be done. The wind was sure to change to the west. And so far, at least, the picture from the heights was by no means appalling. There were a number of fires in the south, and a wall of flame and smoke along the waterfront near the ferry building. Had the earthquake spared the mains, they would merely have been spectacular. Gwynne and Isabel, as they made the slight descent to the Belmont house, saw two of their Japs sitting on the roof throwing down the bricks of the fallen chimneys. Then they turned the corner and found Lady Victoria, an opera cloak thrown over her night clothes, pacing up and down the veranda. "Oh, my God!" she exclaimed. "I did not dare to wonder if you were dead or alive. Why did we ever come to this God-forsaken country?" She did not offer to embrace them, but her eyes were brilliant, and there was a colour in her cheeks. No one had ever heard her talk so fast. "Was it as dreadful with you? Did you get out of the house? I was awake when I heard that awful roar. Somehow I knew what it meant, and before the earthquake was well begun I was out here. I never ran so fast in my life, although I was flung against the walls. And I almost wish I had stayed in the house. Such a sight! That awful reeling city! Just imagine thousands of buildings plunging and leaping and dancing and toppling. Towers bowing to you so solemnly that I almost disgraced myself and had hysterics, and steeples pitching off or huddling down like corpses, and that awful loud, deep, steady roar and crash of 1,000 walls and chimneys falling, and the dust that seemed to swallow the city. For a moment I thought it had gone, and expected the hills to follow. Then it rose, and everybody on earth seemed to be in those streets, and in white. They looked like Isabel's leghorns. Such pygmies from up here. Pygmies, that is what we all are. And Angelique, the wretch, has run away." "Well, she cannot go far, as all the railroads but one seem to be injured," said Gwynne, soothingly. "Better go in and dress, and we'll walk down and take a look at things. That will divert your mind." But it was not until Isabel had assured her that the worst force of an earthquake movement in California spent itself in the first great shock, and offered to help her dress, that Victoria could be persuaded to enter the house. Gwynne fetched Isabel's field glass and studied the scene below, picking out the more disastrous work of the earthquake. All the new solid buildings, and most of the old, appeared to be unharmed, and the residence district, built of wood on stone foundations, for the most part was much as usual, save for its altered skyline. Every chimney and skylight had disappeared, but tall, slender factory chimneys had broken raggedly in half, and the great tower of the city hall, standing high against the blue sky and advancing smoke, seemed to shriek like a man whose flesh had been torn off with hot pincers until only the shamed skeleton was left. Nothing but the steel cage that had supported the bricks remained, eloquent of the millions that a dishonest city government and its confederates had stolen. Gwynne, as his eyes travelled more precisely, picked out more and more evidences of the power of the earthquake. Steeples were gone, walls fallen outward, roofs caved in, or yawning where a heavy chimney had gone through. Old houses were on their knees, or had fallen into their cellars. Great cracks and rifts in walls and asphalt, fallen cornices and shattered windows detached themselves from the general picture of the half-ruined but oddly indifferent city. Almost immediately, through the smoke in the southeast, he had caught a glimpse of the Otis, an immense skeleton of steel that had defied the earth and offered nothing to the fire. But although he experienced a passing gratitude that he should lose nothing by the disaster, he forgot the incident in a moment and felt wholly impersonal. Everybody in the city apparently was out of doors. The squares were black with people, quiet crowds, it would seem, moving slowly where they moved at all. He saw mounted officers and parading soldiers, and groups of firemen standing impotently by their hose and engines. In the burning south of Market Street district rivers of people were pouring towards the great central highway, their arms and shoulders burdened, fleeing no doubt with their household goods. Then Gwynne began to study the fires, and it dawned upon him that he was looking down not upon a mere conflagration but a burning city. It was more than likely that the fires would not cross Market Street, and that those near the waterfront would be extinguished by water pumped from the bay. But south of Market Street was a city in itself, and not only did he feel a certain pity for all those terrified black pygmies down there, but a pang for the extinction of a region so identified with the early history of San Francisco. Rincon Hill was obliterated by the smoke, but no doubt she would go, with all her pretty old-fashioned houses, so unlike the horrors on the plateau below him, and South Park with its tragic memories. Moreover, if all the factories and warehouses and the blocks devoted to the wholesale business were destroyed, the city would be poorer by many millions. He shifted his glass away from the fires. More and more details arrested his eye. Inert forms were being carried out of houses where chimneys or skylights had gone through the roof. Automobiles were flying about, hundreds of them. Mounted orderlies were dashing at breakneck speed between the Presidio and the city. For a moment he wondered, then remembered that General Funston lived on Nob Hill. He inferred that the Mechanics' Fair building, down in the western section of the valley, had been turned into a hospital, for automobiles were constantly dashing up and delivering limp and helpless burdens. The old mission church, Dolores, was unharmed, but not far away, and in that crowded district built upon the filled-in lake, or lagoon, of the Spanish era, he saw that a large building, doubtless a cheap and flimsy hotel, had sunken to its upper story, and that people were digging frantically about it. Every house in the immediate neighborhood had dropped into its cellar or lurched off its foundations. But it was all like some horrid picture by Doré, the smoky, darkening atmosphere, the jets, the bouquets, the square masses of flame, each seeming to embrace a block if not more, the dark, slowly rolling clouds not far overhead, the tides of humanity dwarfed by a distance, the broken, dislocated houses, the great, haughty, defiant buildings with the superb conflagration behind them. One of the neighbors, who lived on the crest, returning from a reconnoitering expedition, paused and informed him that the mayor had been persuaded to call a meeting of the more prominent citizens to decide, if possible, what might be done to save the city, and to keep the people from falling into a panic. Mr. Phelan, the reform mayor of the city's last period of municipal decency, had suggested sending to the military islands for dynamite enough to blow up a wide zone beyond the fire. But property owners were already protesting. Many felt sure the fire would not cross Market Street, others were as certain that the whole city would go. A corps of marines had been dispatched from Mare Island immediately after the earthquake, and would undoubtedly save the ferry building and the docks, but if the fire ran over from Market Street a few blocks higher up, nothing could save all that great business, shopping, and hotel district, to say nothing of Chinatown and possibly these hills. All south of Market Street was in motion, making for the ferries or the bare western hills, the Presidio and Park. They must answer for many of the fires, as they had not given a thought to cracked chimneys when they wanted their breakfast. But of course crossed wires and the overhead trolley system were responsible for as many more. Then he advised Gwynne to order that all the bathtubs in the house should be filled with what water was left in the pipes, and that a stock of provisions from the neighboring grocer and butcher should be laid in. "Personally, I don't believe the fire will ever come as far as this," he said, "but there'll be a famine, no doubt of that. The wires are all down, scarcely a train is running, the country may be as hard hit as ourselves, and all that crowd down there to feed." Gwynne thanked him and replied that the launch was in waiting, but when the man had gone he called the Japs, gave them money, and ordered them to follow his neighbor's suggestion. He realized that he had no desire to leave this city, where life was suddenly keyed to its highest pitch, and retire to the security and inaction of the country. Moreover, he recalled the promise he had given Hofer and his other friends on the night of the ball. This might be the emergency, and what services he could render should be given freely enough. Lady Victoria and Isabel came forth, and they all made their way rapidly down to Nob Hill. The stair was more rickety than ever, and many of the older houses they passed looked badly shaken within, if not without. Every door was open. The floors were covered with plaster. More often than not the furniture and ornaments, and even mantels, were passed in an undistinguishable heap. The Hofers' door, like the rest, was open, and they saw that the spiral marble stair was a pile of glittering splinters, and that the pictures had been turned completely round, or flung across the hall. Mrs. Hofer had been too eager to reign on Nob Hill to wait for a new foundation. Several of the servants were sitting on the steps, and informed Gwynne that all the family, including the children, had gone out in 2 automobiles an hour before, to see the city. They walked down the hill, stopped many times by returning citizens anxious to impart information. The Italians on Telegraph Hill were mad with terror. They were no Californians, in accents of bitter contempt. Portsmouth Square was full of Chinamen laughing at the women that had run there from the hotels without shoes on their feet, and only an opera or automobile cloak over their night clothes. Even more amused were those Oriental philosophers at the white scared faces of the prisoners clinging to the bars of the jail. Nobody could tell how many people had been killed by falling roofs and walls, although the wildest stories were current. But so far there were more doctors and nurses attending to business than patients to care for. Down in the Mechanics' Fair building, which had been converted into an emergency hospital, they were working as methodically, with book and pencil, as well as with bandage and instrument, as if earthquake and fire were a part of the daily routine. Almost everybody was quiet, but there were sights down there. Oh, Lord, there were sights! One man buttonholed Gwynne, as he had buttonholed several on his ascent, and informed him that he had got down there just in time to see $250,000 go up in smoke. $250,000, and it has taken me 26 years to make it, he reiterated with an excited bitterness that was almost hilarious. He did not ask Gwynne if he had lost anything, but passed on to buttonhole the next man and pour out his tale of individual protest. Upon him the earthquake and fire had made a personal attack. "How strange it seems to be in the midst of so much life, mere physical life," said Lady Victoria. "A whole city tense and helpless. I wonder that man could think of himself. We are all mere fragments of one great whole." Her eyes were still restless and bright. Her mask had fallen, and with it, curiously, many of her years. For a time at least the heavy burden of self had slipped from her tired spirit. Few stood in the doorways or even gardens. Nearly every one, not exploring the city, was in the middle of the street. In the boarding-house district halfway down the hill, the corners were crowded with people watching the fires, although as many more had gone to the heights to command a better view. Some were still dazed and white with terror. A few looked distraught. More than one man was as nervous as his wife. But the majority were calm, although they wore an expression of being ready for anything. A few, mindful of the California tradition, were joking and relating the absurdities of their experience. There was no question that the shock had been far greater in the city than in and about Rosewater, and both Isabel and Gwynne, to Lady Victoria's disgust, expressed a regret that they had missed anything. But it was possible that the convulsion had been even worse elsewhere. St. Peter was built over a known fault, and San Francisco was not. And indeed news was already coming into the city of coast hamlets that had literally been torn to pieces. Other wild rumors were flying about. New York had disappeared. Chicago had been swept by a tidal wave. As the telegraph wires were all down, no one attempted to account for these items of news, but so much had already happened that if the eastern hemisphere had dropped to the level of Atlantis, no one would have stared. When they reached Union Square they found it so crowded that they hardly could make their way. Not only the guests of the St. Francis Hotel that flanked it had taken refuge in the open, but those of many other hotels. A few of the men were still in pajamas, and of the women in dressing-gown or opera cloak, caught up as they fled. But the majority had ventured back and dressed themselves so that the sights were not what they may have been an hour earlier. But no one seemed to care for shelter. At all events they liked companionship in misery, although few besides the foreign members of the Grand Opera Company were voluble. Gwynne and Victoria and Isabel saw many of their acquaintance, not all recognizable at first, for even those that had returned to their rooms to dress themselves had taken little pains with their hair. One woman of great beauty, however, whose husband's hat surmounted her flowing locks, was just informing Isabel that she had reached that frame of mind where vanity was pressing apprehension to the wall, when there was an explosive sound, another as of rushing winds. The crowd stumbled against one another, and the large buildings about the square rocked. Again there was an exodus, and some clutching and gasping. But only a few of the refugees from the burning district, sitting on the furniture they had dragged with them, screamed. It was over in a few seconds, and then Gwynne pressed his women gently out of the crowd and down, through the tide of refugees, to Market Street. They walked in the middle of the street, for the sidewalks in this business district, where many of the buildings were of brick or stone, were littered with the débris of fallen cornice and shattered windows and chimneys. Market Street was kept open for automobiles and the crossing refugees. The spectators stood on the edge of the northern pavement only, and in some cases on the top of bricks that represented an outer wall. A number of the refugees were marching towards the ferries, although a curtain of smoke bounded the lower end of Market Street. Others were moving stolidly towards the western hills. All were burdened with pillow cases packed with clothing, or dragged trunks, cribs, baby carriages, in which was a strange assortment of utensils, children, and household pets. The scrape of these unwieldy objects could be heard in a monotonous reiteration above the distant roar and crackling of the flames. Behind the tide of humanity rolling in from the burning district, at the end of every street was a vista of flame and smoke, and the dark clouds were mounting higher and higher, lit with a million golden sparks. The temperature was tropical. People were already beginning to talk in phrases: the doomed city, the fire zone, razed to the ground. Brains were not active, and anyone energetic enough to put a few expressive words together was sure of disciples. Here, more than elsewhere, it was apparent that the army was in possession of the city. Mounted officers rode slowly up and down, and at the mouth of each of those dusky and menacing avenues was a guard with drawn bayonets. They permitted the unfortunate to emerge, but few to enter. In spite of the audible energy of the fire, the slow tramp of the refugees, the scraping of their furniture on the ill-paved streets, the city was extraordinarily silent. People scarcely spoke above a mutter. There was no shouting of orders. Even the children were not whimpering. The tawdry women were not hysterical. Not a parrot raised his voice, nor a dog whined. Faces were dazed, blank, imprinted with a stolid determination to get to a place of safety and keep families and belongings together. The present moment was as much as they could grasp, and truth to tell, there was a good deal in it. Some of the sightseers speculated mildly, those that owned no property in this district, as to what would happen if the wind drove the fire much farther north. The opposite side of the street was lined with some of the greatest business houses in the city. The Palace Hotel looked like the Rock of Gibraltar. Not a vase in its court had been overturned, someone said. The other buildings were of stone, brick, concrete. They had stood the earthquake. Even the great square tower of the core building, unsupported by other buildings, had barely lost a cornice. Was it possible that the fire would take them? But the fire was rolling nearer every moment, for it met little to resist it but wood. Down by East Street several of the Market Street buildings were blazing, but no doubt the Marines would extinguish those, and surely that sea of flame would break and retreat before the wall of rock opposite. And behind it were other structures of stone and brick and concrete. Now and then a refugee, permitting his attention to be drawn from his own little affairs, told that the back windows of these buildings were already hung with wet blankets, and that people stood by the cisterns on the roofs, hose in hand. But the south of Market Street fraternity shook a united head, and when the new phrase, the doomed city, was wafted into its dull ears, it adopted it promptly, and marched on muttering it over and over. End of chapter 10. Part 3, Chapter 11 of Ancestors, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Chapter 11. Already a number of automobiles had flown by, some filled with people anxious to leave town before it might be too late, but most of them containing surgeons and their assistants, or relays of firemen, alone permitted to enter the burning district, or prominent men bound for the citizens' meeting to be held in the cellar of the old jail in Portsmouth Square, a site upon which their ancestors had gambled and Jenny Lind had sung. Gwynne, who was already beginning to chafe at inaction, to feel the excited blood shake his pulses, was revolving excuses to send his mother and Isabel home, when an automobile came charging down Market Street at a terrific rate of speed. From some distance he recognized Hofer sitting beside the chauffeur. Not in the least considering his act, he stepped in front of the crowd and made a signal. Hofer responded with a shout. The automobile slowed slightly. Two men stood up and clutched Gwynne, dragging him into the machine. Gwynne's long legs flew backward as if he were plunging head first over an embankment, and he had only time to right himself, turn and shout, "Go home!" before the automobile had regained its speed and was out of sight. Victoria turned to Isabel with wide eyes. "It looked like kidnapping!" she exclaimed. "I fancy they merely want him at the citizens' meeting. No doubt they want every steady, clear brain they can muster. I think I had better go out and see what has become of Paula and the children. Will you come?" Victoria shook her head. "This is all too interesting," she said. "I must see more of it, and I am no longer afraid. When I am tired I will go home. Shall we agree to meet there for luncheon?" Isabel nodded, and started up Stockton Street alone, intending to take the first car that led in her sister's direction. Some of the trolley wires were down, but no doubt others were uninjured, and the cable cars had always seemed to her as fixed as fate. She could no more conceive of their system being dislocated for more than an hour at a time than of the city burning. So far she was merely interested, and although sorry for the unfortunate poor, felt that the fates had conspired to do the city a service in cleaning out so objectionable a quarter. Of the millions invested in that district she did not think, but sighed as she thought of South Park and Rincon Hill. Still, they would have been obliterated in the course of events and before long. And as for the fire itself, it would be stopped by the great walls of masonry on and near Market Street. She looked eastward, down the deserted streets towards the bay, and although the vista there also was closed with flame and smoke, the fires were far away, and the Marines were fighting it. She passed many people ascending and descending, some with pressed lips, others arguing with a certain fettered excitement against the pessimistic attitude. After she left the business blocks the sidewalks again were free of débris, although she could see the ruin within. The disreputable section of this street, known as the Red Light District, was crowded with women, to whose rescue or comfort no man would seem to have come. Isabel looked at them with an irresistible curiosity, but no sense of repulsion. She even stopped and answered their eager questions as best she could. She was possessed with the idea that there was but one person in San Francisco that day, no matter what the optical delusion. She was not at all dazed, but utterly impersonal. Even in the blazing sunshine most of these women were handsome and young, but all assurance was gone. When not strained and haggard from the recent and the menacing terror, they looked indescribably forlorn. But they were very quiet. Isabel heard but one excited cry, and something of its thrill ran along her own nerves. "My God, the wind is blowing from the southeast, and it's blowing strong." Isabel glanced back. It seemed to her that the great suspended waves of smoke, red-lined, were rolling with more energy, and they certainly were inclining west as well as north. She wondered, with some irritation, why the wind blew from the southeast when the first of the trades should be roaring in from the Pacific. A strong, steady west wind and the fire would be blown towards the bay, where it could be extinguished from the marine boats. Every time a gust ruffled her hair she shook her head irritably, wondering that she had ever loved the wind. She reached California Street. The cars were not running. Far down, where they should have started, she saw nothing but smoke. nor was there the usual rumble indicating that the cable was at work, a sound which was among the first of her memories. She turned west and climbed the most perpendicular blocks to the summit of Nob Hill. The beautiful, massive pile of white stone, to be known when finished as Fairmont Hotel, and which had already done so much to redeem the city from its architectural madness, looked as serene and unravaged as if it crowned a hill of ancient Athens. But so, for that matter, did its neighbours, too as faultless in their way, the others appearing even more outrageous than usual, inasmuch as they had had their opportunity to disappear and failed to take advantage of it. From the summit of the hill Isabel gave a hasty glance southward, then walked rapidly west. The fires seemed to cover far more ground than when she had first looked at them from Russian Hill an hour ago. After she had tripped over 2 large paving stones that had met in an upward bulge, she took more note of detail. Some of the houses had private cisterns, and their roofs and walls were still quite wet. Pretentious garden walls and stone pillars supporting façades had fallen, while next door an apparently more delicate structure was intact. It seemed to be a matter of foundation, and everywhere there were groups of silent people watching the fire. Even when the Red Cross men and women carried out the injured, Isabel did not hear a groan, and all were losing their dazed and frightened expressions. The careless philosophy of the city was reasserting itself, although in a more dignified phase. At Van Ness Avenue, the wide street that runs through the residence part of the city from north to south, Isabel shuddered for the first time, and as she was ashamed to run across, stood and stared with a new sense of fascination at the inexplicable old earth. The street lay in a narrow valley, what would have been a mere cañon in the mountains, and the soil was loose and sandy, although the great houses sat upon most of the brief level and held it firm. But the stone blocks in low garden walls were bulging and broken, and the street itself was horribly torn. Here and there it had sunken, and looked as if a wave had passed over it and left an impress. A large stone church had fallen, one tower into the street and another upon the neighbouring house. The stone walls of houses were cracked, one of the mansions had a zigzag crevice from top to bottom, and the proudest had brought forth chairs and were sitting in their gardens or on the pavement. Isabel recognized a girl who had been one of the belles of Mrs. Hofer's ball, clad in a bathrobe and a pair of socks, and another, noted for her gowns, passed in a wagon, a handkerchief tied about her head and a half-filled pillow-case on her lap. Isabel knew that both had lived in one of the beautiful private hotels on the avenue, and she had already heard that it was so badly wrecked that the guests had been thankful to get out alive, and had not ventured to return for their clothes. The stately building had been run up in a night, its feet set in sand, and wonder was it was not lying across the avenue. Many of the refugees had already reached this third and last wide street of refuge, and although the greater number were still down at the southern end, others had pushed on, intending to walk to the Presidio, where they were likely to be fed. They were resting on their cumbrous belongings, strange groups, unkempt and half-dressed. Many of the householders had sent within for food, and one wealthy dame, whose maid had had time to build her coiffure and groom her properly, sat with a dirty, frowsy baby on her lap and was coaxing it to take milk from a spoon, its bottle having been overlooked in the flight. The mother was sitting on the bureau her husband had rescued, by no means abashed, nor even surprised. Isabel crossed the street and ascended and descended again, traversed several blocks to the north, and finally approached the house in which the Stones had their apartment. Although high-perched, it was uninjured, and as Isabel climbed the hill she saw Paula and her children seated, with many others, on the long flight of steps. Paula waved her hand and walked down composedly to meet her sister. She was dressed, laced, and painted. A sufficient time had elapsed since the earthquake to permit her ruling passion to regain its throne. "Well, I am glad to see you!" She greeted Isabel with something of the grand air. She felt almost pompous with the sense of playing her part in a great event, fancied herself, perhaps, its central figure. "Of course I knew you were all right up there, especially as we came off fairly well. But you should have been here. You've missed it." "I know," said Isabel, humbly. "But I'm glad you were not hurt. And not frightened?" "Oh, fearfully. And being up so many flights of stairs made it seem so much worse. But Lyster and I managed to get out of bed and into the nursery before it was half over, and hold the children in the doorways. I didn't make a fool of myself like so many others, and run out in the street before I was dressed. My hair was up on pins. Lys was more frightened than I was. It's a wonder he has any nerves at all. And now that there are so many fires, he is fearfully excited at the idea that all his favourite haunts may go. He has gone down town to see what is happening. Also," in a happy afterthought, "to try and borrow some money. He literally had not 10 cents in his pockets. We have some in the bank for a wonder, but everybody says the banks will go, and also that there will be hard times." Isabel handed over her purse mechanically. "Victoria and Elton have plenty. I shall not need it," she said. But the desire to save Mrs. Stone's feelings was superfluous. The purse disappeared with a polite "Thanks, dear," and Paula hastily changed the subject, lest the luxury of a carriage for the return to Russian Hill should appeal to Isabel. "Of course you'll go back to the ranch, where you can be comfortable," she remarked. "I have no plan. The launch is ready for us, but it will depend upon the others. Should you care to go to the ranch? I don't suppose you are in any danger from fire out here, but things may be very uncomfortable for a time." "Oh, I'll take the risk," said Paula, easily. "I should be bored to death up there, and here there are so many people to talk to. I have heard about 50 experiences this morning, and all fearfully interesting. I guess we'll make out. It will only be for a day or two, anyhow, and everybody that has food in the house is offering to share with the rest. I never have much on hand, but Mrs. Brooks, who lives under me, always keeps her storeroom filled, and has invited me to lunch. You had better stop, too. I have promised Victoria to return. Just suppose the fire should come out here, what should you do?" "Oh, take a mattress or two out to the Presidio. It's not far, and would be a regular picnic. But it won't." "Well, I'll go then. If you change your mind, you can have the launch. Only come to me first. Mr. Clatt is standing over it with a 6-shooter." "Thanks. Sorry you won't come in. Lys won't sit down for about a week, he's that nervous. So you'll probably see him up on the hill." Isabel started for home, and when she reached Fillmore Street discovered that she was tired. It was then that she regretted not having reserved $1 or 2. But no doubt Victoria was at home by this time. She found a livery stable and asked the proprietor, lounging in the entrance, if he could send her to the foot of the bluff. "Yes, for $50, he said, coolly. Fillmore Street was a prosperous slum, another brief level between 2 steep acclivities. It was not yet aware of the proud destiny that awaited it, that for the next year or more it was to be the teeming centre of the abbreviated city's life. But there never was a time when it was burdened with manners, or the grand point of view. When Isabel stared, the man continued, "Yes, ma'am, 50's the ticket, and 2 hours later it may be 500. Some people are getting mighty nervous, and I've let 5 hacks and buggies already, at my own figure, to them as wants to get out of town quick." Isabel turned her back on him and climbed and descended again. Lower Van Ness Avenue was even more torn and lumpy than where she had crossed it at California Street, and hundreds of the South of Market Street refugees were sitting or lying in the middle of the street, worn out but stolid. Just beyond she caught up with a teamster who, noticing the fatigue in her eyes, stopped his horses and offered her a lift, provided she was going his way. Isabel gratefully climbed to his high perch, after stating that she had no money, and being royally silenced. "Oh, shucks," said the man. "I guess this is the time to do other folks a good turn. You'd do the same for me, I'll bet. What do you think of this business, anyhow?" Isabel replied hopefully, but he shook his head. "City's doomed, far as Van Ness, anyhow. Nothing ain't going to stop that fire but water, and water's just what they haven't got. Lord, to think of that bay on 3 sides of the city, Talk about the Ancient Mariner. I don't live in the city, but I'll be sorry to see it go. Lord, wa'n't that a shake! I was flung plumb out of bed and against the wall, and the house next to mine, or the one I were in, went plumb out into the middle of the street. Lord, what a yelling there was inside! Nobody hurt, but one woman went plumb out of her mind. They've got her tied to the bedpost now. And what a looting of saloons there was until the soldiers marched in. Now I hear that their mayor has issued an order, which is to be pasted up all over, that any man caught looting anything, saloons or otherwise, is to be shot dead, and no questions asked. Good job, that. I guess we're in for high old times, miss. I'm making for Oakland, where I live. I brought in a load last evening, and stopped over. Some of my friends live down by the ferry, and I'll pick them up, if they want to go out. Don't you want to come along? My wife and me'll be glad to put you up if you can't do any better." Isabel thanked him warmly, and assured him that she would be safe in any case, then discovered a loose $half in the pocket of her jacket. The man accepted it philosophically. "You were welcome to the ride, but I'm not the one to say nay to a bit of silver, so long as you say you're not hard up yourself. Guess it'll come in handy. Well, so long. Good luck to you. I've enjoyed your society very much." End of chapter 11. Part 3, Chapter 12 of Ancestors, a Novel by Gertrude Atherton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Chapter 12. The teamster had deposited her at Taylor and Jackson Streets, and as she passed the Trennahans' door, it occurred to her to ask how they fared. The house appeared to be uninjured, but the electric bell was useless, and it was not until she had knocked several times that an old Mexican servant answered the summons. Then she learned that the family had left for Menlo Park in their touring car immediately after the earthquake, as the boys were at the country house with their tutor. The woman had been maid for many years to Mrs. Polk, and had lived with Magdalena since her aunt's death. She was a privileged character, and during Isabel's visit had accepted her relationship to the house of Yorba, and waited on her personally. "So tired you look," she said. "Come in, no?" Then, as the invitation was declined, she leaned her stout, shapeless figure against the door frame, and begged Isabel for an account of her experience. Isabel gave it briefly, and the old woman shook her head. "So terribly thing," she sighed. 70 years I lived in California, and this the more bad earthquake I never feel. My mother she feel the great earthquake of 1812 in the south, when the Padres plant a long straight branch in the middle of the square of San Gabriel, and it never stopped shake for 4 months. Ay yi, California! I think we all go into the bay this morning, and I fall down twice when I run to see how little Señorita Inez she feeling. Ay yi!" "Why did you not go to the country?" "And who takes care of the house? The car come back by for the other servants, but I no go. See, I can go in the train, then, perhaps, but no in automobilia. Is devil, no less." "Well, if you should be frightened, come up to me." And Isabel went on hurriedly to her own home, suddenly reminded of the uncertainty of her relative's nerves. But Victoria was standing on the porch, staring outward with such an intensity of gaze that she took no notice of Isabel's approach. And when Isabel reached her side, she too stood silent for a time. The Call building was on fire. This square tower of 17 stories and a dome, with some 70 windows on each side, had caught fire at the top, and as the flames devoured the contents of one floor as quickly as possible, that they might dart down another flight and gorge themselves anew, in an incredibly short time the 200 windows in sight, and no doubt those in the rear, were spouting flames like the mouths of so many cannon, each sharply defined owing to the indestructible nature of the walls. Volumes of white smoke poured upward to be lost in the black clouds above. At times the fire and smoke on either side, torn by the wind, seemed to dance and gyrate in a bacchanalian revel, taking monstrous forms that exploded in showers of sparks, glittering like the fabled California sands. Above the burning district the smoke clouds changed form constantly. Sometimes they reeled along like colossal waterspouts. The roar of the fire waxed louder as one listened to it, a deep, persistent, energetic roar, as of a sea climbing over a land its time had come to devour. Suddenly a curtain of smoke swept down and obliterated the scene, conveying a sense of respite, challenging the memory, although a moment later it was shot with a million sparks. Victoria announced briefly that they were to have lunch of a sort, but for her part she would prefer a bath. A bath, however, was out of the question, and without washing the cinders from their faces and hands, they sat down to beefsteak fried on one of the oil stoves used for heating the mansard story, and canned vegetables. That much indulgence they might have permitted themselves, but human nature is prone to extremes, and they were tuned to a severe economy that might embrace more than water for some weeks to come. Isabel sent a plate of sandwiches and a bottle of beer down to Mr. Clatt, and the servant returned with the information that the faithful wharfinger was sitting on a chair in front of the launch, a pistol on his lap, and that already a small crowd was crouched like buzzards in front of him. Isabel asked Victoria if she cared to retreat, but the older woman shook her head. "Do you?" she asked. "Oh, no. I shall remain until the last minute, certainly until I know what Elton's plans are. If the launch is seized we can go down to Fort Mason, or out to the Presidio. Every one is in the same boat. I should hate being too comfortable, but I don't think you should sleep out of doors. It is always damp at night." "I can stand as much as you can. I'm quite fit again. And this is the first time, for heaven knows how many years, that anything has interested me. I shall stay till the last minute, and surely no fire could climb this hill. Did I tell you that Mr. Trennahan came up at once and asked me to go to Menlo Park with them? Ungrateful, but I have not thought of it since." Isabel announced her intention to take a nap. "No one knows what may happen to night," she said, "and I feel as if I had not slept for a week." She fell asleep at once. Lady Victoria awakened her by bursting unceremoniously into her room. "You must get up and look!" she cried. "The Palace Hotel and the other big newspaper buildings are on fire. The sight is something awful and wonderful." Isabel ran to the window. All the valley was a rolling sea of flame, and all space seemed to be filled with enormous surging billows of smoke. From every window of the Palace Hotel, an immense square building of some 7 stories, from the great newspaper buildings, and from other brick and stone structures near by, tongues of flame were leaping. The wooden buildings were mere shapeless furnaces. Again a volume of smoke descended, and for the moment nothing was to be seen but a red blur somewhere in the midst of rolling black. Victoria communicated to Isabel the information she had received from the neighbors, always coming and going. People were pouring out of the city, not only by the Southern Pacific boats to Oakland, and indirectly to Berkeley and Alameda, but by freight boats and launches to the Marin towns. They were obliged to make a long detour round the base of the northern hills, as the waterfront and the streets behind were a roaring furnace, although the fires had not crossed East Street. All houses in the towns across the bay had opened to the refugees, tents had been erected in the public squares, and emergency hospitals had been started before 9 o'clock. The militia had been called out to assist the regulars, and also the cadet battalion of the State University. A citizens' patrol had been formed to protect the still unburned districts, each man provided with arms at the Presidio. People on the lower slopes were now in full flight towards the western parks and hills, as well as the Presidio, many being under the impression that the ferry boats were not running. It was doubtful if a hotel or a boarding house would harbor a soul that night. Not east of Van Ness Avenue, at least, and many in that region were preparing to sleep in the park and squares, lest the fire attack them from the south. Refugees, exhausted, were lying on the doorsteps and in the streets of the Western Addition. Victoria relapsed into silence, and Isabel gazed down upon the beautiful, terrible scene. The curtain had rolled upward again, at the enormous tongues of flame leaping from every window, the showers of gold sparks, the swooping and soaring clouds, many of them white, with convoluted edges, and faintly tinted like the day smoke of Vesuvius. These curled white masses rolled among the black waves towards the west, and the very low deep roar waxed louder as one listened to it. All the wooden bow windows of the Palace Hotel had been eaten off, but it would be hours before the stoutly built old hotel ceased to feed the flames. Sometimes sheets of fire seemed to drive from the apertures across the great width of Market Street, to be beaten back by a solid wall of flame. In the intense, clear yellow light that bathed the street, Isabel could see the twisted car tracks. More than once she fancied she saw a prostrate body, but it may have been an achievement of the shifting flames, and certainly nothing living moved down there. The mounted officers and their men were patrolling the blocks along all the northern front of the fire. "Are you not in the least worried about Elton?" asked Isabel, abruptly. "Not a bit. I never worried about him when he was a child. He was always the most agile and ready youngster I ever saw." "But he is very venturesome. He might be caught in one of those furnaces as well as another, or killed by falling bricks." "He is a man of destiny," said Victoria, indifferently. "He will live to accomplish what he was born for." Isabel, in truth, found worry as impossible as any other common emotion, nevertheless thought it odd that he did not come to them for a moment or send a message. She could appreciate his wholly masculine mood, his temporary indifference to the charms of her sex, but he had an ingrained sense of responsibility, and was more considerate than the average man. Lady Victoria returned to her vantage point on the veranda, and Isabel went down to the garden fence, where the three Japs were standing, and asked them if they intended to remain. Half the servants had already fled from the city. Two replied that later in the day they should go to Oakland, where they had friends. Isabel told them that she should not part with what little money there was in the house, and they answered politely that they expected to wait for their wages. The oldest of the three, a respectable man of 30, who looked like, and no doubt was, a student, announced his intention to remain. "I can cook," he added, "not well, but perhaps well enough for a few days, and perhaps if we are driven out I may go to the country with you. I should be willing to work for anything you could pay me until things were restored to their normal condition, if you would be good enough to give me my evenings for study." Isabel promised him the protection of her ranch house, and stood talking to him for some time. His English was unusually correct, and his remarks were more intelligent than those of the average man of her acquaintance. He told her something of Japanese earthquakes, and was good enough to add that he had never felt quite so violent or so peculiar a series of earth movements as California had achieved that morning. He was curious to see the result as recorded on the seismograph, and to know what hour it registered in Japan. "I think Professor Omori will come over," he said modestly. "This earthquake will interest him very much. He will wish to study the ground." "Were you not frightened?" asked Isabel, curiously. "I appreciated the danger, but frightened? No, miss. I think I have never felt frightened. But I do not like fire. I have seen Tokyo burn. I shall walk about constantly and see that it does not steal upon us from the north or west. Some silly person might make a fire, and all the chimneys must be cracked." "I feel much relieved to know that you will patrol," said Isabel, wondering if she were being gracious to a prince. "Would you mind going up to the top of the hill and asking someone if he knows whether all the injured were taken from the mechanics' pavilion? It is blazing like a wood-pile." He went up the hill and returned with the information that all the patients, as well as the doctors and nurses, had been taken out, the last of them while the roof was blazing, and conveyed in automobiles to other emergency hospitals far away, and that the prisoners in the city hall had been transported, manacled, to the army prisons in the same manner. "One of the gentlemen said he saw Mr. Gwynne running an automobile full of nurses and patients, one of Mr. Hofer's machines," he added, "and that he returned twice at least. All the young men that own machines are acting very well, they say, transporting the injured and making themselves generally useful. Many are on the roofs of the greater buildings, with the firemen fighting the fire with blankets, and hose attached to the cisterns. A few buildings have been saved in that way, but not many, and more or less of the water has to be turned on the men, who catch fire repeatedly from the sparks." Isabel went into the house and put on her hat. "I cannot keep still any longer," she said to Victoria a moment later, "and now I am quite rested. I shall go down and see Mrs. Hofer, and reconnoitre for myself. If Elton should come, ask him to wait for me here. He must need a rest. Or walk down to Taylor Street." Chapter XIII. Part 3, Chapter 13 of Ancestors, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Chapter 13. She found her lower neighbours still sitting on their doorsteps or standing in groups, but was told that many more had already gone out to the western addition with their valuables, fearing that the fire might come up the southern or eastern slopes before night. A large touring car was standing in front of the Hofers' door. The children and their nurses were in it, and Mr. Toole came out and took his place as Isabel reached the house. He greeted her, for the first time since she had known him, without a smile, and he looked very old and sad. Isabel heard Mrs. Hofer's light, high, rapid voice within. She was standing in the large drawing-room, giving orders to a group of servants. When she saw Isabel, she cried out, as if confronted with a ghost. "Oh!" she exclaimed, but not kissing her as usual. Her mind, apparently, was divided into many parts. "I am relieved to see that you are all right. I didn't know what might have happened upstate. Did you ever? Well, great old country this, talk about living on the side of Vesuvius. And now everything is going. Everything. I keep hoping for a change of wind." "Perhaps, but I've pretty well given it up. We are in disgrace to day, sure enough. And anyhow, Mr. Hofer has lost millions. Millions! However," she recovered herself with a bound, "he made them, so I guess he can make more. And do you know what he's thinking about already? He burst in here half an hour ago, as black as your hat, with orders that I should take the family down to Burlingame at once, and then began talking about the Burnham plans, and the opportunity to clean up the city politically. There's a raging idealist for you! And do you know what he and Mr. Gwynne are up to now? Carrying dynamite, no less, between Fort Mason and the fire line. The two of them are running an automobile apiece, and have put themselves at the disposal of the authorities. Nice thing for me to be thinking of all night. Don't you want to come along?" Isabel shook her head. "Well, I'll move on then, before they change their minds and impress my car. So far I have a gracious permit to keep it. The servants have buried the silver and the pictures, but—" she glanced at the beautiful frieze, which, without its electric lights, looked a mere blur of blue and black, then shrugged her shoulders. "I just won't believe my house will go," she said defiantly. "Not till the last minute, anyhow. When the fire's over, or Mr. Hofer lets me, I'll come back and do something for those poor wretches that have been burned out. Gather up what food there is to be had in the country and start an eating station or something. Mr. Hofer says food will come pouring in from every direction presently, and then they will need organizers. I'm good at that. Can I rely on you? It will be an experience, anyhow, and of course it's my place to do that sort of thing. Besides, I do feel terribly sorry for those poor things, and I won't be able to sit still for a month. You can count on me. When this is over I shall find you somehow. Oh, don't worry, the newspapers won't miss anything. They're burned out, but I hear that the editors are already over in Oakland, scurrying round after a plant. Well, adios. If you say the word, I'll send the car back for you, although I doubt if it would pass a squad without those children in it. I suppose it would hold several tons of dynamite. Hey-ho, I suppose it is all in the day's work. What can you expect if you live in an earthquake country?" They had reached the pavement, and she put her lips close to Isabel's ear. "I'd like to get out of the damned place and never see it again," she whispered. "I'll keep a stiff upper lip, but those are my sentiments, and I guess I have company." She stepped lightly into the car, nodded with a grim gaiety, and in another moment had disappeared round the corner of Taylor and California streets. Isabel started down the hill, and almost immediately met Anne Montgomery. She had not recognized her as they approached each other, for the glare was in her eyes, but Miss Montgomery ran forward and kissed her. "What on earth did you come to this God–forsaken place for, when you had the country to stay in?" she demanded. "Oh, Lady Victoria, I did not know she was here. Just come with me, and look at a sight." She put her arm through Isabel's and led her rapidly for several blocks along California Street, then down Hyde, towards moving columns of people. The fire was far south of these refugees, as yet, but they looked down every cross–street and saw it, and more than once during their slow flight they had seen the soldiers at the visible end of each long vista move a block farther north. "I tramped a long way with them," said Miss Montgomery, "carrying things for a woman I never saw before. Then a man took the burden over, and I started up the hill to see how some friends were faring." From this point they could hear the roar and crackle of the fire and the crashing of walls, but even more formidable was that tramping of thousands of feet, the scraping of trunks and furniture on the tracks and stones. Isabel, still feeling like a palimpsest, lingered for an hour looking at the refugees. They were vastly different, in all but their impotence, from those of the early morning. Hundreds were from the boarding–house district, others were householders. A large number, no doubt, owned their carriages or automobiles, but those had been impressed long since. It was a well and carefully dressed crowd, for by this time nearly everyone had recovered from the shock of the earthquake. Many forgotten it, no doubt, in the new horror. They had not the blank expression of the poor, dazed by the second calamity following so close upon the heels of the first, but their lips were pressed, eyes were straining towards the distant goal, and all would have been pale but for the glare of the fire. Fortunately for most of them, men as well as women, they had either children, pets, or even more cumbersome belongings to claim their immediate attention. No time for either thought or despair. They pushed trunks to which skates had been attached, or pulled them by ropes. They trundled sewing–machines and pieces of small furniture laden with bundles. Many carried pillow–cases, into which they had stuffed a favourite dress and hat, an extra pair of boots, and a change of underclothing, some valuable bibelot or bundle of documents, to say nothing of their jewels and what food they could lay hands on. Several women wore their furs as an easier way of saving them, and children carried their dolls. Their state of mind was elemental. They lived acutely in the present moment, and looked neither behind nor before, save to a goal of safety. Misfortune had descended upon them, and ruin no doubt would follow, but for the present they asked no more than to save what they could carry or propel, and to get far beyond that awful fire. The refinements of sentiment and all complexity were forgotten. They indulged in nothing so futile as complaint, or even conversation. And the sense of the common calamity sustained them, no doubt, de–individualized them for the hour. Soon after they became their normal selves once more, and accepted the hard conditions of the following weeks with the philosophy that was to be expected of them. But underneath all the recovered gaiety and defiant pride of the later time more than one spirit was sprained, haunted with a sense of dislocation, permanently saddened by the loss not of fortune, but of personal treasures, of old homes full of life–long associations, never to be replaced nor regained. Many, no doubt, were better off for losing those old anchors that held them to the past and emphasized their years, besides keeping their sorrows green, but others had one reason less for living. Nevertheless, the philosophy born of a life in an earthquake country, of the electric climate, of their isolation, as well as the good Anglo–Saxon strain in so many of them, brought a genuine rebound to all physically capable of it, both old and young. But to–day they were primitive and entirely human. They helped one another, the stronger carrying the weaker's burdens as a matter of course. The men were bent almost double with increasing properties. Isabel felt neither pity nor admiration for them. They were a mere unit, these thousands reduced to their primal component. the third fact in the great day of facts. Suddenly, however, she caught sight of Lister Stone. He carried a baby on one arm, and several rolls of painted canvas under the other. Beside him walked the mother pushing a loaded crib, and behind him the artist friend, to whose aid he had evidently gone, dragged a large canvas trunk bound with an ingenious system of ropes. Stone nodded gaily when he saw Isabel. "Hello!" he cried. "I was going for you later on. We'll all sleep out to-night. Better come along." Then, as Isabel only shook her head, he said hurriedly, "Awfully sorry. I forgot. Promised Gwynne I'd go up and tell you he was in for a long day's work, transporting hospital patients and hauling dynamite. He sent peremptory orders that you and his mother were to go to the country with the afternoon tide." The crowd bore him on, and Isabel and Anne walked up the hill again, meeting other streams of refugees, but thinner, as most of them preferred the easier slopes. Isabel looked at Anne curiously. There was an unusual restlessness about her, nothing of the rudimentary expression of the crowd. Isabel was wondering if her apparent and unusual spirits might be due to the fact that her flat was in the Western Addition, and that she had hired a wagon at the first alarm of fire, and carried her silver to the Presidio, when Anne suddenly began to explain herself. "Do you know," she broke out, "I have a wonderful sense of freedom, of hope. Something has happened at last. All the ruts have been plowed over. Life will never be the same here, in my time at least. It will be like beginning all over again, with 100 barely imagined possibilities, and an equal chance for every one. It may be a reprehensible thing to feel as if the destruction of your city had set your individual soul free, but I do, and that's the end of it. And I can tell you I've seen that expression in the eyes of many a man in the last few hours. Not in those of the older men, perhaps, for they wear out early enough in this climate, anyhow, and those that are close upon 60 don't look as if they had much left to live for, although I've seen a few flying about as if they had dropped 30 years. It's all a matter of temperament and physique. But for the rest of us, the still energetic men, and the women that have been cankered with the tedium vitae, and have the brains and brawn to work, it will be the 50s all over again. Not only something more than the bare living in prospect, but a constant, exciting interest in life. I saw a good many men, just after the earthquake, looking as if they had believed the end of the world had come, but they braced up directly the city was threatened by something they could pit themselves against. Every man worth his salt is fighting fire, rescuing the helpless, dragging mattresses out to the hills and park, and helping the women down here save their belongings. All with automobiles and carriages are helping the authorities and hospitals. Political factions and personal enemies are working side by side, particularly down on the fire line. Even the mayor has won a day's respect from his fellow citizens, although I'm told he's terribly torn between the Committee of 50 and the military authorities on the one hand, who want to blow up a wide zone, and the property holders who won't have their precious possessions sacrificed when the wind may change any minute. Meanwhile, the fire has a headway that will give it the best part of the city. I never felt so alive in my life, so vividly in the present. Can you remember the name of a book you have read, that there is any world outside these 7 square miles? Yesterday is a mere dream, and tomorrow is only a bare possibility. The 50s! I feel as if we were at the beginning of things on another planet. I shall never trouble my head with problems or psychology again. We are mere dancing midgets on the scalp of stupendous forces that we do not even dimly apprehend. Earth lets us play until her patience is exhausted with our pretensions as mere human beings, at our insane delusion that the intellectual are not only the equal but the superior of the physical forces, and then she merely shakes herself, and the wisest is as helpless as the idiot, the prince even worse off than the pauper because he has a bigger house to run out of. They all dance to her tune like so many wooden marionettes. Hofer is no better off than his blacksmith, whose savings are probably in the fireproof vault of some bank, while I happen to know that more than one millionaire has not insured his Class A buildings, thinking the expense unnecessary. No wonder you have a sense of freedom. So have I. We are dancing to the tune of the unseen forces. They will do the thinking. I wonder, by the way, if deep down in the brain of that fleeting ruined tide of elemental beings there is not a prick of gratified vanity that they are in the midst of a great and horrible experience. We have been reading so much lately of the horrors in Russia. We have read all our lives of horrors and atrocities somewhere, and this state has grinned at us so unintermittently. Now we, too, are actors in a great life-and-death drama. I don't fancy that anyone is doing even that much analysis, but I can't help thinking that the vague appreciation of the facts sustains them in a way, possibly gives them a calm sense of superiority to the rest of the world. Look at this." They had reached Jackson Street on the flat of Nob Hill. It was now evening, and the exodus from Chinatown had begun. The Mongolians were streaming up from their threatened quarter, and, like the others, tramping silently out to the Presidio. The merchants had put on their fine clothes, and their families, exposed to the Occidental eye for the first time, wore gorgeous garments of bright silks covered with embroideries. The poor little respectable wives tottered along on their foolish feet, held up by their lords or their big-footed serving-women, while their children trudged along uncomplainingly, and stared at the fire with big expressionless eyes. Mingling freely with the wealthy autocrats of Chinatown were the coolies and the disreputable women with which the quarter swarmed. The Chinese rarely import their wives. The coolies wore their blue blouses and soft felt hats, and the women had painted their faces and built up their hair as usual, shining tower-like coiffures stuck with large lobed pins, cheap or costly according to their grade. All were as stolid as their own wooden gods. They would have looked like a solemn procession on a festa day, had it not been for the bundles and strong chests they carried. "Come up to dinner, such as it is," said Isabel to Anne. "What are you going to do to-night?" "Camp down in the sand-lots by Fort Mason, and see what I can do for those poor refugees. There will be great suffering, I am afraid. Many women should be in hospital with every attention. And with all this excitement, who knows what may happen? I fancy either a tent hospital will be erected, or the worst cases will be taken into the fort. I am a good nurse, and I told the leader I should be there. There will be many children to look after, too. The parents, the best of them, won't be up to much." "Perhaps I will go down later, but I shall wait at the house until I have seen Mr. Gwynne. He may need food, or be hurt in any of a dozen ways. If you see him, and no doubt you will, if you are to be at the fort, tell him that I have not gone to the country and have no intention of going." CHAPTer 13 Part 3, Chapter 14 of Ancestors, a Novel by Gertrude Atherton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Chapter 14 They had passed members of the Citizens' Patrol on every block, and they found one pacing the plank walk on Russian Hill. He told them that the edict had gone forth that not so much as a candle should be lit in a house that night, and that all cooking must be done out of doors. The spectacled Jap was boiling soup on one of the oil stoves, which he had carried into the garden, and half surrounded by a screen. Beside him was what looked like an open, newly dug grave, and the girls, startled, demanded what it meant. Sugihara apparently never smiled, but his eyes flickered. "Before Kusha and Kuranaga went, I made them dig a hole for the silver," he said. "It is too heavy for the launch. If we are driven away, I will cut your ancestors from their frames and take them with us." "Well, you are a treasure," said Isabel with a sigh. "You shall do nothing but read when you get to the ranch." Lady Victoria was pacing slowly up and down the porch, her eyes seldom wandering from the fire. When dinner was ready, she merely shook her head impatiently, and Isabel and her guest sat down in the little tower room, which was brilliantly illuminated from below. Sugihara had made a very good soup of canned corn and tomatoes, and had fried bits of meat and potato. There was little conversation. The dynamiting was now something more than sporadic. The detonations were so terrific that it was not difficult for the San Franciscans to imagine themselves, supposing they had a grain of imagination left, in a besieged city. Isabel suggested, and Anne agreed with her, that they might have been far worse off than they were. Nature at her extremest is never so pitiless as the human brute when the lust to kill is on him. Isabel prepared the remains of the feast for Mr. Clatt, and asked Sugihara if he would object to relieving the watch, that the wharfinger must snatch a few hours' sleep. There was no longer any danger of fire except from the conflagration itself, and now that the dynamiting had begun in earnest, it was possible that the flames would be isolated before midnight. The Jap went off with the dish in one hand and a book in the other, hoping that he would be allowed to light a candle on the launch. He returned in a few moments, and for the first time he was smiling. "Mr. Clatt will not give up his watch," he said. "He says he might miss the chance to put a hole in some Dago. His language was very bad, miss. He says there's not a wink of sleep in him." "No doubt, but that he will hold on to it, unless the military step in," said Anne. "Then I fancy he would surrender very meekly. They have impressed a good many launches for prisoners and dynamite. But I hope not, for whether the fire comes up the hills or not, there is going to be terrible privation. Heaven knows how many days it will be before we have enough water even to drink. And I heard a little while ago that as soon as food comes in, the authorities will establish relief stations, where everybody from the millionaire to John Chinaman will have to stand in line and wait for his loaf of bread. Wouldn't it be better for you to go at once?" "I fancy I can endure as much as any one, and if I am driven from here I will go down to you. I shall go down anyhow, when I have seen Mr. Gwynne. I do not propose to lie in a hammock while several 100,000 people are sleeping on the ground. What do you take me for?" "Somehow I don't see you as a nurse, or amusing children, or doling out bread and raiment. You would be much more in the picture encouraging Mr. Gwynne. However, I am going to impress your linen and a clothes basket to carry it in. No doubt the philosophical Sugihara will help me carry it to the fort." "Take what you like." Isabel directed her to the linen closet, and went down to the veranda. She paused abruptly in the doorway. Victoria's face could be seen only in profile, but its expression, as she gazed down upon that tossing, twisting, furious flame ocean, needed no analytical faculty to interpret. It was voluptuous, ecstatic. Isabel crossed the porch in a stride. "What are you thinking of?" she demanded imperiously. Victoria did not turn with a start. She did not turn at all. "I am thinking," she replied automatically, as if in obedience to the stronger will, "I am thinking that at last I understand what it is we are so blindly striving for from the hour when we can think at all. What it is, that unsatisfied desire that urges us on and on to so many fatal experiments in the pursuit of happiness. The great goal, the real meaning of our miserable baulked mortal existence is not that dancing will-o'-the-wisp we call happiness, for want of a better name. It is death." "Well?" Isabel's voice rose, but she kept the anxiety out of it. "I cannot imagine anything more delicious," went on Victoria in the same low rich tones, "than to walk straight down those hills and into that sea of flame. I have always admired Empedocles, who cast himself into Etna. Once I saw a friend cremated, and the brief vision of that white incandescence before the coffin shot down seemed to me the apotheosis, the voluptuous poetry of death. I could walk down into that colossal furnace without flinching, and I believe that my last moment, as the world disappeared behind me, and those superb flames took me into their embrace, would be one of the sublimest ecstasy." Isabel caught her by the shoulders and whirled her about. "Well, you will do nothing of the sort," she cried roughly. "In the first place, you couldn't get through the lines, and in the second you are wanted at Fort Mason. Anne is going down with a basket of linen for the poor women who will be confined to night. You are an uncommonly strong woman, and you can make use of every bit of your strength. Anne and the leader are frail creatures, and no one else that I know of is going. They need you, and you will soon have your hands so full that your head will be purged of this nonsense. It is the fire lust, the same lust that incited a boy to–day to attempt to set fire to a house in this district, that he might watch the whole city burn. I hope your egoism exploded in that climax. Here comes Anne. You must go." "Very well," said Victoria, suddenly dazed, and with a will relaxed after the long tension of the day. "I will go." "Where are your jewels?" "Down in the bank." "Well, gather up any other small things you treasure, and either conceal them about you, or give them to me." "I shall not take anything. My laces are in the chiffonnière. I do not care to enter the house again." Isabel fetched her hat and jacket, for in spite of the fire it would be cold near the water, and a few moments later she stood on the edge of Green and Jones streets, on the other side of the hill, and watched Victoria and Anne, carrying a large clothes–basket between them, carefully making their way down to the level. They had a walk of some 13 blocks before them, but the streets were full of people and of ruddy light. She returned to the house and sat down on the porch, her eyes diverted from the fire for a moment by the picture of Sugihara, a pair of eyeglasses in front of his spectacles, comfortably established on a chair in the garden and reading by the lamp of the burning city. It was apparent that he had forgotten the 18th of April. Isabel was alone but a moment. Stone burst in upon her. He had approached from behind, and came running down the hill. "Isabel," he cried, "get a bottle of champagne." "Champagne?" "Yes. It will be 6 months before I see another, but that is a mere detail. I want to drink to the old city." Isabel, who liked him best in his dramatic moments, found a bottle of champagne. He knocked the head off, and filling the glass, went down to the first landing of the long narrow flight of steps. He held the glass high, pointing it first towards the middle of what had been Market Street, and was now a river of fire, then slowly shifting it along towards Kearney and Montgomery, as he named the restaurant that had given San Francisco no mean part of her fame. "Here's to Zinkand's, Tate's, the Palace Grill, the Poodle Dog, Marchand's, the Pup, Delmonico's, Copper's, the Fashion, the Hôtel de France. And here's to the Cocktail Route, the Tenderloin, and the Bohemian Club. And here's—" By this time his voice was dissolving, and the glass was describing eccentric curves. "Here's to the old city, whose like will never be seen this side of hell again. Pretty good imitation of heaven in spots, and everything you chose to look for anyway. And the prettiest women, the best fellows, the greatest all–night life, the finest cooking, the wickedest climate. Here's to San Francisco, and damn the bounder that calls her Frisco." Then he drank what was left of the contents of his glass, and hastily refilled it. After he had finished the bottle luxuriously, he held out his hand to Isabel. "Come along?" he asked. Then, as she shook her head, "I must go back to Paula and the kids. The mattresses are out in the park already. You are in no danger, what with the neighbours above and the patrol. Good luck to you." And he vanished. Isabel was alone at last, a state she had unconsciously wished for all day. It seemed a month since that morning. She sat down and leaned her elbows on the railing. Now that the sun was gone, the heavens, or the smoke obscuring them, were as red as that sea beneath, which seemed to devour a house a minute as it rolled out towards the Mission, and worked with all its might among the great business blocks between Market Street and Telegraph Hill. Some one had estimated that the columns of fire were 7 miles high, and they certainly looked as if they had melted the very stars. Here and there was a play of blue flames, doubtless from some explosive substance, and when the dynamite shot the entrails from a house there was a gorgeous display of fireworks, the golden showers of sparks symbolizing the treasure that blackened and crumbled in dropping back to earth. Before sitting down she had swept the distant hills with her field–glass, and seen thousands of people lying not 10 feet apart, like an exhausted army after battle. In that intense glare she could even study the eccentric positions of the fallen headstones and monuments in the old deserted cemeteries, Lone Mountain and Calvary. The cross on the lofty point of the bare hill behind the Catholic cemetery was red against the blackness of the west. and hundreds of weary mortals were huddled about its base. She tried to pity all those terrified, uncomfortable creatures out there, but again the part they played in the greatest natural drama of modern times occurred to her, and she thought that she should console them. She wondered if her lack of sentimental regret at the destruction of her beloved city, but sentiment seemed a mere drop of insult to be cast into that ocean of calamity. Moreover, she was pricked by a sense that it was a living sentient thing, that city, and was getting its just dues for the hearts it had devoured, the lives it had ruined, the merciless clutch it had kept upon so many that were made for better things. To its vice she gave little thought. She fancied it was not worse than other cities, if the truth were known. It was the picturesqueness of its method that had held it in the limelight. But that it was one of the world's juggernauts, and the more cruel for its ever-laughing, beguiling face, of that there was no manner of doubt. She wondered also that she was not in a fever of anxiety about Gwynne. She had interrogated the sentry, and been informed that the automobiles carrying dynamite dashed straight down to the fire-line, often within, that a number of the soldiers, whose duty it was to lay the explosive, had been wounded and carried to the hospitals, that there was always the risk of a laden machine being suddenly surrounded by fire, for many houses were ignited by the sparks, and in that wooden district down there, burned like tinder. Perhaps, like Victoria, she was too sure of his destiny. Perhaps the picture of the future with him that she had conceived refused to alter its lines, or it may be that there was no place in the impersonal arrangement of her faculties the double catastrophe had effected for fear, or for anything beyond the impressions of the moment. Her mind worked on mechanically. She was determined to remain as long as there was a possibility of Gwynne's returning for food or care. But the soul beneath was possessed by an absolute calm. She had the sense of having been taken into partnership with nature that morning. So sudden and personal had been that assault, from which she had issued unscathed. She felt that everything that would follow in life, excepting only her love for Gwynne, would be too petty to regard more seriously than the daily meals. Not that she had more than a bare mental appreciation of the phases of love at the moment, but it possessed her and was infinite. She sat motionless until nearly 2:00, and then went up to her room and lay down. It was not possible to sleep for more than a few moments at a time, for the detonations were almost incessant, but she forced herself to rest, not knowing what work the morrow might have in store. When she finally rose and looked out of her window, she saw that the fire was coming up the hills. End of chapter 14. Part 3, Chapter 15 of Ancestors, a Novel by Gertrude Atherton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Chapter 15. She barely touched the breakfast prepared by the methodical Sugihara, who had already buried the silver and cut the pictures from their frames, rolled and tied them securely. "It is only a question of a few hours," he said. "The dynamiting so far has done more harm than good. They take a house at a time instead of a block, and as it falls apart it ignites another on the opposite side of the street. The army doesn't like to interfere, and the mayor has too long been obsequious to capital. Mr. Clatt is still there with the launch behind him. I took him down his breakfast some time ago. He told me to tell you he'd got his job cut out for him now, as the Dagos were beginning to leave Telegraph Hill." Isabel had 1 or 2 moments of panic as she watched those waves of flame beat up the hill, and pictured them raging up the eastern slopes as well. But the panic passed, for she knew that there were 2 exits still open. The heavens were black. A disk like a sealing wax wafer indicated the position of the sun. The heat was terrific. The dynamiting was incessant, but it did not drown the roar and the eager furious crackle of the flames, the reverberating crash of falling walls, and the flames were the redder for the blackness above. Cinders were falling all over the heights, and the smoke burned the eyes. "I shall feel like Casabianca presently, and rather ridiculous," she reflected, "but I shall stay till the last possible moment." She went within and packed a pillow case with Lady Victoria's laces and other portable objects of value and adornment, then gathered up similar belongings of her own, tied the case firmly about the neck, stood it where it could be snatched in flight, and returned to the porch. The boarding-house district, several blocks of large wooden houses, seemed literally to be swept from its foundations by those rushing pillars of fire. The whole quarter was wiped out in an hour, and then the fire turned its attentions to the higher slopes. It played with them for a while, darting west and returning for a morsel at which it leaped with the agility of a living monster, went west again, then, its appetite whetted and its greed insatiable, it started straight for Nob Hill. The soldiers drove the faithful servants out of the houses at the point of the bayonet. Then, in a moment, the familiar curtains were blowing out of the windows, shrivelled to a crisp and pursued by the red rage behind. Sugihara did not go through the form of cooking luncheon. He knew that his mistress would not eat, and he had as little appetite himself. He folded his arms on the top of the fence and waited for the signal to retreat. Isabel went into the house repeatedly and dipped her burning face into a basin of water, but returned quickly to her post. The fire was running from the east along California Street hill. She saw the men who had been cutting pictures from their frames in the Institute of Art flee to the west, then watched the Gothic structure flare up and burn like an old haystack. That monument to a millionaire whose name would be already forgotten had it not been tacked to the gift. The fire reached California Street, on the edge of the plateau, from the south, coming up the west side of Taylor Street. Other great houses of the rich were so many roaring furnaces. Several were curiously neglected and isolated by the fire, that seemed to have gone mad with its own lust. The eastern slopes were a mass of smouldering ruins, not black, but the most exquisite tints of violet, rose, chrome, grey, sepia, yellow. They looked, with their arches and columns, towers and broken walls, like the Roman Forum and the Palatine Hill on a colossal scale. About and through them floated clouds of fine white ashes, ghostly restless dust of unthinkable treasure. Suddenly, hardly crediting her eyes, Isabel saw an automobile labour up the steep acclivity through that swirling furnace, and dart across California Street and in the direction of Russian Hill. She knew that Gwynne was in it, and a moment later Hofer discharged him at the foot of the steps, then ran the car out Jackson Street at the top of its speed. Gwynne walked up the steps and along the plank walk. Isabel recognized him by his carriage, for he was as black as a coal-heaver, and most of his hair was burned off. "I should like to wash first," he said, as he came up the house flight. "The water will go with the rest." "Of course. Do you want anything to eat?" "No, I had some sandwiches a while ago." He went up to his room, and Isabel awaited him in the farthest corner of the living-room, where it may have been a trifle less hot and less noisy than elsewhere. He came down in a moment. "That was a close shave," he said. "We didn't know what we were in for, and it was either go on and hope for better luck at the top, or dive down into a very good imitation of a live volcano." He was recognizable, although his khaki clothes were black and burned, and one side of his head made him look as if he had just been discharged from a military hospital. "I shall rest for a few moments and then go back," he said, throwing himself into a chair opposite Isabel. "I never forgot you, but I made sure Stone had delivered my message, and that you were on the ranch. I saw my mother and Miss Montgomery an hour ago. You must get out of this at once." "Tell me what you have been doing," said Isabel, evasively. "I have been alive," he said intensely. "Never in all my days have I found life so wonderful. Battle is nothing to it. For the best part of 2 days I have been dodging the open jaws of death every minute, and the sensation of pitting one's puny human strength and the accumulated wit of several thousand years of varied civilization against an element in its might has inspired me with the only consummate approval of life that I have ever known, although I might have known it the day before yesterday if you had looked as you do now." He sat steadily regarding her for a few moments without speaking, but he was sensible of no immediate wish to touch her. That, too, belonged to a possibility greater but far different to-morrow. He was keyed very high. He did not feel himself so much a human being as a component part of one force disputing every inch of the progress of a mightier. "Great God, what men!" he burst out. "I have been with some member of the Committee of 50, on and off, these 2 days, to say nothing of last night. Mr. Phelan invited me to serve on it yesterday morning. They are superb, not daunted for a moment, talking already of the new city, of the opportunity this conflagration has given them to make it over in every way. Architects were engaged before 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and the young business men that have been cleaned out. They talk only of the enormous possibilities of the future. I remember reading once of much the same spirit exhibited by Londoners after the Great Fire. It is the most wonderful thing in the world that for a few days at least you are permitted to cherish an unleavened respect for human nature. Every mean, cowardly, and selfish trait that chains man to earth is moribund to-day, in the normal at least, and the rats have run to other holes. The higher qualities, those that have inspired the world since it began, are in full possession, and, by Jove, it is going to be the pioneer life over again. Do you remember that I regretted once I could not be in at the foundation and growth of a great city? Also that the drawback to such an opportunity was that one was never conscious of his part? Well, now we are back to the conditions of the 50s, and we know it. We shall work for tremendous stakes, and in no doubt of the result." "The enthusiastic moment has come," said Isabel. "Rather! It is my part cut out for me. Here I stay, and become a chief factor in making this city greater than ever before. That is enough for any man, and there will be plenty of fight. Politics will crawl back to new strongholds as soon as men become egos again. But I shall fight them here, not in the country." He stood up, and Isabel asked hastily, "Have you had no sleep?" "Hofer and I broke into an empty house in the Western Addition towards morning and slept on the floor for 3 hours. I have known harder beds. I must go. I felt that I must look at you and order you to leave at once." "I do not want to leave the city." "You must go. The fire will have taken this house before midnight. You will be ordered out before that. They may save the city west of Van Ness Avenue, for the mayor at last has consented that several blocks shall be blown up at once. I am carrying dynamite. If I saw Russian Hill on fire and was not sure that you were out of harm's way, it would unnerve me, and I need all the nerve I've got." "I can go down to Fort Mason." "I want to know that you are out of the city. I think my mother is better off where she is. She is working with a will down there, and absolutely refused to leave. I did not insist. No fire could cross those sand lots, and I fancy she needs occupation. But you must go." "I should be as safe—" "Perhaps. But I should be beset by fears that you had ventured too far. I can be quite impersonal, keen, steady of hand and brain, if you were out of the city." "Very well, I will go. The day the fire is over, I will go for you, and we will marry, and live in any shanty we can find, begin life together like any 49ers. You can help others as much as you choose then. There will be work for all. But now there is not, cannot be until organization begins, and I must be free to take care of you. Will you go at once? The launch is still there." "Yes, I will go at once." He left her, and a few moments later she was walking down the other side of the hill, the voluminous pillow case slung over her shoulder. Beside her trudged Sugihara, the ancestors under one arm, and his library under the other. The street along the waterfront was a moving mass of refugees from Telegraph Hill, and Mr. Clatt was standing on the launch, on the alert. He gave a shout of delight as he saw Isabel, and she waved her hand. As she reached the wharf and forced her way through the Italians and Mexicans, who regarded her with no great favour, she noticed a small party of Chinese, evidently in distress. The woman, magnificently arrayed, and hardly larger than a child, was huddled against the sea wall, dumbly protesting that she could go no farther. Her face was twisted, and her eyes were staring with pain and fright. A pretty child in 3 shirts of different colours, all silken and embroidered, was wailing at the common language of his years, and the young husband argued with his wife in vain. She made no response, but her passive resistance was as effective as if her feet had been 6. She would not let her maid touch her, and her husband dared not relinquish his hold on his strong box while surrounded by his formidable neighbours of Telegraph Hill. Isabel, glad to be able to do something for some one, told him to hand the box to Mr. Clatt, then carry his wife on board the launch. The nurse followed with the child, while Isabel and Sugihara, having cast their own burdens on board and drawn their pistols, brought up the rear. As the launch entered the current that would carry it east of Angel Island, Isabel looked at her guests. The Chinese wife and her child, lying on the cushions of the cabin, stolid once more, the big-footed maid and her husband, his strong box between his knees, seated opposite. The Japanese, sitting cross-legged on the roof, his back to the land, no doubt to emphasize his contempt for the rabble. Mr. Clatt, shaking his fist at a group of vociferating Italians, and smiled grimly as she recalled the romantic boat-party that escaped from Pompeii. She did not feel in the least romantic, but she felt something greater and deeper. She turned her head many times to look at the wonderful spectacle of the burning city, the red curtain in the background, along whose front rushed the pillars of fire driven by the rolling masses of smoke. Where the fires on Nob Hill had burned low, the flames looked like red sprouting corn. Fairmont had caught at last. It stood, a great square pile of white stone, against the red background, and from its top alone poured a steady square volume of curling white smoke. The windows, and there were many hundreds of them, looked like plates of brass. The last thing she saw, as the launch shot up the bay towards San Pablo, was a wave of fire rolled down Telegraph Hill, and hundreds of black pygmies fleeing before it. It was a beautiful evening, of perfect peace, when the launch entered Rosewater Creek. The marsh was bathed in all the faint colours of the afterglow. The birds were singing. People were sitting under the trees in their parks or gardens. A fisherman was sailing up to Rosewater with his catch. But for the red light in the south and the faint sound as of a besieging army, there was nothing to recall that a civilization had been arrested and a great city was burning down to its bones. The End. End of Chapter 15. End of Ancestors, a Novel, by Gertrude Atherton.